ज्ञानी अंकल, अगर अपना दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टेप पे लगाओ।
वो क्या सर?
बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज से दिन के 5 टॉप और बॉटम परफॉर्मिंग स्टॉक्स प्रेडिक्ट करना है सुबह 9 बजे से पहले, और विनर्स को हर दिन मिल सकता है 3000 तक के अमेजॉन वाउचर्स।
फिर तो
पैसा ही पैसा होगा।
तब आप भी समझ गए होंगे, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टिप पे लगाओ।
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got.
दुनिया में हर एक जन को पैसा कमाना है। लोग दिन रात एक करके मेहनत कर रहे हैं, दिमाग लगा रहे हैं। बट भाई साहब, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टिप पे लगाओ। टिकर टिप लाया है बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज। बस केस करो दिन के टॉप 5 गेनर्स एंड लूजिंग स्टॉक्स एंड मौका पाओ 1500 रुपए अमेज़न पे वाउचर्स जीतने का हर रोज। बस ध्यान रखना, अपना सबमिशन सुबह 9 बजे से पहले होना चाहिए।
Yo, bro, who got you smiling like that? Like,
Kill the lights, so baby close your eyes. The way you're looking at me, you got me mesmerized. Something I can't escape, feel like I'm lost in space. You got that good loving, girl, if you leave me, I might throw my heart away.
बेटा फोर्सेस ले लो, बहुत ऊपर जाएगा। अरे बेटा IRCTC ओवरप्राइस्ड है, बेच डालो। अरे बेटा IEX का फ्यूचर बड़ा ब्राइट है। अंकल, ये जो आप ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, ये मुफ्त का ज्ञान है या आप इसके पैसे चार्ज करते हैं? हाँ, नहीं, ये तो मुफ्त का। गुड, क्योंकि चिल्लर नहीं है मेरे पास।
अरे ज्ञानी अंकल, अगर अपना दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टेप पे लगाओ।
वो क्या सर?
बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज से दिन के 5 टॉप और बॉटम परफॉर्मिंग स्टॉक्स प्रेडिक्ट करना है सुबह 9 बजे से पहले, और विनर्स को हर दिन मिल सकता है 3000 तक के अमेजॉन वाउचर्स।
फिर तो
पैसा ही पैसा होगा।
तब आप भी समझ गए होंगे, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टिप पे लगाओ।
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got.
दुनिया में हर एक जन को पैसा कमाना है। लोग दिन रात एक करके मेहनत कर रहे हैं, दिमाग लगा रहे हैं। बट भाई साहब, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टिप पे लगाओ। टिकर टिप लाया है बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज। बस केस करो दिन के टॉप 5 गेनर्स एंड लूजिंग स्टॉक्स एंड मौका पाओ 1500 रुपए अमेज़न पे वाउचर्स जीतने का हर रोज। बस ध्यान रखना, अपना सबमिशन सुबह 9 बजे से पहले होना चाहिए।
Yo, bro, who got you smiling like that? Like,
Kill the lights, so baby close your eyes. The way you're looking at me, you got me mesmerized. Something I can't escape, feel like I'm lost in space. You got that good loving, girl, if you leave me, I might throw my heart away.
बेटा इन्फोसिस ले लो, बहुत ऊपर जाएगा। अरे बेटा IRCTC ओवर प्राइस्ड है, बेच डालो। अरे बेटा IEX का फ्यूचर बड़ा ब्राइट है। अंकल, ये जो आप ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, ये मुफ्त का ज्ञान है या आप इसके पैसे चार्ज करते हैं? हाँ, नहीं, ये तो मुफ्त का। गुड, क्योंकि चिल्लर नहीं है मेरे पास।
अरे ज्ञानी अंकल, अगर अपना दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टेप पे लगाओ।
वो क्या सर?
बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज से दिन के 5 टॉप और बॉटम परफॉर्मिंग स्टॉक्स प्रेडिक्ट करना है सुबह 9 बजे से पहले, और विनर्स को हर दिन मिल सकता है 3000 तक के Amazon वाउचर्स।
फिर तो
पैसा ही पैसा होगा।
तो अब आप भी समझ गए होंगे, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टिप पे लगाओ।
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got.
दुनिया में हर एक जन को पैसा कमाना है। लोग दिन रात एक करके मेहनत कर रहे हैं, दिमाग लगा रहे, बट भाई साहब दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टिप पे लगाओ। टिकर टिप लाया है बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज। बस गेस करो दिन के टॉप 5 गेनर्स एंड लूजिंग स्टॉक्स एंड मौका पाओ 1500 रुपए Amazon पे वाउचर्स जीतने का हर रोज। बस ध्यान रखना, अपना सबमिशन सुबह 9 बजे से पहले होना चाहिए।
Yo, bro, who got you smiling like that? Like,
Kill the lights, so baby close your eyes. The way you're looking at me, you got me mesmerized. Something I can't escape, feel like I'm lost in space. You got that good loving, girl, if you leave me, I might throw my heart away.
बेटा इन्फोसिस ले लो, बहुत ऊपर जाएगा। अरे बेटा IRCTC ओवर प्राइस्ड है, बेच डालो। अरे बेटा IEX का फ्यूचर बड़ा ब्राइट है। अंकल, ये जो आप ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, ये मुफ्त का ज्ञान है या आप इसके पैसे चार्ज करते हैं? हाँ, नहीं, ये तो मुफ्त का। गुड, क्योंकि चिल्लर नहीं है मेरे पास।
अरे ज्ञानी अंकल, अगर अपना दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टेप पे लगाओ।
वो क्या सर?
बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज से दिन के 5 टॉप और बॉटम परफॉर्मिंग स्टॉक्स प्रेडिक्ट करना है सुबह 9 बजे से पहले, और विनर्स को हर दिन मिल सकता है 3000 तक के Amazon वाउचर्स।
फिर तो
पैसा ही पैसा होगा।
तो अब आप भी समझ गए होंगे, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टिप पे लगाओ।
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got.
दुनिया में हर एक जन को पैसा कमाना है। लोग दिन रात एक करके मेहनत कर रहे हैं, दिमाग लगा रहे। बट भाई साहब, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ। टिकट टिप लाया है बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज। बस गेस करो दिन के टॉप 5 गेनर्स एंड लूजिंग स्टॉक्स एंड मौका पाओ 1500 रुपए अमेज़न पे वाउचर्स जीतने का हर रोज। बस ध्यान रखना, अपना सबमिशन सुबह 9 बजे से पहले होना चाहिए।
Yo, bro, who got you smiling like that? Like,
Kill the lights, so baby close your eyes. The way you're looking at me, you got me mesmerized. Something I can't escape, feel like I'm lost in space. You got that good loving, girl, if you leave me, I might throw my heart away.
बेटा फोर्सेस ले लो, बहुत ऊपर जाएगा। अरे बेटा IRCTC ओवर प्राइस्ड है, बेच डालो। अरे बेटा IEX का फ्यूचर बड़ा ब्राइट है। अंकल, ये जो आप ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, ये मुफ्त का ज्ञान है या आप इसके पैसे चार्ज करते हैं? हाँ, नहीं, ये तो मुफ्त का। गुड, क्योंकि चिल्लर नहीं है मेरे पास।
अरे ज्ञानी अंकल, अगर अपना दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टेप पे लगाओ।
वो क्या सर?
बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज से दिन के 5 टॉप और बॉटम परफॉर्मिंग स्टॉक्स प्रेडिक्ट करना है सुबह 9 बजे से पहले और विनर्स को हर दिन मिल सकता है 3000 तक के Amazon वाउचर्स।
फिर तो
पैसा ही पैसा होगा।
तो अब आप भी समझ गए होंगे, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ।
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got.
दुनिया में हर एक जन को पैसा कमाना है। लोग दिन रात एक करके मेहनत कर रहे हैं, दिमाग लगा रहे। बट भाई साहब, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ। टिकट टिप लाया है बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज। बस गेस करो दिन के टॉप 5 गेनर्स एंड लूजिंग स्टॉक्स एंड मौका पाओ 1500 रुपए अमेज़न पे वाउचर्स जीतने का हर रोज। बस ध्यान रखना, अपना सबमिशन सुबह 9 बजे से पहले होना चाहिए।
yo, bro, who got you smiling like that? Like,
Kill the lights, so baby close your eyes. The way you're looking at me, you got me mesmerized. Something I can't escape, feel like I'm lost in space. You got that good loving, girl, if you leave me, I might throw my heart away.
बेटा फोर्सेस ले लो, बहुत ऊपर जाएगा। अरे बेटा IRCTC ओवर प्राइस्ड है, बेच डालो। अरे बेटा IEX का फ्यूचर बड़ा ब्राइट है। अंकल, ये जो आप ज्ञान दे रहे हैं ये मुफ्त का ज्ञान है या आप इसके पैसे चार्ज करते हैं?
हाँ, नहीं ये तो मुफ्त का।
गुड, क्योंकि चिल्लर नहीं है मेरे पास।
अरे ज्ञानी अंकल, अगर अपना दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टेप पे लगाओ।
वो क्या सर?
बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज से दिन के 5 टॉप और बॉटम परफॉर्मिंग स्टॉक्स प्रेडिक्ट करना है सुबह 9 बजे से पहले, और विनर्स को हर दिन मिल सकता है 3000 तक के अमेजोन वाउचर्स।
फिर तो
पैसा ही पैसा होगा।
तो अब आप भी समझ गए होंगे, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टिप पे लगाओ।
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you got.
दुनिया में हर एक जन को पैसा कमाना है। लोग दिन रात एक करके मेहनत कर रहे हैं, दिमाग लगा रहे हैं। बट भाई साहब, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टेप पे लगाओ। टिकर टेप लाया है बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज। बस गेस करो दिन के टॉप 5 गेनर्स एंड लूजिंग स्टॉक्स एंड मौका पाओ 1500 रुपए अमेज़न पे वाउचर्स जीतने का हर रोज। बस ध्यान रखना, अपना सबमिशन सुबह 9 बजे से पहले होना चाहिए।
Yo, bro, who got you smiling like that? Like,
Kill the lights, so baby close your eyes. The way you're looking at me, you got me mesmerized. Something I can't escape, feel like I'm lost in space. You got that good loving, girl, if you leave me, I might throw my heart away.
बेटा इन्फोसिस ले लो, बहुत ऊपर जाएगा। अरे बेटा IRCTC ओवरप्राइस्ड है, बेच डालो। अरे बेटा IEX का फ्यूचर बड़ा ब्राइट है।
अंकल, ये जो आप ज्ञान दे रहे हैं ये मुफ्त का ज्ञान है या आप इसके पैसे चार्ज करते हैं?
हाँ, नहीं ये तो मुफ्त का।
गुड, क्योंकि चिल्लर नहीं है मेरे पास।
अरे ज्ञानी अंकल, अगर अपना दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टेप पे लगाओ।
वो क्या सर?
बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज से दिन के 5 टॉप और बॉटम परफॉर्मिंग स्टॉक्स प्रेडिक्ट करना है सुबह 9 बजे से पहले, और विनर्स को हर दिन मिल सकता है 3000 तक के अमेजोन वाउचर्स।
फिर तो
पैसा ही पैसा होगा।
तो अब आप भी समझ गए होंगे, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टिप पे लगाओ।
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you got.
दुनिया में हर एक जन को पैसा कमाना है। लोग दिन रात एक करके मेहनत कर रहे हैं, दिमाग लगा रहे हैं। बट भाई साहब, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टेप पे लगाओ। टिकर टेप लाया है बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज। बस गेस करो दिन के टॉप 5 गेनर्स एंड लूजिंग स्टॉक्स एंड मौका पाओ 1500 रुपए अमेज़न पे वाउचर्स जीतने का हर रोज। बस ध्यान रखना, अपना सबमिशन सुबह 9 बजे से पहले होना चाहिए।
ऊपर जाएगा। अरे बेटा IRCTC ओवर प्राइस है, बेच डालो। अरे बेटा IEX का फ्यूचर बड़ा ब्राइट है।
अंकल, ये जो आप ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, ये मुफ्त का ज्ञान है या आप इसके पैसे चार्ज करते हैं?
हाँ नहीं, ये तो मुफ्त का।
गुड, क्योंकि चिल्लर नहीं है मेरे पास।
अरे ज्ञानी अंकल, अगर अपना दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टेप पे लगाओ।
वो क्या सर?
बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज से दिन के 5 टॉप और बॉटम परफॉर्मिंग स्टॉक्स प्रेडिक्ट करना है सुबह 9 बजे से पहले, और विनर्स को हर दिन मिल सकता है 3000 तक के अमेजॉन वाउचर्स।
फिर तो
पैसा ही पैसा होगा।
तो अब आप भी समझ गए होंगे, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ।
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram and look at you ordering stuff like a spendthrift. I won Amazon coupons on Beat the Street game. I earned this. Can you tell me more about the game? Beat the Street is a game on ticker tape to showcase your stock picking skills. You pick 5 stocks which will be top performers and other 5 stocks which will be bottom performers. If your average one-day return of picked stocks is higher, you win Amazon coupons worth 1500 rupees in a day. It's free, right? Absolutely. And go sign up from the link in my bio and show what you've got.
दुनिया में हर एक जन को पैसा कमाना है। लोग दिन रात एक करके मेहनत कर रहे हैं, दिमाग लगा रहे, बट भाई साहब दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ। टिकट टिप लाया है बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज। बस गेस करो दिन के टॉप 5 गेनर्स एंड लूजिंग स्टॉक्स एंड मौका पाओ 1500 रुपए अमेज़न पे वाउचर्स जीतने का हर रोज। बस ध्यान रखना, अपना सबमिशन सुबह 9 बजे से पहले होना चाहिए।
Yo, bro, who got you smiling like that? Like,
Kill the lights, so baby close your eyes. The way you're looking at me, you got me mesmerized. Something I can't escape, feel like I'm lost in space. You got that good loving, girl, if you leave me, I might throw my heart away.
बेटा इन्फोसिस ले लो, बहुत ऊपर जाएगा। अरे बेटा IRCTC ओवर प्राइस है, बेच डालो। अरे बेटा IEX का फ्यूचर बड़ा ब्राइट है।
अंकल, ये जो आप ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, ये मुफ्त का ज्ञान है या आप इसके पैसे चार्ज करते हैं?
हाँ नहीं, ये तो मुफ्त का।
गुड, क्योंकि चिल्लर नहीं है मेरे पास।
अरे ज्ञानी अंकल, अगर अपना दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टेप पे लगाओ।
वो क्या सर?
बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज से दिन के 5 टॉप और बॉटम परफॉर्मिंग स्टॉक्स प्रेडिक्ट करना है सुबह 9 बजे से पहले, और विनर्स को हर दिन मिल सकता है 3000 तक के अमेजॉन वाउचर्स।
फिर तो
पैसा ही पैसा होगा।
तो अब आप भी समझ गए होंगे, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकट टिप पे लगाओ।
So, what is up, guys? Welcome back to Wings Lifestyle, Upthrust Esports, the India Rising series, streaming partner Loco, associate partner Ticker Tape, and meanwhile, myself Necros, and alongside me casting is none other than Inferno. This is going to be the day 3 of the semi-finals. We have witnessed a bitter domination in the past 2 days, and this is the 3rd day. The action is just getting more heated up.
Absolutely, the energy in this India Rising series is getting more and more, and the domination the teams are showing us is absolutely fabulous. As we all know, teams are showing some amazing and astonishing performance. Let's see. It is going to be the day 3, right? And let's see how it goes and what will be the strategies and the play style going to change. I think the team did their homework, and let's see what will be the strategies in today's day. I'm so much excited. I'm so much pumped up right now.
Well, that actually defines, like as you mentioned, the homework has to be done and on a regular basis. If you have a bad day one, you can come back stronger in day two. If you have a bad day two, you can learn from the mistakes from the past 2 days, and you can come with a fresh start in the day three. And I really expect that comeback to happen on a very very fast basis, because the number of days, the number of matches you are passing by, the more the less the chances are becoming to for you to qualify and retain your positions in the semi-final. So you have to be very really cautious, you have to be really really steady for this kind of situations to happen. It's better if you just keep your momentum up, if you keep your consistency up, and you qualify for the top 16 for the grand finals. And right now, without any delay, we will be looking forward to the teams, those who are playing in the semi-finals. So well, it's all up to you, Inferno.
So we'll be having Group A, B, and C. We all are watching all the groups doing amazing job and amazing performance out there. You can see the groups and all the logos out there of Group A. That is going to be Team GodL, TSM, RNG, Enigma, Kemini Sports, Celsius, Revenge, RNLX Theory out there. Group B as follows: SouL 7 Cs, OR 8-Bit, Hyderabad Hydras, Team Global Esports, LG Officials, Error Esports. If we talk about Team Group C, that is going to be the OGs out there. Skylights Gaming, Team X-Park, EXO, Orangutan, Team Forever, Entity out there, Scar, and TUDE Esports. So, I would like to add on Team Scar Esports, Team Forever Esports. They have to do like somewhat out of the box performance today in today's days, because they are actually on the third chart in the point table. So they have to do something out there, right?
Well, all the third chart teams have to gear up and buckle up from this very moment. Otherwise, they won't
Yeah.
be able to catch up, and they are fighting for this massive amount of 15 lakh rupees, which is set up for this India Rising Series 2022, the first IP of the year for Upthrust Esports. But right now, as we talk about the distribution, the winner is going to get 8 lakh rupees INR as the winning prize. The second runner up, like the first runner up, will be getting the 3 lakh rupees INR in their pocket if they come up in the second place. The third spot, the second runner up, will be getting 1.5 lakhs in their favor if they come up in the hashtag 3. The fourth position will get 50,000. The fifth and sixth will get 25,000 each. The top fragger of that grand finals will get 1 lakh rupees, and with the most MVP, the team with the most
Yeah.
MVP will be getting the 50 finishes, like 50,000 INR in with them, as well as the winning trophy will be set up for the winning team. But talking about the overall standings, I guess Inferno, you can brief
Oh.
it out.
Absolutely. Team EXO out there, they are actually having the hashtag one spot still out there. That's a really great thing, right? They are actually defending the spot of hashtag one, and they have to do that thing, and they are doing a really great job. Talking about Team Kemini Esports, yesterday matches was just outstanding for Team Kemini Esports. They acquired really great chicken dinners out there, but they'll be having 113 points, and they have to step up out there, because there will be an approximately 15 points lead between Team EXO out there. So let's see how it goes. It's all about the teams, how they're going to play. If we talk about Team Entity, they are having 87 points. Team Enigma follows 85, Global Esports on 83, and Skylights on 82. Tomorrow, yesterday's days, the comeback for Skylights Gaming was really well. And if we talk about hashtag 3, 4, 5, 6, they are contesting for a really great runner-ups, because the point difference, you can see it's all about only 1 and 2 points. If we talk about Team 8-Bit, they are 75, and Team Revenant, that's going to be 69. If we talk about second chart, Team 7C Esports, they can come on first chart easily. Same goes for Team Celsius Esports, I think so.
Well, the previous day, 7 Seas, Celsius, X Park were in the first list before the matches get started, and after day two, they're back to the second list. Team Godlike have got a downfall in the third list after the day two. Team SouL retaining on the edge of getting on the 16th spot. They are in a danger area, I will have to say, because one or two matches, if they did not go well, if they do not go well for Team SouL, it will be really trouble for them to retain their top 16 spot. But talking about the third chart, we move on. LZ Officials 41 points, Godlike with 40 points, Hyderabad WINGSLIFESTYLE Sports with 35, Error with 32, Team Forever with 28, RL and Xtod with 20, and Scar Esports with 18 previous day matches for Scurry Sports went a bit better than compared to the other matches. One or two matches they played really well. Airy Sports also comes in that criteria in that previous day too. I really wish these two or three teams can actually make some great comeback. Team Forever needs to step up right now, I believe, because if they don't step up now, it will be really, really trouble for them to qualify in the top 16.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you talk about Team LZ and the third chart, right? They have to step up now. And if you talk about overall top fraggle list, that is going to be still match 12. Destro out there, he is surpassing Punk as well, Delta as well, and Nuggle as well. If you talk about, so he'll be having 24 freaking finishes out there. But if you talk about Punk, right, he is on 23 finishes. The margin for Punk is actually only in the lead of one finish. So I think so. I really think so that Punk can surpass that. But let's see how it goes, because Destro is unstoppable, and right now the domination is the only word we can say for the Destro out there. But if we talk about Delta, comes the one Knuckle. So they are having 17 finishes, 16 finishes. That's a really great number, right?
Well, of course, that's some really great numbers. And coming on this track, Knuckle, Gamla Boy, Delta, I don't think these three peeps will be just waiting out and holding on their backs in today's games. They will definitely try to boost up their finish points more and more. And the day we talk about Mania from the previous day, the last match clash was insane. But talking about the giveaways we have got, this is the giveaway post. Like, the steps are exactly in front of you. You have to follow Upthrust Esports, Wings Lifestyle, UE India Rising on Instagram. You have to comment and predict the match winners on the giveaway post with the day number, match number, and group fixture before the match ends with your favorite Wings Phantom accessory. You have got two options, option 1, option 2, and you can select whatever you like. And the example is already given on the post. You can see it up, you can take a screenshot, or you can get this directly on the post. And last but not the least, Inferno, you have to share the post on your Instagram story and tag Upthrust Esports and the 3 pages, so you might just get a chance to win one of these.
Yeah, absolutely. And these AirPods are just so powerful and meant to gaming. I really like the AirPods, and I am actually using them. They are just so amazing, and the latency is too low. When I play the games, I feel really, really cool. The design of the Wings Phantom 105, that is so amazing. It's just meant for gaming, and as well as Wings Phantom 100. These are so amazing. So yes, guys, please have a look on the Instagram post as well and participate in the giveaway, because these are some free accessories, and it can improve your daily wise gaming experience.
Well, of course, it will improvise your gaming experience. There's if you talk about the option 1 we were getting, and I'm having, if I'm not wrong, I'm having the option 1. You see, I've got the option 1 box with me, and this is also alongside me. So I will recommend this. Actually, this one is a bit cooler than the other one, though I've not tried that other one. But still, I would say that option 1 is much more cooler. You've got some RGB case coming up with that. You have got proper. Even it is water resistant. The main fact is that if you somehow are walking and traveling through a rainy day or something like that, and if it by chance gets fall down from your ears and it just goes on the ground, might be there's some water, but still it's water resistant, so you won't have to worry about that much. You just have to pick it up as fast as possible. You get those waters, dry it up as fast as possible, and you just put it back, and it's all working. And so that's all we get to see from Wings at this point. And talking about other things, so well, the Wings are here, and as well as the ticker tape, you get to see more and more websites coming on from that side. And well, the match is already set to go, and we will be just hoping that everything just goes well and fine, because well, we are waiting for some great actions to come on board, as the match will be starting in just few minutes or few seconds. So Inferno, I'm already pumped up, because the semifinals day 3 is just on board. The match number 1, A versus B, the wrangle. Well, who's going to take that one?
I don't know. We cannot predict, because this game is just full of surprises. We cannot predict anything. It's like a life. We cannot predict the future. We cannot predict where the zone is going. We cannot predict who's going to be the winner, right? So it is going to be wrangle, right? And let's see what's going to happen over there. There will be a lot of teams. There will be a lot of teams, and they're going to contest, and they're going to compete each other. And let's see. I'll be having a look, and I'll be having my eagle eyes on the draw clashes as well, and on the rotations as well. And I think there will be a might be some slight changes in the team rotations as well, because we have seen in tomorrow's days there were a lot of rotational clashes, and there were some of the teams changing their rotations as well, and some of the drops as well. Let's see what team gonna play, and they did their job. That was the analysis day. The analysis night has been gone, and this is time to prove yourself in Erangel.
Well, definitely you have to prove yourself in the map of Erangel, and we are all set to go. Almost the time is running up. The teams have already joined. The players are ready. The match is set to be. The action is ready. You guys are waiting. We are also waiting for the flight path to arrive because I cannot actually wait to see the action. Will Team SouL bounce back? Will the other teams bounce back? The question stays alive, and now we're all set to move on to the flight path, and let's just hear it out with the production team and. I'm just really, really excited. The match one wrangle is all set to go almost, and maybe the
Absolutely.
things we are expecting might just turn up in the way of our favorite teams. It might just not turn up the way of our favorite teams, but still, it all depends upon what we get to see.
Absolutely. We are here for the semifinals group A versus B. That is going to be day number 3, match number 13 of semifinals day 3. So we'll be having a look on the flight route trajectory. Team Godlike is actually so happy with that because Yasna, starting from Yasna and finishing on the Josh Pool containers and passing from the city as well. That's a really great thing. Team Godlike is happy. There's a lot of teams that they are happy. Team Hyderabad Hydras are also happy with their drops. But the team they have to go on Novo Repna and military. That is going to be Team 8-bit driven, and there are a lot of teams that they prefer military base. And if you talk about Team Forever, and there are a lot of Team EXO as well, they have to do a lot big feather, and they can come in the vehicular contest as well. So they have to be so much careful out there because there are a lot of teams. They're gonna wait, they're gonna hunt you, and they all are predator, and they need finishes.
Well, they need those finishes, of course it is, because the flight path is already on board, and drop clashes might just not happen at this point because if you get to see the teams are taking the respective drops as the same way, but 7Cs, will they be able to reach the farm place? I don't think so. Celsius is going in the drop of Milta. The flight path is completely on the base of northern side, so the teams having the middle, like the centralized drop locations or the drops in the northern side of the map will have a great advantage. But what about the other teams? What about the other players? Because these things will differ by time, and in the same meanwhile we also get to see these things are actually creating some mess problem for them because if the teams cannot reach the drop on time, it will be really, really bad start for them. There might be some early casualties as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Team TSM is coming in some action, right? We can see Shadow OG has been down, and that's not a really great thing for Team TSM. And first casualty, the first blood is almost done, and Shadow in the form of Shadow OG from Team TSM. If we talk about Team 8-bit, what they are doing, they are just looting the outermost sexier compounds of Query. That's a really great drop, I think so. But they have to go on their usual drop. Let's see what they're gonna do. If we talk about Team SouL, they are on their ghatak drop. Team 7C, Savitar is the only person he's on his drop. And if we talk about the other 3 players of Team 7Cs, they are actually contesting against Team OR. OR is also not their drop, so we can say there is somehow 7C versus Team OR doing a vehicular contest.
Well, it is possible. It is possible because if you see around, they were taking drops around the school apartments, which is the usual drop of Orange Rock Esports. But as they were trying to get the vehicles, it is possible that they might be in under any circumstances because the spray god is there in the long distance. The first pick has been taken up by Swayamt. I don't know which team he's playing from, but I bet it's going to be an underdog team. But in the meanwhile, Orange Rock Jelly spots 1 down, spots 2 down, might be some more casualties, but 7Cs loses. Boy down there, and it is not a great start for 7Cs. Indeed, Vitelli gets taken down as a retaliation. Sarang was waiting, and in the meanwhile, Aditya have got some visuals. He've got some really good positioning at this point, but right now Aru will be coming with some M16 shots and will be getting that player down. Savitar gets in cover fire, might be confirming Aru as well, but 7Cs are on the verge of getting eliminated. Savitar will be confirming Aru. Esports Hull gets TSM Ninja Jaw knock and confirmed. TSM loses some more early casualties as well as the 7Cs and Orange Rock.
Absolutely. Atinki and Aditya are the only duo in survival jelly on. Oh my god, look at the spray. 70 Sarang has been down. Aluboy has been also down. That's our instant 1v2, we could say. But spray god, look at the positioning of him. That is going to be so crucial, I think so. Absolutely, he's converting those knocks into finishes. But Sevitar out there predicting a really great damage on Atinki. He have to fall out, and he is having only 5 bandages. He don't have any kind of first aids. So I think so he have to use those bandages one by one for that. But from the back, backyard. Aditya coming out from the nowhere. Atanki has been also down. Spray God from Team 7 Seas has been picked out. And I think the Saga Rank is the only Solomon Survival 7th out there. Solomon Survival, what do you think? Who's going to win this one? Necros.
Well, 7Cs have got early casualties, too many early casualties. Aditya is surviving. Cherry have got the revival. They're taking Savita, but one vehicle explosion is enough to just prove whatever end they are having, because this vehicle is just blowing up with smokes. Savitar, if anyhow he manages to take a cover and get a drop down and he just shoots the vehicle, two of the last players of Orange Rock will be getting eliminated, and the one just to finish off Spray God at this point, and we'll be just confirming him and we'll be going for the further rotations.
Absolutely. Team 7 Seas, the Solomon Survival will be out there and they have to be like so much careful from this point. Team Orange Rock Esports also lose their 2 players, 2 casualties. Team TSM also loses their 2 players. So, but yeah, Team Orange Rock Esports having 3 finishers of 7 Seas Esports. That's a really great number in the starting. But losing 2 players in the starting, that is just not really good news for them. They have to be so much careful because there are a lot of teams, right? They are 4-man standing and they are on their almighty powers right now. They are just doing their loot section and they are looting and having really good weapons, and they're getting ready for the battle out there in the arena, and this angle will be heated up really soon. If we talk about Clutch God out there, Z God coming up, and I think so they'll be starting their rotations really soon, but we can see one player out there, right? That is going to be Team Enigma maybe, but yeah, Clutch God and Z God will be rotating further. And if we talk about OR Aditya, OR Jelly, Duo and Survival going on their traditional drop, that is going to be apps apartment compounds, and I think so the game is going with a slow pace mode now. No team gonna take fight. We'll be witnessing rotational crashes soon. Oh no, as I said, let's go out rocking out immediately. That was something amazing.
Well, in the meanwhile, Team Enigma are in a really serious trouble. GodL gets early 2 finishes in their favor. Team Enigma, the 2 players, I bet they were coming down to just scout out the positions. They never predicted that GodL would have holded this compound. But right now, Jonathan will be getting their sufficient loot. Clutch God is still going and taking some assumptions that there might be some other players. But Revenge Esports is just going behind of Z-God. It might be Z-God or Neo. We have to just look into that matter. But right now, Revenge Esports are going in for the further rotations alongside Team GodL. And 2 finishes have been registered by Clutch God at the very first basis. 55 players are alive, 16 teams are remaining. But right now, that's the thing I was talking about. Celsius Dream, it was something unpredictable, and Dream just waited down there. Neo will be on the other hand. Dreams might just get picked up. Some pretty retaliations are coming, but Celsius, they have got a first finish point and got a really great pick at the very start, and Revenge Esports are just waiting, and GodL loses their first one. The IGL is down. GodL are now down to 3-man. It was completely smoked out, but still Celsius manages to get 1 pick. But Jonathan is still trying to spot some other players who are around those corners, but still no results are coming. Neo will be in the split areas. It might be more and more dangerous for GodL if they lose 1 by 1 player at this point.
Absolutely, New is taking some out of the sprays, but the spray he was taking on that buggy out there, that was really great. He can get the straight knock out there for the Clutch God, but SouL Omega has been picked out from Global Esports Nakola. That is something knock, shock, and rivalry going out there. Akshat taking out the pick of Joker as well, and I think so GE versus SouL. That is going to be an amazing fight, but Spectre has been also down from the side of Admino. Mane out there, and Admino are the only Roman survival. 2 temporary shutdowns on Team Global Esports, and I think the Team SouL, Omega and Hector has been down. That is going to be a 2v2 fair fight.
Well, we have to see the conditions. We have to go and look into this matter because Global Esports are now down to 2-man right now. The fight is just going. Team SouL is just coming up and gets Admino down there. The retaliation is coming. Akshat gets taken down. Manya, can he make that another clutch like the previous day? And he has got 1 or 2 players taken down. Team SouL might be in a single man standing, but Manya has to be the savior. Goblin versus Manya. He is not in a great position, but right now he gets Mania taken down, but Goblin comes with another drop shot. Mania is not that much hampered at this point, but Goblin will be coming and Global Esports wipes out Team SouL, but it's not happening. Aries Esports from a distance get Mania down there. Global Esports wipes out Team SouL, and Aries Esports wipes out Global Esports, and really in the fraction of seconds, and 2 of the teams getting eliminated in a blink of an eye, Inferno.
that is just so unpredictable for Team Global Esports and Team SouL as well, because that was just so out of the box. Team Error Esports, I was also not looking for that, and I didn't see that coming. Team Error Esports knows that, like, there's Team SouL right there, but no, it's all that out there. There's no Team SouL. Team Error Esports is the only team out there surviving, and the fight was just so amazing, right? That was going to be a legendary 1v1, but no problem. Both of the teams have been wiped out, Global Esports and Team SouL. Next match, let's see. They'll be having one more match. There are upcoming matches, like I have to say. Let's see how they're gonna do it. But if we talk about Team Godlike, Clutch God, the backbone of Team Godlike has been down, right? And now they are playing without the IGL, but he is giving those universal calls in the in-game. But Celsius Apollo, you can see Jonathan, Johnny is rotating right now. MJ Apollo, he is going in the government, in the country of Team Celsius right now, and he is fall backing, right? Johnny out there, he rotated in, and he is behind those ridges, and I think so they're gonna hibernate into some, like, compounds. That would be more preferable. But if you talk about the clusters on the bridge, that is going to be something amazing. If you talk about Team Community Sports, they are on the other side of bridge. They are on the military island. They have to come and they have to surpass the bridge. Then only they can do zone entry. But there will be a lot of bridge camp, and I would like to say great keeping scenarios.
Well, you might just not say that because the circle is exactly in the zone, like the bridge areas. It is possible that it might just get a hard shift on the southern island there. The possibilities are very low, but still, it's not impossible. It can be possible because BGMI is always unpredictable. But as we get to say, 7C is just surviving with one player, TSM with two, Orange Rock with two, and Enigma Gaming with two as well. Godlike is surviving with three of them, but SouL and Global Esports, I just cannot imagine. Mania, the Clutch Master, is just going on again, but no, it's not. Savitar was not aware of this one. Community Esports, Destro will be confirming Savitar, and 7Cs gets eliminated in the 14th spot of this first match of the semifinals, day 3, and with that, total of 2 positions have been secured by Team 7Cs, and Celsius exactly waiting in front of them. Jonathan is having an Mini 14 and an M416 in his hand. Neo will be there, Z-God will be there. The split ups has been done in a really precise way. Jonathan was trying to spot out some of the players around the corners, might be able to spot 1 or 2 players, but it's better that they can go in the backyards, they can just hold it up. But Jonathan, as always, he's playing the split ups, and we might expect some more finishes. But Orange Rock Aditya is just getting some more and more shots on RLN's players.
Yeah, he is trying to get some picks out there, and I think so he can do that, right? OR Aditya, amazing player, amazing sprays. If you talk about Jelly, he is far away. He'll be regrouping with Aditya really soon. They are in the zone. They are on the edge of the zone right now, I would like to say. But another team, the opponent team, RLN right now, they are coming with the zonal scenarios, and I think so they'll be preferring some deep zone in. That is a really great decision, I think so, from side of Team RLN. OR, they are just taking some sprays, but Team 8-bit, they are coming in the fight. 8-bit Juicy has been picked out. That's an amazing pick out there. Madman giving cover, and the opponent team, the enemies of Team 8-bit, that is going to be Team TSM. They're 3 men standing right now. My bad, that is they are actually 2 men standing right now, and 8-bit are having a slight advantage. The equation is preferable is for Team 8-bit out there. Let's see how it goes for both of the teams, and I think so Team TSM, they are in the early setback and they are in the pressure right now, but Team 8-bit, they are under control. But if we talk about RET Top Dog, he's using that Vector SMG in the middle of the game. Oh my god, that's an amazing option, or else I would like to say that's a really great weapon to use.
Well, Vector has always been a close-range beast after UMP45, but I've never seen players using Vector in the middle stages of the game, because the maximum times we get to say UMP, and you get to say other guns, like you get to say like Uzi and all that might be used, but the Vector and the very middle part of the game, it's something unpredictable. But in the meanwhile, 4 of the teams have already got eliminated because Enigma Gaming loses up in the 13th spot of this semifinals match 1. So D3 match 1 is starting with some more and more twisters, as we might just not expect. The tabletopper teams are just falling apart, like Team Global Esports, Enigma, 7Cs, the teams those who are in the safest spot of top 16, they are just falling apart, while Team SouL's downfall just gets continued. Jonathan gets spotted up by Revenge Esports player 1. They might just get some shots out there, but Jonathan is way too split from his team, and it might not be a great thing to watch out if Jonathan gets taken down.
Absolutely. If we talk about Team Kevin Esports, they are having a upper and slight advantage. If we take the chicken dinner, right? Like I'm just predicting, right? They take the chicken dinner, they can do easily top one. Let's see how it goes because the other tabletop teams are eliminated right now. There are some of them still playing, still surviving. Let's see how it goes. If we talk about Team Revenge Esports, Sonic Fox out there spotted Rex Boy from Team Last Zone officials. He was trying to say take some praise, but didn't reveal his position. That's a really great decision coming up from the side of Team Revenge Esports as well as from the side of Sonic Fox. Let's see how it goes. Both of the teams are out there. Team LZ is playing a bit like I would like to say split. But if you talk about Team LZ, we can see the mini map. 8-bit is also coming and Team Revenge Esports out there. And I would like to say they are in a sandwich condition right now. They have to be so much careful. Team Error Esports on that potato hill doing a really, really big and vast, I would like to say, split gameplay. Team OR, look at Jelly and look at Aditya. Let's see, Necros, a quick prediction. Where the zone gonna go?
Well, if you just talk about the southern shift, this one southern shift has already arrived, one northern shift has already arrived. It might just go a eastern side or western side. Well,
All right.
some predictions is not just goes all wrong, but I bet it's going to be an eastern side. It might be because the zone shift is already occurred. It's not going north or south. I believe it should be eastern or western, and it's not western because if it was, then you should have seen 8-bit inside the circle. So it might be an eastern, northeastern. Maybe we have to just see it out this play zone on a very fast basis, and let me just check it out whether it is or not. But we have to just see it out. Right now, if you talk about last zone, and they are in a great position. They have the circle advantage, but the one problem they might just face is going to be Team 8-bit. But on the other hand, Hyderabad Hydras Ace Black gets taken down, but in a blink of an eye, Aries Sports, Kevin
my
and Hull
God.
gets 8-bit Madman and Juicy out of this game. And what is Aries Sports doing today, Inferno? Because this team was there in the quarterfinals. They did not happen to arrive with this kind of aggression in the past 2 days. But the day three, we talk about the fresh start, and it is actually coming up.
Absolutely, they did the analysis. They actually passes their analysis night really well, and they are actually doing an aggressive stance gameplay. They changes their stance because we have seen semifinals 2 days, semifinal day 1 and day 2. Team Error Esports were playing in a passive role, in a passive play, but right now they are playing an aggressive role. So it is working for them, and if it is working for them, you have to go more aggressive, but you have to be so much careful, and you have to be just like so balanced. But out there. Okay, Maxi out there. Team Hyderabad Hydra skills has been down. That's a really great trade coming out there. John is the only solo survival team. R&T is also coming in the party, right? And Maxi, I have to say, the positioning of Maxi is just so amazing. But revolve for skills, that is going to be something important from the side of Team HS. But out there, Jelly, a connection of head we can see, but Jelly is only 1 HP out there surviving. But no, he's back. He is not going to give any permission out there for Jelly.
Well, Jelly was the last solo survivor from Team Orange Rock, but initially he went it out because he had no options left. But right now, if you talk about last zone esports, they are in a verge of in a really, really bad scenario. They have got Team Air Esports coming in the backstab, and if it arrives like the way Air Esports is playing right now, it has to be one of a great decision if you want to take the fight with them, because they have eliminated many of the teams which are not predictable at all. Air Esports right now, they have a total of 5 finishes within themselves, the highest one among all the teams in the favor. But if I'm not wrong, we get to see the 11th team getting eliminated. That's going to be Team TSM. Orange Rock Esports finishes with 3 finishes, but Apollo the spray comes, and GodL are really, really waiting for some revenge. Apollo has been spotted by Neo. The sprays are going. Team Celsius, they have to come out in the open. They have got no depths around there, but maybe a little bit of ridges might just help them to just survive.
Yes.
At that position, Dreams is just going on another different basis. Apollo might just get some cover fires, but the little bit of damages have been secured. But no, it's not. MJ gets Maxi down there. Strikers gets Max down there. Air Sports Hull's going to be taken down by Tsunami, and Dreams will be getting squares down there. MJ has been picked up by Z-God. Some tap shots is coming, and Celsius are actually in a very devastated position if you talk about Inferno.
Absolutely, I can feel the dominance and sovereignty of Team Godlike from here, and I can feel the vibe out there. Celsius Dream has been picked out, and I think the Team Celsius has been eliminated, right? If we talk about Jonathan out there, okay, he's actually waiting. He's just prone down out there and waiting. He's going with some Molotov and using some utilities, and I think so he's going forward, and he's just playing a sneaky play, right? Team Kamini Esports is just in front of them, and I think so he can do an instant 1v2 out there, but he's trying to play solo, but the comeback is coming out there for Team GodL as well, for Jonathan as well. But if we talk about Team Nazon, oh my god, that is something amazing. Delta PG has been also spotted out. Oh my god, look at the spray. The solo mid survival, that is going to be just an out there. Team Celsius is getting ripped apart. Oh my god, he can do that. 1v3 out there, but no, Jonathan has been picked out. The solo mid survival out there, Justin, that is going to be, oh my god, some sprays. GodL Neo is the only solo man survival. He's just spotting out, but he is in the smoke. He's just playing a snaking play.
Well, Zigod is going. Zigod is already have closed it up, but Jonathan was the beauty beast out there. But it might just be a hindrance, but no, it's not. The play zone gets that one. Caught like a down to a single man. Zigod's revival. I don't think it's going to be possible. He's outside the circle. It is not possible for Neo to get that revival done. Some more casualties are being deleted. They have got a good start indeed, but not the good ending. It is possible right now, but right now, rivalry, like Revenge Esports, Akshay gets taken down in front of them to get to see. And then from the backyards, you get to see LZ officials entering the circle. You have got Celsius inside the circle. Every sports will be entering as well, and you might just face some more and more problems at this situation. Sonic Fox will be trying to get those revels done. RL and Extort will be holding Every Sports. One of the players have been taken down, and he gets Dream completed out that position. RL and Extort, and Norway compromises his position. Kevin might just get some knocks out there. He might just get another one, but no, it's not. Criminal gets taken down by a long range DB burst by Encore. He's helping right now at that position. Every Sports might just wipes out Team RLN. The things are just getting heated up. Kevin is just waiting patiently. The one gun just arrives, but no, it's not. RLN gets this victory done there. Team Every Sports gets eliminated, but Team Revenant, the sneaky climbers, are just going on to get the hashtag 2 position because Kamini Esports are already out of the game. Revenant have a great chance if they can convert this match into a chicken and inferno. I believe they won't hesitate to get that hashtag 2 spot in the overall points table.
Of course, but GodL Neo is just not stopping out there. GodL Neo has been also eliminated, and I think so this is not going into favor. Celsius Apollo has been also down. We have our top 4 teams, and all the teams you can see. We'll be having LZ out there, RL and Extort team, and Celsius out there, Revenge and Revenant. Let's see who's gonna win this one as well. But I think so. If you talk about Team RNT, Austin is the only solo in survival. All the teams are into the zone, but this match, the match is actually a different pace. Like, you know, every team is taking early fights. We'll be having a look on 5th zone. There are only 12 players and 3 teams surviving, and that's not a big number, right? If you talk about Team RLN, oh my god, the BGMI gods are helping them to win this match, and they gonna win this.
Well, they have a certain amount of chances. The circle is exactly on point. They have to hold it. They have to get this done. They have to get those finishes. The LZ players are completely spotted out by Frost at this point. If you just talk about the single taps might just arrive at the start. Top 3 teams are exactly on board. The team LZ officials, RL Extort and Revenant, the 3 teams are there. Revenant is just going with each and every match. They're coming in the top 3 and top 5, and that's the consistency we talk about in each and every tournament matches. But right now, Revenant, they have got a total of 7 finishes. If they anyhow manage to get into the top 2 or get a chicken dinner, it will give them a really huge boost. Because if you talk about Inferno, if you even get a chicken dinner, you have to get at least more or less, you have to take out the 4 finishes at least from both of the teams. So if you get those things done, I don't think Revenant will have to suffer anymore. But right now, the fight between RLN and LZ officials, which is getting heated up because Mox has been taken down already.
Absolutely. RND is trying to come into the zone, and I think so. Team RNN have that slight advantage because they are hibernating themselves into the zone scenario. But what Team LZ is trying to do, Snipe has been spotted in the open area, and whole Team LZ is coming in the open. That can be, like, you know, dominance for Team RNN out there, and they can pick easily 3 picks of Team LZ's, but from the back end, Team RNT is also coming out there. RNT pushes on Team RL, and that's a really great advantage for Team LZ to regroup. But oh my god, he's just on fire, and I think so that is going to be a knockout for the Frost. And yeah, he's been picked out from the Molotov from the side of Top Dog. That's a really great Molotov. Frost has been down. That is going to be an amazing connective grenade, but no connection was found. Let's see what Team RNN can get, because they were having the advantage. They were having the center zone, but right now Team RNT pushes on them. Team LZ is coming from the back end area. They are just in a disadvantage.
Well, LZ have already got one casualty on board right at this position. Paradox is just going with more and more, but no, it's not. Rex Boy gets one down there. Paradox is down. Revenant is not in the great formation right now. He might just get another one. Half Knight, they're struggling. They're strangling around the center, like the edge of the circle. LZ officials, can you make it inside the circle? The question stays at this point. If LZ anyhow manages to get inside the circle at this point, it is going to be a miraculous situation. But Revenant, they've already got the Russian at this position. 4 of the players remaining, 8 total finishes have been registered by Team Revenant. But Half-Right gets taken out by Gunmaster, RLN. These 3 teams are not just stopping right now. But right now we get to see Paradox coming out, getting snippy down there. And the finishes are going to be getting stealed by Gunmaster. He's trying to rush in. He have to go for the bold move. He's just getting those more and more knockouts, but LZ officials are still inside the game. They're still in that position, but the needs are coming from Gunmaster. It might just finish everything off, but will it give that damage? It's not. The damages are falling short. Revenant from left. Revenant from right, from left, you've got RLN as well. The fight is just going on and on. Can LZ make it to the victory mark? It's going to be the question point with 40% chance of winning. It stays with Team Revenant having that man advantage because one of the players of RLN is also been picked up. So more and more sprays are coming in that direction. Revenant are just not focusing on one direction, but Enco gets another one down. Sneepy is down. LZ, can they make it inside the circle? Because they are already out of this game, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we talk about R&D Paradox, this guy is using that vector still in the last zone as well. Why don't you use that gun? That gun is actually beast in the last zone as well. And close in, that is just so amazing. But if you talk about Team R and then Gunmaster is falling out behind the broken wall, I think so, because he wanted to hibernate himself in that compound as well. But Team R&D is taking some sprays out there. Oh my god, the criminal has been picked out. Team R and is not doing a really great job. They're only 2 men survival. Top Dog is going with that grenade out there. And I think so that could be a connected grenade. Let's have a look out there. He's going with the grenade. And I think so that is not going to be the connected one.
Well, you are getting those finish points indeed, but LZ that's just trying to enter the zone. He gets snippy down there. He will be getting that confirmed, but I don't think the last finish point will be done because Rex Boy is getting those healings up for himself out of the play zone. He wants to secure those position points, but if it is possible, if Revenant anyhow manages to enter and just do the push right at this moment, it will be trouble, but it's a 4 versus 2 scenario. Revenant have got that man advantage, the 57% winning prediction. Their score is coming up. Revenant might just finish everything in this match. They can take the lead as they have already got more than 8 to 9 finishes at this position, but LZ officials gets eliminated in the 3rd spot. RLN and Revenant, the 2 teams are remaining. The fight is just getting heated up. The smokes are being used by Nightmare and Gunmaster, but the things that the Molotovs have already arrived might just give some bit of damage. Enco deals a good amount of damage, might be just picked up by that position, but no, it's not. He gets Enco down. No, that's true, but Gunmaster gets a retaliation. Nightmare will be the last player. Revenant with the 3-man strong. They will try to push it up, but they might just get some more casualties. Drop shot around. He might just down. He gets one down again, but his drop shot won't be sustainable. But Paradox finishes this things off in style. Revenant secures the first match. Winner, chicken dinner. At this point, what a great game it turned out to be for all the teams, those who have played. But Revenant outplayed each and everyone in the matter of positioning, in the matter of finishes, and that's the game it's turning out to be.
Absolutely. Finally, Revenant, the second dinner out there in the first match of semi-finals day 3. That is going to be Wrangle. What an amazing play and what an amazing strats presentation. And the presentation of gameplay was really, really well from the side of Revenant. And that's why they were the champions. And the coordination and the synergy they showed us, that was just so outstanding. And that's why they are the winners, right? Let's see what's going to happen and what will be the overall standings now. Because now I think so everything can change from this match.
Well, the lead should be taken up by Revenant. The way they were playing, their way have played. There might be in the hashtag 3 again because Esports have got a good lead for themselves. Even with this chicken dinner, there is a possibility that Revenant won't be able to come up in the hashtag 2 spot at least this point. If they continue to get some more of this like matches like this one, they can actually climb up to #1. Even also, that won't get them a bit time, but Revenant has always been one of the most consistent teams. After if you talk about Team EXO, they have got a consistent gameplay coming up from each and every tournament. I really wish to see these lads performing really, really well at this point. And Revenant, can you make it? Like, can you just go on and take the #1 spot at the end of this day 3? It's going to be tough. It's going to be a long journey, but it's not impossible indeed.
Absolutely. Let's see. Now the another match, the next match that is going to be Miramar. But if we talk about this match, the teams are playing a bit different. Like, we were watching semifinals day one. If you talk about the past history about the India Rising 2022, so the semifinals day one, that was quite aggressive. Semifinals day two, that was also quite aggressive. But if we talk about semifinals day three, that was more and more aggressive, because we was watching the teams only taking initial fight. They were taking some of those outstanding fights in the starting of the zone. So teams are going with the aggressive stance, not going with the passive, because passive is not working. We'll have a look on the aggressive stance, and we have seen Scar Esports. They were also going with the aggressive stance, and that actually worked for them. Actually, they were not Scar Esports, they were Team Error Esports, and that actually worked for them.
Well, there are two options. Like, if you talk about the new underdog teams or the new rising star teams, they have got some potential. Like, if we just talk about the other teams, like the maximum times we see the underdog teams, they come in the stage when they have to face the invited teams. They fell into some more pressure. That's something new for them. The fact is that for the
Yeah.
underdog teams like RLN, like Scar Esports, these are the teams they have never faced in a single lobby. This is the first time they're coming to the tournaments and they're facing these teams, so it is difficult. You have to get some more experience, and as we see, the tier 1 lobby, it's not that hard to perform, but it's the main thing which actually comes down is the experience, that how you handle those tough situations. But talking about the match, 12 finishes, 15 position points, total of 27 points have been acquired by Team Revenant Esports. Top Dog getting total of 7 finishes, 2 for Enco, 2 for Austin, 1 for Paradox indeed. And Top Dog, the long run for this fragger continues, because the way he have contributed, the 58% of contribution in the total team finishes, it's just fabulous at this point.
Absolutely. Team R&D 27 points. That is a really, really great number. And let's see how it goes in the point tables, right? I'm waiting actually for match wise point tables as well. And I'm waiting for the overall standings and overall point table as well. Let's see where Team R&D goes. And I think so R&D will be having a slight big jump, I think so. Or else they'll be having a slight buffer in the point tables for Team R&D. And I want to see where Kemini Esports is standing right now. I think so. Kemini Esports is on #2. That is going to be my prediction as well. Like, I think so. They'll be holding the #2 point still, but it's all about the point tables. Who knows what's gonna happen? And I am waiting for the Miramar as well. I want to see what a different meta, what a different era got for us. Like, that map is just whole different, and all the strategies and all the strats are been different in the Miramar. Okay, so if we talk about match wise standings of semifinals day 3, match number 13, that is going to be Team Revenant acquiring 27 finishes. I want to see where is Celsius Esports right now. Where is Team Kemini Esports right now? So they are on #12. Only the lead of 3 points. That is going to be make a slight buffer for Team Celsius, and I think so Team Revenant as well.
Well, of course, with that, if you talk about Revenant have got 27 points, but still I don't think it will be enough to acquire the second position. RLN have got 17 from this match. More of these matches are really, really required by these teams, because the underdog teams haven't performed from the past 2 days. If you talk about the Air Esports, somehow managed to perform a bit better than in the last 2 games, and this one as well, they have secured 7 points. They haven't got eliminated before, like out of the top 8. They have to manage it out, and like they're entering consistent in the top 8, but right now they have to focus on top 5 and top 3. The number of times they reach the top 5 mark, the number of points they multiply for themselves to just qualify in the top 16. Team SouL, the downfall continues as we speak, but well, they have to come up with some new plans, because they're on the verge of getting eliminated from the semifinals, which is, well, you have got some time. You have got 1 or 2 days more, but
Yeah.
still, the thing is, you cannot just sit down and just do nothing. But, well, it's not true. Team SouL is definitely, the management staff or the coaches are definitely working behind for the reasons. But talking about the graph of this match, the finishes and the placement will be having the greater part for Team Revenant and RLN. Well, 12 placement points have been acquired. While you talk about 5 finishes have been registered by this team. Many of the teams have not got so much of finishes at the very game, but still they somehow managed to get some of the position points as well. But you're talking about Team SouL, I believe 3 finishes, not a single placement point will eventually let them in the down, like in the 17th spot. Indeed.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we talk about the fight between Team SouL, Team Global Esports, that 4v4 was really, really amazing. And if you talk about the finishes of Global Esports, that is going to be 4, and of Team SouL, that is going to be 3. If we compare both of the teams, they did a really great job. And both of the teams were like, giving a head-to-head amazing dominance. And I have to say, Team Global Esports and Team SouL, both of the teams were taking trades simultaneously, alternatively, but the party spoilers were Team Error Esports from behind. That's why both of the teams were eliminated, or else there would be no third party. I would like to say Team Global Esports would be surviving over there, but that was a really great one. But if you talk about the top fraggers out there of Triangle, that is going to be Top Dog, 7 finishes, Gunmaster having 4 finishes, Hulk, OG, that is going to be 3 finishes, Dreams having 3 finishes, and Manya was a player eliminated so early, but then also he's in the top fragger list.
Well, we have to just look it out. Like Dreams is also there with a great potential. He has also got a great game coming up. Mania as well. Like you've got some new faces coming on this part, and I believe that will be sufficient for any other teams to just come up. And you have to just prove it up. You have to come up and showcase your skills at this point. Globally Sports, they have got a great start in this tournament. They have to continue to doing this with doing this kind of strategies. But right now, this match was actually a disaster for Globally Sports. If we talk about the third party by Air Esports, Hulk. At that point, Mania clutched it out. I won't say the clutch, but the 1v1, which was really crucial, it was taken down by Mania. But talking about the overall standings, we have got Exo in the lead, Kevin in 106, and as I mentioned, that Kevin Esports have got a great lead from the #2 and #3 buffer. But definitely, eventually, Revenant have already got some good leads in their favor as well. Almost 9 points difference. It might be from Team Entity Gaming and the Global Esports, but still one or more matches will be required by Revenant Esports to hop up in the #2 if Kevin Esports and EXO won't get some points, which is not natural, but still it is possible because it is up, like at last it's going to be a BGMI game. So the glitches, the rotation clashes, the initial fights, it's just it's common, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kevin Esports, as I said, they will be on. They will be holding #2 spot, and they are on their spot right there, acquiring the additional only 3 point. And if we talk about the second chart, the second page of overall standings of match number 13, we'll be having on #9. That is going to be Celsius Esports acquiring 75 points. Team 7Cs same on 69. 7Cs were on I think so first page now, but they were scroll it out, and they are on the second page right now. Team Xpark on the same spot, that is going to be 11. Team TSM, TUDD, and these teams have to work on themselves, right? And if we talk about Team GodL, they're gonna drag on third chart really soon. They have to do something, and they need a solid comeback now.
Well, of course, they need to have a solid comeback here. By this match, they have entered in the top 16. Team SouL, I believe they are not in the top 16 after this match stats. They are down to the hashtag in the third list, but definitely one great match can change everything for at this point. We might just get to see GodL are in the top 16, but talking about the bottom chart, Orangutan, SouL, these two teams have got a downfall. Revenge Esports, Hyderabad Hydras, Error, RL, and Forever Scar. No changes as such, but Team Forever haven't played the ninth match of which they're going to play in the second one. So we have to be prepared. We have to be ready for those consequences. Well, I just think that Team Forever, Scar Sports, Orangutan, these 3 or 4 teams, they have to come up with a chicken dinner, because without that, you cannot cover actually the difference. Like it's almost 22-25 points. The buffer has already arrived in the top 16. So one chicken dinner is really crucial for these third chart teams.
Absolutely, they need something. They need a chicken dinner. Scary Sports, just they are so, and still, we'll be having this route there on 25 finishes. I think so. He have a slight boost of only 1 finish, but in Group C, we'll be having Punk as well. We'll be having Team EXO, Top Dog joining us in the top fraggle list dealt out there, and these are overall, like, top fraggers, and Nakodal is also joining. So all of the teams, all of the five teams are, all of the four teams are actually different. I'm waiting for the another team also join, and we'll be having top fraggers all from five different teams, and that will be so, like, amazing to watch. Let's see how it goes. And
Well, of course.
now, yeah, absolutely. And I'm actually waiting for Miramar match now.
Well, of course, and if you just talk about Myanmar, it has to be the map of bridges. And this time, if I'm not wrong, there is a possibility that Skyless Gaming might be hopping up in the second match, but it is going to be Group C. So, well, if we talk about if Skyless Gaming comes up, the Kings of Miramar, as we get to see, they have got some great matches in in those Miramar matches. But still, from the last past two matches, they haven't got a great performance in the Miramar match. So, well, we have to just look out whether Skyless Gaming can make it to that far or not. It all depends upon the situation, because in each and every match you cannot perform. In each and every match you cannot get a chicken dinner. So you have to work on the mistakes. You have to come up with some new strategies. You have to come up with some more things so that you won't miss out. You won't make the mistakes. We're talking about the phantom of the match. It's almost coming down. It's going to be a top dog
Oh.
from Team Revenant Esports. Total of 7 finishers have been registered. And the match contribution stays with 58%, total 19 finishes, and MVP rank. He's in the hashtag 3 spot. So that's a great jump. If you just talk about like Top Dog was not even nearer to the precise position of the top 5, but still he manages to come up in the third spot by a single match with a total of 7 finishes. Well, that determines that each and every match is counting so hard, and it's making so much difference. If you lose one, if you get eliminated in the very first bases in the match, you are already done for the day.
Absolutely, that was an astonishing performance from the side R&D, and Top Dog is the phantom of the match. Amazing performance and amazingly well done, Top Dog. Congratulations on being that. And rating was 95, and that's a really great rating, I have to say. I'm waiting for the Miramar now. We have discussed a lot of things about Miramar. That's a really that's the biggest map in the era and in the history. In the factors of BGMI. That's a really great thing, and let's see how it goes for the Miramar, because all the strategies, all the starts are different out there. And here we go. The predict and win giveaway out there is open, guys. Follow the steps right now. The steps are so easy. You have the option 1 and option 2, Wings Phantom 100 and Wings Phantom 105. We both have, Nicholas have his Phantom with him. I have mine. They are just so amazing. So please, guys, predict the winner. Follow the steps and be the winner, right? You have two options. You can select anyone you like, right?
Well, at the same point, you have to just follow up the pages like Upthrust Esports, Wings Lifestyle, India Rising on Instagram. You have to comment down the match winner with day number and group fixture before the match ends, of course, because if the match gets ended, you won't be able to take the part in that giveaway for that match particularly. But you can go on with us. There's a total of 6 matches, and each and every day you have got 6 chances to come up, and you have got multiple days. The giveaway will be continuing till the end of the grand finals. You can actually win it, but step 3 comes up as you have to share the post on your story and increase your chances of winning by tagging Upthrust Esports, Wings Lifestyle, and UE.India Rising, and you can be a part of this giveaway. Otherwise, if you have some more other different models of your likings that you want to take that model or that particularly of one item of wings, you can get it on the Flipkart, available completely. You can just go out there, you can order it out, and you can get your favorite model for yourself. But in the giveaway, you will just get 2 models, and you have to decide between one if you want to take one of those or not.
And the winning, like, if you are winning the giveaway and if you have the product in your hands, the happiness and the feeling of that the product is more increased. And absolutely, the latency and everything of Wings Phantom is amazing. So have a look over there and have a look on the Flipkart as well. And you can say the Wings Phantom website as well. You can buy any one of them. So waiting for the next match, that is going to be Miramar. Let's see how it goes, and I would like to see some Group C teams coming in action, because we have Team EXO, Team Xpark also, and Xpark full of OGs, and Xpark having a stronghold in Miramar as well. And if we talk about Team EXO, they are also having the stronghold in Miramar. And if we talk about Team EXO, right, if we brief the Team EXO, they are on hashtag 1 right now, having 136 points, I think. So that's a really great number. But right now, Team EXO have to do something, and they have to step and cross 150 points, because Team Community Esports are the runner-ups, and they are actually chasing them on the point tables and everywhere they're gonna chase.
Well, of course, with that, you also get to see Skylights Gaming coming in with great actions in that
Yeah.
particular matches. They are not in the backlash, but still they have to come up with some more strategies, I believe. And Team X Park, if you talk about, they're, as you mentioned, that they are having a good performance in the map of Miramar from the past 2 days, and they have to continue with that form, because if they want to climb up the stairs of the top 8, you have to come up and you have to be ready. But in the meanwhile, we just talk about the match 1 is already all set. We have got the all stats coming up, but before the match 2, we might just take a short break. We will be right back as soon as possible, because we all have to take some little bit of break, because that's very really important for more energetic casting. So we will be right back, guys. Mention, like, just stay tuned.
This arrived finally. You do keep talking about investing money on Instagram, and look at you.
What is up, guys? So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Wings Lifestyle Upthrust Esports India Rising Series 2022. Streaming partner Loco and associate partner Ticket Tape. My name is Nikros, and you get to see alongside me none other than Inferno, the most stylish caster I've ever seen right now.
What? I'll take it as a compliment now. All right, so this is it, guys, and we'll be having Miramar. There was some short break we have taken now, and get your snacks reloaded, get your popcorns, get your cold drinks. You guys are ready for the Miramar action, right? Because I love Miramar, Necros love Miramar, everyone loves Miramar, and absolutely,
Not
Miramar
everyone.
is too rich for. No, why not everyone?
Well, no, like some people are there, those who like Iranian more preference, like of Miramar, and personally Inferno. I like
Yeah.
Weekendy, not Miramar. You have my personal opinions.
All right, you're not a competitive guy. Just true that. So yeah, absolutely. This is it, guys. And right now we are not having Weekendy. Nikros is just so sad right now, but no problem. But we'll be having Miramar, one of my favorite map, and there are a lot of people in the chat section having Miramar their favorite map. Let's see how it goes. And I am actually waiting for the performance because team just going to blow up in this match, and because this map is called the map for comeback, and they will do the comeback because there are a lot of teams in third chart and second chart, they need comeback. And absolutely I would like to talk about team EXO because right now they are the kings of point tables, and they will they have to make their lead. They cannot lose their lead because one worse match, it can change everything.
Well, it will change everything. If you talk about the points table, each and every match, like it's counting so hard. You lose one match, you get exit in the very first, like in the very start of the game. You lose points, you lose the position in which you are holding. If you talk about Team Soul, they were playing so brilliantly. And the previous day, they faced too many clashes, but right now they are back on to the map of Miramar. Maybe it's not Group B, if I'm not wrong. Seoul was in Group B, so they won't be able to play this match. They will be coming with the second Miramar, but the way the match they will arrive, the things will get more heated up because I don't think LZ officials are really willing to back off. Neither Team Seoul is willing to back off. They will take the drop clashes in the map of Miramar, and eventually, if that continues, it will be really, really trouble for any other team to just stand out like that.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for the comebacks. Let's see which team we will be watching rising because this is India Rising Series 2022, presented you by Upthrust Esports. And let's see, and team will rise, right? They'll be having their upper hand in everything, and this is new map and this is the new hope for each and every team, and this is a fresh start, I would like to say, because only one match has been gone. We have somewhat 5 matches more for the teams, and for each and every group this is going to be a round robin format. So let's see, if we talk about the Miramar, the match has been started, and the semifinals group A versus C, that is going to be match number 14 of semifinals day 3. Let's see how it goes, and where will be the flight path starting for Tore Amoda and crossing Los Angeles, the biggest city of the map, and ending on the show.
Well, we have to see it out because this is completely an eastern side flight path. So the teams like Skylas Gaming won't be able to reach El Pozo on time, and it will be a little bit trouble for them, as you can get to see. Because at this point, if you just talk about the other teams, like you get to see Team Xbox taking the usual drop of the split they have over the areas of Minas General. You have GodL Esports coming in the areas of the LSR. You get Orangutan in the LSR areas as well. Entity Gaming will be going with the areas of Power Grid, maybe because 7Cs won't be playing, and this match Celsius is going in the Picado areas because they also know that Team Seoul is not in the lobby. Neither Team LZ officials is there, so they won't have any cluster clashes in the match of Picado. So if you talk about the decision making, I would say that Celsius, Study Sports, RLN are playing really, really precisely. They're coming with a great homework. They're utilizing these group strategies of round robin, and they're actually improvising them in a really, really perfect way. And the results will actually see it out. If Celsius is getting success in this kind of formations, I bet that they should continue with this. But the circle has already come to the southern side where EXO, Team Forever, Revenge Esports, Scar Esports, Kevin Esports, and other teams of the southern side will definitely benefit from it.
Yeah, look at the zone. Teams are actually happy. There are only few teams that they are out of the zone. I would like to talk about Team RLN. They are on Tore Omoda, and that's a really, really safest drop. I would like to say that's on the China wall. We used to call that China wall that separates the Miramar boundaries on the northern section, but it's out of context. But if you talk about Team HC, okay, Skylights. I'm waiting for the comeback, right? And they are going their drop. All 4 players in a vehicle out there, and I think so the drop is empty right now. That's why they are not picking any kind of vehicle, and they'll go with their drops and they will start looting. And Skylights can do this. I am actually getting that Sky vibes that they're gonna get the chicken dinner, and if it happens, they will be coming in top 5 teams. What do you think, Nikros? One chicken dinner for Team Skylights Gaming. We'll be watching Team Skylights Gaming in top 5 teams.
Of course, like SaaS Gaming is one of the most consistent teams in the entire lobby. If you talk about after Exo, Revenant, they've got some really good performance, and you should never underestimate Somraj, Kamla Boy, new player. And you might just know I've got some leaks, but I won't be telling that. But it's all fine. So look, new player is there, and you can get to see the 4 of the players are really pumped up with the performances at the main areas of Celsius. They will have the entire Pecado without any clusters. That's the most beneficial drop, I would say, in the entire map of Miramar. If you don't have any clusters, and talking about the overall standings, you've already got in the right of the screen. Exo leading from the hashtag 1 of the 136 points for themselves. Esports having the second spot with 116 total of points. Revenant with 96, Edity with 87, Global with 87, Enigma with 85, Scarlets with 82. And as we were talking about, one chicken dinner will, if you just take out one chicken dinner, it will be around 20-25 points. At least 25 points, I bet, from Skylights, because they won't go passive with 4 or 5 finishes of chicken dinner. So it's 20-25 points. If you just get it from that position, it marks up to 107. And if it comes down to 107, you might be in top 3, even also if Revenant or the other teams won't play better in this match.
Yeah, actually, we are saying that taking they have to take a chicken dinner, right? But taking that chicken dinner is not that easy amongst these top Indian teams. All the qualified teams are also in the top teams, right? Because they played really well. That's why they are here, and that's why they are actually feeling proud for themselves, and they are actually competing against the most tier 1 top teams in India right now. If you talk about Team Enigma, they were actually doing really well in day 1. Day 2, that was disappointing for them and for us as well, because that was a slight nerf for them. They were not able to do that consistency. But day 3, they need a chicken dinner. They need to come back, and they need to do something out of the box, and they need to apply some really great strategies. But Team Enigma is out there, and St. Martin. And if we talk about St. Martin, we'll be conducting Hasinda then Petron as well, and we know the drop on Hasinda then Petron. All the team godlike goes in Miramar and enjoying that Golden Mirado luxurious vehicle. But right now we can say that Team Godlike is nearby Team Enigma, so they have to be like so much careful, and they will be start rotating to their jobs. They will loot, they will go for the zone as well, and let's see how it goes for Team Enigma.
But you have to work on that. In the meanwhile, Exo, if you talk about Pradhan, Punk, Sensei, Immortal, the 4 of the players are there in those lost in these areas. They will have some chances. Like if you have and in that kind of places, if you just talk about Exo is there in the hashtag 1 position. Of course, they want to maintain this lead. This is going to be the first match of today's day 3 of the semifinals. But God like Clutch God getting Evo Italy down. I bet there is some relationship going on with Evo and Clutch God in each and every match. Like in the first match, he got Evo. This match again, he got Evo, but Scout on the other hand gets Destro knock and confirm, and it won't be a great start for Esports. Neither Team Enigma are they're in a very need of a great match, because the first match did not went in their favor. They got eliminated in a really brutal way, but in this match they also lost the first man Evo in a very early basis of this match. On the other hand, if you just talk about Esports, Destro, who was here to scout out the positions, has also been taken down. Team X Park will be cherishing this first finish point, but indeed the 16 teams of 62 players are still in the lobby, and the things are going on this scenarios. They might just face some more of rotations of Esports, but still the first pick of the game comes up by Clutch God itself.
Absolutely. And if we talk about the OGs, the legend players, and the legendary IGL. That is going to be Team X Movie out there and the Scout. I always see the team, and I always remember the time of PMGC, right, Necros? That was just so nostalgic time. We used to grow out there, and we used to see these teams. These were the dream teams we want to cast, and we are actually casting. So that's a really great thing, and these teams are just performing really well. And if we talk about Team Godlike as well, Johnny out there, they started rotating. And if we talk about Team TSM, is just so close. Team Enigma is also over there, Jonathan, and Team Godlike can be in a sandwich condition, so they have to be so much careful. Eggy has been spotted, and I think so he's behind that ridge. Yeah, he is behind that ridge, and he have that safest cover out there. Team Godlike, I would like to see what Team Godlike gonna do now.
Well, they have to come up with some great stuffs, because the previous match was going well itself. I would not admit it was not, but still Chemisports Delta PG gets Ultra On. Chemisports are back for the revenge. Well, if you talk about the X-Park has got one player down of Chemin, but they still wanted to get those things done. It might be a long range fight, but still, if you talk about Scout, the DMR specialist you have got on board, he's a sniper guy, he's the DMR guy. Whatever gun you get this guy, he can bring out the knockouts when it is necessary for his team. But the main thing, what we are confirming is that Team X-Park, can they manage to get a great comeback in today's game? Because Mavi, you have to come up with some great strikes, and I don't think I'm the really right guy to tell these things, but still, this guy is the most experienced, one of the most experienced IGL in the lobby you can get to say. But right now, if you talk about Team Godlike Inferno, they're just going on with the rotations. They want to get some more higher ground, but they have got some more business coming on the left-hand side. If I'm not wrong, it might be Team Revenant hopping in those corners.
Yeah, Team Revenant gonna give the company. Team Revenant are ready to give company to Team Godlike. Actually, Team Godlike is trying to rotate. All they are actually need to hibernate themselves. Oh, all right, they are actually Team TSM. Team TSM gonna hop and gonna give you a really great company. But if we talk about Avi, Enigma Avi has been spotted. Jonathan is trying to take first praise, but he is behind that ridge. But Johnny is going in the open scenario. No, that's going to be a knockout. I think so he's behind the cover. He is going in that mid. But you have to go and heal yourself. No, it's just smoke out there.
Shadow from the behind gets the shot taken down. Clutch God might just give some free cover fires, but I don't think it will be sufficient. Shadow is closing in enough, and Clutch God might be in serious danger. And IGL versus IGL, it has to come down to this part. The need might just give some good damage, and yes, it is. But Clutch God barely survives in a very low HP. He needs to get just out at this position. But Ninja Spray was so accurate. I don't think Clutch God will be able to survive it. He gets hit up by 1 or 2 bullets, and I don't think. I'm getting really some goosebumps at this position. Clutch God, can he make it up? Because Jonathan needs some really fast revivals. TSM won't just give up the chance of getting Godlike out of this position. They might be split up, but still, 3 from the left, 1 from the right. It's a deadly formation coming up. Another place closing on. Clutch God gets taken out by Shadow. NTT Gaming coming from the behind areas. Neo have to provide. Zeon have to provide some covers. Jonathan will got the revival, but still, indeed, the pressure for Team Godlike continues. They're in a really devastated position. It might be possible that Godlike can be the first team to get eliminated from this map of Miramar.
There are a lot of teams setting out this arena out there. We can see Team Godlike, Team NTD as well, and Team TSM from the backyard section. Team Godlike has been in the sandwich condition. They have to be ready for all the scenarios and all the situations they have to handle out there, because the IGL, the backbone of Team Godlike, has been knocked out. He's temporarily shut down out there, and I think so he's going to get finished out there from the side of Entity Dark Lord. And I think so Team Godlike is not doing really a great job. They have to do, and they have to initiate some of those exit plan, or else they're gonna get eliminated really soon. If you talk about Neo, that's a really great flank from the side of Neo, and he can grab some knockouts and get some finish offs on Team Entity, and that is going to be so fruitful for Team Godlike itself.
Well, Neo's position is, of course, a vital one. It is a very important position, but the main thing about this one is that he has not got any single cover. Shadow is just coming exactly behind him. Some sprays will be really necessary, but the trigger control, the trigger discipline continues. He's not willing to compromise his position, because he knows that if he gets spotted up, it's all over for Team Godlike, because Clutch God is already down and the TSM has already backed off the team. The plays which have to be done right now for Team Godlike has to be with Team Entity Gaming, but TSM are there in the corner. They're not completely back off. They haven't gone up yet, but still they are waiting for the fight to get engaged between Entity and Godlike. The space with Cunny, but Jonathan, the hacker, gets a headshot, and Entity Noob it's taken down. He's trying to finish off the things, and he will finish it off. Jonathan gets his first finish point with Shadow.
Oh
He gets
my
Shadow
God!
again. Jonathan, he is the guy who is not stopping in the business. He's getting multiple knockouts. He's getting whatever the things he wants, just like as smooth as our Wings Phantom with almost the lowest latency. And at the same point, you all talk about Inferno. This is so
Yeah.
smooth. This is so smooth. It's just going on. The
Actually.
sprays, he just showed it how simple it is to get those picks done. But at this point, you've got multiple knockouts. Dark Cloud's position, I don't know whether it's done or not. But Neo and Zigod have already got the rush in. Jonathan, the man again, bringing those cover fires from that end. The nades might just have to come around. But Zigod gets taken out by Crawler's Rage from another direction. But these nades are really, really crucial. Jonathan, can he make it up? Neo has to come up with a 1v2 situation. This one, it's a do or die. You have to come up. You have to get one knocked. Neo might just not get one, but no, it's not. Dark Cloud gets this things done. All right. And at that position, Jonathan remains the last solo survivor. Team GodL are really, really in a bad stage because two of them knock out. Jonathan getting spotted. The tap will arrive. Eventually, call the Rage. It might just not, but it's Dark Lord or Shadow will be confirming Jonathan. And with that, GodL becomes the first team to get eliminated with 2 finishes.
Orangutan right now, they are actually rotating, but I like to admit what an amazing try from the side of Johnny. That was amazing spray. So, the sprays were so smooth. And if we talk about the fight and if we talk about the zone as well, so the Lost Runners whole city is into the zone, and I would like to say this zone can finish on Lost in the City, and if it does, that is going to be something amazing we're gonna witness right now. But Team RNT right now, Paradox is just in a prone down condition. He was trying to choke on and trying to do some rotation clashes, but that was not going to happen. But out there, if you talk about Exo Pradhan going with that grenade on the Team Celsius, and I think so Apollo will be the person, and he gonna get knocked out. But no, that was not that much accurate. RNT Top Dog is knocked out from the side of OG Ash. That was something amazing. That was something initial pick from the side of Team OG, but Encore, what he's trying to do, he's taking that vehicle in the open scenario. No, Team OG is actually coming from all the 4 directions, and Encore is in the open condition.
Well, the same point we just talk about the tap shots is coming from Revenant as well. Trigger has been spotted, Top Dog has been finished off. The real top fragger from Dream Revenant was performing so well. And the previous match got one of the players taken down. Well, things it's really tough if you just talk about it at this point, but still the things are some different. But Encore is also getting spotted up. He will be confirmed by Ash from a different directions. Revenant are now down to 2-man. The chum they were climbing up is all coming down to a very end, but this has to come up with some great decisions because Team X Park, you can get them on board. They're in some different direction, but they will have to face one of the players. If I'm not wrong, it might be one of the players of Team Revenant exactly in front of them, and Team X Park, if they can manage to get that one down, it will be really, really crucial for them as well.
Yeah, let's see. Team X420 OP on our screens right now. Spotted out Sensei taking some sprays out, but no, Sensei is in the crowd of prone condition, and he's behind that rock, so he'll be having that slight advantage, all right? Because if you are in the prone condition, you'll be having one of the most smoothest experience of your sprays, like Wings Phantom having the smoothest latency out there. So guys, please grab your Wings Phantom right now, and they are available on Flipkart as well. But coming back to the game, we will be talking about 420 OP, no more moments. But Team EXO, they are actually enjoying the advantage of higher wages, but RNT and Team OG, they are actually playing some knockshot gameplays. AKOP going with a really great knockout on Austin Borax. That was something amazing, but AKOP, he have to go for the zonal scenario because 4 zone and out of blue zone, the damage per second is actually so much increase, and you can see the example right there. Whole Team OG is up below 50 HP.
Well, it's really tough. Even if you talk about revenge, player 1's position has already been compromised. So this is the best thing if you can talk about at this point. The Team X Park will have to clear out the danger, which is going to be player 1. Scout is already out of this game, so needs utilities will be one thing for them. But Entity Shadow gets TSM Ninja jot down. That Team Entity Gaming are playing really, really well at this point. But at the same point, we also get to see that with the circle, like if you talk about at this map point, you get to see some more of the teams having the central part, which is going to be Esports in the in the circular part. The EXO will be there, holding on to the grounding places, but still the game is not just getting over. It is just going on a rampage thing. So you have to just work it out. You have to just come up with some more and more strategies at this point. So, well, we have to look out how the matches goes. But in the meanwhile, the fights are being taken. Team Xbox 420 gets one of the knocks of Exo Sensei probably, but 420 have to heal up at a very, very fast basis.
And from the behind, from the back ends, that was a really great trade, I would like to say. A knockout and a full finisher from the side of Exo Hacker. That is going to be Punk as usual. If I would like to say, Team Exo were trying to play some split gameplay, but that didn't go in the favor for Team Exo right now, because Sensei, the IGL has been down right now, and they have to be like so much careful. If they need to apply any kind of strategy, they don't have any kind of backup, I would like to say, in the name of Sensei. But okay, Gunmaster getting some knockouts on the side of OG. OP has been down, and he's been also full finished off. Murray is going slightly towards the Team Exo, and there's a rotation from the side of Team TSM. Duo and Survival are over there. Okay, they are coming. What he's trying to do, the whole buggy has been actually split it out. Top dog has been down. That was amazing knocked out. Oh my god, he's going for the 1v2.
Murray, what?
You are on fire. The legendary IGL is back right now, and he is on fire.
Well, Murray, it was something unexpected, but still he managed to come up with that 1v2. TSM gets eliminated at this point with those only one finish point, I believe. But Revenant also gets eliminated with 0 finishes. And right now, if you talk about Team X-Park, they are climbing up the ladder, but 2 of the players have been taken down, 420 and Scout. These two casualties will be a great one, but right now if we talk about Orangutan, and they have lost the AKOP at this point, smokes will be getting created, the circle is getting some shifts out there, but in the meanwhile Rigger is dealing some good damages. TSM also got eliminated at this point. Multiple eliminations are happening, and with that, Believe, Rigger, Rash, they are the 3 survivors. RLN, the players are advancing, they will be trying to get those picks, but Skylight's Gaming exactly in front of Team Forever. Diljit have got a neat pre-nate coming up, but it might be a bit damages for Gamla Boy indeed, but in the meanwhile, Skylight's Gaming Nuclear have been spotted. He will be taken down. Max gets taken down. Somraj will be the last player surviving from Team Skylight's Gaming. If I'm not wrong, the retaliations will be coming from Diljit, but is it possible? Because Max Kash has been confirmed right now. Team Forever have to come up with some great strategies with Diljit's Destiny. Might just create some good damage, but no, it's not. It just went up a bit far, but right now, Somraj is the man they need to worry about. With that, the Team Forever wipes out Skylight's Gaming at the position of #12. Revenge Esports in the meanwhile also got eliminated with 1 finish indeed, but the match gets continued with 33 players alive.
Absolute amazing gameplay teams are showcasing us, and the only team that is going to be Team TUD, favoring the zone and enjoying the zonal compounds. And from the backyard, Team TF is also coming in the zonal scenario. Team Entity Dark Lord is the only Solomon survival out there for his team, and he's the only key, and he's the only success for the chicken dinner, right? And he have to do something out there. If we talk about Gunmaster, he spotted out Team CES. He was trying to take some space. He was not spotted, and the location is not compromised. That's a really great thing for a Gunmaster. He can grab some knockouts on comeback as well, but look at the trigger patience he's showcasing us.
Well, definitely, the trigger control is really, really fabulous. But at the same point, he's the one player for Team RLN who is inside the circular places. But Kemini Sports will be coming exactly, and with meanwhile some sprays are needed. And sprays are needed. Kemini Sports have already advanced, and RLN Gunmaster's position have been compromised. Rushcott gets Diljit and also waste in a single spray. But at the same point, Kemini Sports will be definitely trying to get RLN getting it done for the business. Criminal gets taken down. Gunmaster is available here. The need will get inside the circle shack and will definitely get Gunmaster down again. Team Celsius gets one of the players of Scar Esports down there, and right now Team RLN are in the back foot. Scarlet's Gaming also gets eliminated, and the same point Entity Gaming with 1 player surviving are still there with a total of 4 finishes they have registered. But the same meanwhile, we get to say Kemini Esports confirming all the finishes they have taken up right now.
Team Community Esports, Delta PG, he's just so calm and composed in that smoke area, but smoke is going to fade really soon, so he have to do some pre-smokes for himself. He have to make some visual implement cover. That is going to be the artificial cover in the open scenario, but there are a lot of he can hide himself. But if we talk about Punk and Pradhan, the duo destructive man, they are actually playing out there. Enigma is just in front of them. Let's see, that is going to be a 1v3 witness real soon, and Rex has been spotted. Whole team Enigma has been spotted, and look at the trigger patience and look at the trigger control control. Right now, Punk is showing us Team X, so you have to do something because you have to step up in the point tables as well. Anybody has been spotted. Egg has been down. That's a really great one. Rex out there in the shack and the compound. He's just hibernating himself. The Rex has been down. That was something initial pick out. And right now, Team Enigma is shattering right now. Slowly and steadily, Team Exo can hop up.
Well, there is a bit of possibility Team Exo's last player, that is going to be Punk, might just be some troublesome position for them, but still, I don't think he will be able to survive for too long. I believe with that, Kevin Esports are also hopping up with the fight between Orangutan, and with the nade, Punk also gets his own finish point, and with that, Exo gets eliminated from this game. Delta PC has been picked up, another one comeback is there, but with the meanwhile, the cover fires also arrive with the same, with the right time, and Orangutan wipes out Kevin Esports out of this game. Kevin Esports declination continues because they have got eliminated in the 5th spot, if I do believe, but still they have anyhow managed to get more or less or around 6 position points and some more finish points in their favor. But meanwhile, Team Celsius again in this map of Miramar comes down to the top 4 sectors. Study Sports have got the most of the chances of winning this game, but is it possible by them? Because Kawi Sports Rush God is in the backyards. Apollo might have been taken down. Yes, it is. The Rush God is there in the backlands. Apollo will be getting confirmed. I believe he won't have the chances, but instant smooths just arrives from Dreams. But I don't think Apollo, can you make it that far? The question stays alive in that far, but no, it's not. Apollo gets confirmed out that Sedges, and now Doubt 2, man. They were not actually aware, if I'm wrong, if I'm right actually, because Rush God exactly was waiting and patiently, and Rush God will be confirmed by Team Celsius, and total of 4 finishes have been registered. The top 3 teams are exactly on board: Turdy Sports, Celsius, and Orangutan Gaming. It can be anybody's game, but the chances of winning of Celsius are really, really low because the man advantage is much more greater for Turdy Sports and Orangutan.
Absolutely, Team TUD are the only team into the zonal scenario, but they are on the edge, and I think so. We'll be having our top 3 teams, having a 3v3 scenario. Let's see how it goes. Team 30 Esports, alright, they're actually 4-man standing, my bad. MJ's been spotted, he's in the smoke, and he's behind that rock cover right now. He's just doing really a great job, but from the behind, we can see Team OG is coming out there. I would like to say that the win prediction from my side, Team Orangutan can win, but let's see, anything can happen. But right now, Team Celsius, they are doing a sneaky peeky plays because they have the chance. Both of the teams are doing the fight, and right now they have that chance to go in the zonal scenario, but right now I think so teams are not going to allow them, and any permission will not grant out there. But the broken T-Rex out there doing some grenades and doing some smoke grenades out there for making that visual improvement cover in the vicinity. Team OG is still surviving, and the other team, that is going to be Team Celsius, are also surviving, so they have to be careful of Celsius. But out there, look at the amazing grenade coming up. Amazing pick out.
Well, with that, Orangutan have already got 10 finishes on board. I do believe that Broken has been spotted. The Study Sports, the chances of winning is just increasing for Orangutan as well as Study Sports because of the man advantage. Celsius is now down to 1 player, that is going to be Dreams. And in the meanwhile, guys, we have already completed 341k subscribers on our YouTube channel. Thank you for the love and support you have done so far. And always, again, we also have some gifts for you. That the giveaway is already going on for the Wings Phantom, and you can go participate. If you want some other models rather than the giveaway ones, you can order it on Flipkart. That is available, and hashtag it's game time right now. But in the meanwhile, if we just talk about the top 3 teams in the business, Celsius can be the sneaky climbers because the circle is exactly in the favor of Team Celsius. The Dreams, he can make it up, but he have to be patient. He have to cover it out all by himself. While Orangutan, they have to enter the circle and face Study Sports at the very first spaces. After that, they can come down to Team Celsius.
Absolutely, Orangutan we believe in the supremacy of Team OG as well right now, but Team 30 Esports having a slight advantage. Numbers equation are with Team 30 Esports spotted out 1 player, and I think so he'll be getting that knocked out. But look at the grenade, he is just on the face of Believe, but he lost that one. The grenade was not that on so point. But if you talk about Believe right now, I think so that is going to be a 1v 2v3 scenario. I'm waiting. Team 30 Esports, they are just so calm and composed right now. They are under pressure, they are under control, and doing so very well. But they need some initial pick on the opponent team. Still, they have been in a sandwich condition because Celsius Dream is not doing anything right there. He's just having rest out there. He's just waiting for the third party. And if Celsius Dream is able to take that chicken dinner, that is going to be history in the for Celsius.
Well, if you talk about Dreams, is a very smarty guy. I would love to say that because he's got a good presence of mind. At this point, if you just talk about if you get to see those chances, it's better you wait because Dreams is quite aware it is not possible for a solo player to clutch out an entire team, and that too in a last circle when the four of them are rushing exactly in front of you. It's going to be a tough call. It has to be a different decision making, but the betterment for him is just to wait for these two teams to engage among themselves and then go for those finishes. But meanwhile, Dreams gets heated, headed up by the play zone. I don't know whether he will be able to survive or not because I don't think he's exactly inside the
Oh.
circle. A few more meters will be enough for Dreams to get all the things done and dusted. But with that, Celsius finishes up in the third spot. I don't think he had any covers in front of them, so it was a better decision just to stay back and give the kill point to the play zone. But in the meanwhile, Orangutan believe might just get some more of the more knockouts, but no, he gets taken down. And right now, Third Esports, the winning prediction actually comes up almost arrived at the right spot. It might just get triggered down that, but Trigger gets one number eventually. Third Esports secures their second winner chicken dinner in the semifinals of Upthrust Esports India Rising Series 2022, and the most, I would say, the best team in the business as an underdog team. I would say this team is actually going on with everything they have got in the semifinals to qualify for the grand finals.
They are a deadly players. All the players are deadly from Team 30 Esports. Amazingly done. Amazing, astonishing performance from the side of 30 Esports. And I'm waiting for the second match. But if we talk about Miramar, this was light aggressive gameplay. Every team was playing the aggressive stance gameplay. We have seen again in the second match, and that's a really great thing, right? Now every team is changing the stance, and every team is changing the strategies of the game style. I would like to say the presentation of the game has been changed right now, and that's something amazing. Teams are trying something new, and semifinals day 3, I would like to name it the aggressive gameplay today. The aggressive day, I would like to say.
Well, of course, the aggressive day it is eventually you might just get to see, but at the same point, if we just talk about that, well, there are some things that I would really want to say that 30 Sports, they are somewhat of a team. Those who are not taking any drop clashes with any other teams, first of all.
Yeah.
Second of all, if we just talk about you have got no rotation clashes they are actually facing at this point, but now the main thing is that they're getting the chicken dinners as well at this point. So everything is going on point and on the way that 30 Sports wants it to be. We're talking about the stats. If we just get to see that position points, finish points, they've got only 5 finishes, and that is something that the underdog teams have to worry about. They are not getting finishes. They are playing very safely. They are waiting for each and every situation. But if you talk about Kyol Mao, gets 4 finishes, one for Broken, one for Alien UI, and C9 UI 0-0 finishes they have taken these two players. By the other two, they have got total of 5 finishes, and that will eventually sum up to the hashtag one position. The circle actually favored Terry Sports, and eventually did they actually did what was actually necessary while getting the circle.
I would like to say this was the lucky chicken dinner, but because everything was in the favor, and everything was in the favor of Team 30 Sports. That was really great. They have the chicken dinner. They have two chicken dinners in the point tables right now. They are just so calm and composed, and they are under pressure right now because this chicken dinner will boost Team 30 Sports. All the players are on fire right now, and all the players will be having a really great confidence in the second and upcoming matches. I think so. They have to step up more and more and more because they have the chicken dinner, but they don't have enough points. They don't have enough finishes, I would like to say, because they have to go with some aggressive gameplay as well. They have to change their stance. They have to change their pace of the game. Now they have to step up, and now they have to rise because passive gameplay, nah. Aggressive gameplay, yeah, because you need some aggressive gameplay, and because you have to show the dominance, and you have to show your sovereignty to each and every team if you want to make your fear in that lobby.
Well, of course, in that same meanwhile, we also get to see the points. Things are also coming on board at the same point. We all talk about that. The underdogs needs to step up at this one, at this stage. This is the day number 3. It is. If you cannot step up after this day, you are already doomed. And the semifinals will be the stage where you are getting eliminated out of this India Rising series. The opportunities won't arrive like this. If you can make it to the grand finals, you will get to see you can actually make this a huge achievement for yourself, because like the third party tournaments are having good amount of prize pools in which you have to perform well. There are some things that I would love to say in front of that. The underdog teams, definitely there are numerous, like a huge amount of teams, but among them you have to come, if you have to come on the top, you have to utilize each and every tournament as do or die. If you cannot make it that, you cannot rise eventually, because each and every tournament actually makes you up on the top. And the way you're taking those chicken dinners, the way you're performing, it's really fabulous study sports. And I believe you can qualify to the grand finals with a decent amount of position, and you can play a great game in the grand finals as well. But talking about the match wise standings, Inferno, we get to say Orangutan might have finished in the third spot, but like second spot, but still they will be on the
Yeah.
hashtag one spot without even getting the chicken dinner.
Chicken dinner does not matter. You need some aggressive gameplay, and OG still they are above Team TUD Esports. They are surpassing Team TUD Esports, and Orangutan will be so happy in this match because they're not technically taking a chicken dinner, but technically they are actually taking a chicken dinner, right? But yeah, amazing performance, and I think so. Now they have to step up. Look at the finishes from the side of Orangutan Gaming. This is the performance they have to give. This is the level of domination we actually need from every team out there. If we talk about hashtag 3, that is going to be Celsius Esports, acquiring 14 points in overall and 4 finishes. That's a really great number. I would like to say Scar Esports, they are also stepping up, and they are also rising. They are also having an upper hand in this match because they are acquiring 12 freaking points. That's a really great number. Kemini Esports out there achieving the same. Enigma out there having 9, and the team I would like to highlight, that is going to be Team EXO, because they are the table toppers. They're acquiring 134 points. Now they're having only 139 points. I was saying there's going to be Group C, right? And Team EXO have to pass 150 points, but that is not able to. They are not able to do that, and they are not able to achieve that goal. But they're getting ready. They are actually getting ready. They are actually getting ready with their new mindset in new matches, because they have to pass that 150 point margin, right? And if we talk about Miramar top fraggers, that is going to be KO Lamau with having 4 finishes, Rush God having 4 finishes, Delta out there. This man is on fire. Team Kemini Esports, Delta and Destro, they are absolutely on fire. Come back out there from Team Kemini Esports, acquiring 3 finishes, match finish contribution, that is going to be 38. Believe out there, that is going to be 3 finishes, and finish contribution, that is going to be 30. But look from TUD Esports, KO Lamau having 4 finishes, and look at the contribution, Nicholas, that is going to be 80. That's a really, really big number.
Well, of course, and the same point, if we just talk about the other players and the overall standings and the overall top fraggers will be also coming shortly, and in that chart we might just see some more changes. It is possible that time, but well, we have to wait, and well, at the same point, we all might just get to see that the match number 14 just stays alive, and with that, the second match of the day just finishes off. The Miramar is done. The third match is arriving with Group B and C respectively, where the Erangel will be played again. So we have to be ready for the next maps as well, because things will eventually turn up more and more complicated, and the competition will definitely increase more and more as we speak at this point. Well, from the next match, you might just get to see some new faces, as Raider will be joining the caster desk from the next match, Inferno, and I believe that that will be a one great thing to watch out for, because well, we also need some break, but still, our beloved caster desk Inferno and Raider are just putting on all the efforts. But right now, if we talk about the overall standings,
Yeah.
Exo, Kevin Esports, Revenant are all back on the track. 141 points secured by Exo. As you are good in maths, Inferno, you have already calculated before it, but Kevin Esports total 128 in the hashtag 2, and hashtag 3 will be for Revenant Esports.
Absolutely. And these are the overall standings. We'll be having the second chart really soon. And I'm waiting for the comeback as well. Look at Global Esports. They are on 87 right now. And they have to step up. They have to step up. They are in next match, we'll be having Global Esports as well. If we talk about Team Celsius, Entity out there, Enigma. And there are no changes. Only Team Entity and Team Global Esports changes their spot, sharing their spot. And I think so now this is time to show this is time to do GE fighting right now. Now, Team GE have to step up. Let's see, they can do it, and every team is doing really a great job. And the level of competition we are actually witnessing, that's just so amazing.
Well, I believe you don't have to push like you don't have to try hard in the semifinals. You just have to manage it out in the top 16 at any point. If you
Yeah,
want
yeah.
to qualify, the main competition will actually start from the grand finals. You just need to qualify. You just like that's the thing. Out of 24, you have to come in the top 16 because the bottom 8 teams will be getting eradicated from the semifinal stage. But early sports climbing up the ladder with hashtag 9. They have climbed over 2 chicken dinners and 81 total points. They have secured a teammate bid, and now down to hashtag 10. Just can you remember it, Inferno? This team I was actually holding the hashtag 5 or 3 spot in the day 1 and day 2,
Yeah.
and now they're down to hashtag 10. So that's a drastic difference. Same goes for 7Cs as well. They're down to hashtag 11. Those were hashtag 5 or 6. But Orangutan, a good climb in hashtag 12. We can get to see by 68 total points. Team X Park. The downfall continues with total of 67. TSM have got a downfall till the hashtag 14th position. Orange Rockies there, LZ are back in the top 16, and with that, Godlike and Team SouL, two of the teams are out of the safe area. We might just get to see the third. They are in the third chart, and which there are more and more dangerous teams. You have to get a good map. You have to get multiple good maps. Otherwise, it's really tough.
Absolutely, and we were talking about the top 16 teams. We are having our top 16 teams. I'll be having a look on a third chart as well, starting from hashtag 17, because they have to step up, right? And we have one of the most amazing teams from Indian gaming community that is going to be Team Godlike and Team SouL. What they are actually doing here, they have to step up and they have to be on the hashtag 16, or else we can say in the top 16 at anyhow at any cost, because the time is running out like sand from your hand. You have to step up, right? You have to rise at any cost, and one good match for both of the teams, you will step up. And we all know that these both of the teams are so aggressive teams. Look at the finishes of Team Godlike Esports. They are actually having 28 finishes. That's not a bad number. And if we talk about the total finishes of Hyderabad Hydras as well, that is going to be 24. That's not a really bad number. But now you guys have to do something out of the box. You have to do something, and you have to make some changes in your playstyle, and you don't have to repeat the mistakes you are actually repeating from last 14 matches. You have to do a better analysis, I would like to say. But right now, we'll be having a look on the overall top fraggers from March 14 till March 14. That is going to be Destro. And still, from the last 3 matches, we are actually watching that Destro is doing the top frag. And he is one of the most best top fraggers in India series right now, having 25 finishes. That is going to be really great. And finish contribution, if we talk about, that is going to be 37 percentage. Punk out there having 25, the same number. Delta out there from Team Community Esports. We have 2 players in the top fragger list from Team Community Esports. If we talk about top dog, that is going to be from Team RNT, acquiring 19 finishes and 42 percentage. That's a really great number. And Nakul from Team Global Esports, acquiring 17 finishes. That's a really great number.
Well, definitely, that's a really great number. But I'm really pumped up to see Punk versus Destro inside the match, not like outside. They're taking the finishes, but I really want to see the 1v1 with Punk and Destro. That will determine who is the best fragger. Well, I'm just increasing the competition a bit more because I want some more and more action, and so I need some more entertainment in my life. So, well, we have to just come up at this stage, and if Destro and Punk comes up like a 1v1, it will be more delightful to see which guy will come on the top.
Absolutely, you need masala, right? So that is something amazing, guys. Let's see what goes, and we'll be acquiring the next match as well. That is going to be match number 3, and really soon we'll be having Raider on our desk, and I'll miss Negros. He's my best guy, bro. Okay, so these were the overall top fraggle list, guys, and we'll be switching out to the more and more graphical and everything, like every strats. We'll be having a real look. You saw the overall standings. Team Exo still they are doing really a great job. But next match will be a new story. Next match will be a new strategic game. Let's see how it goes. Okay, so still we are waiting for the new match, guys, and I hope you all guys are loving the live stream. If you guys haven't liked and subscribed the channel, so guys, please go and hit the like and subscribe. We are so close for the 1K. Please go and hit that like and subscribe, guys.
Fights are
And we
absolutely
are so
lovely at
close
this
for the
point.
1K.
Yeah, the fights are absolutely
So
lovely at this point. I guess the carnage is going to begin anytime soon. Let's see how the fights are going to rise. My name is Raider. I'm going to cast, and then let's say with Inferno, we are going to enjoy the whole fight situation coming up for you guys. I believe the fights are going to be impressive. Let's see which team is going to actually acquire the most number of finishes, because now it's all about the finishes and it's all about the carnage.
absolutely, it's all about the carnage and it's all about the rampage and everything gonna convert really soon. Like Irangle, everywhere we're gonna see the fights, and you saw the two last matches, right, Raider? The
Mhm.
teams are playing actually in an aggressive stance, and the strategy has been changed, and the
Indeed.
analysis actually team did. That is just so amazing. Everything has been changed. And I think so. Team will be having a really, really great comeback. And I'm waiting for the comeback for Team SouL. And all the teams are actually on the third chart right now. On the 17, I would like to say from 17 to 24, because they have to step up and they have to rise, because top 16 teams, only top 16 teams have the chance to qualify in the grand finales, or else they'll be eliminated. But we'll be having a real fast look on the Phantom. That is going to be killed
Oh,
about. What an amazing performance from the side of TUD Esports. Rating that is going to be 77. But I would like to say, and I would like to admit one thing, they were the champions of match 2 Miramar, but technically they were not, because Orangutan, they were
yeah,
upper then. Like, yeah. Like
indeed.
in the match wise standings, we saw that Orangutan were having the two leads, and that was just so shocking for me as well.
I mean, yeah, TUD Sports did a great job. QLMO did a great job of getting 4 finishes. He is the, let's say, phantom of the match. He got match contribution of 80%. Total finishes for him is 12. MVP ranking, if I talk about that, it's hashtag 16. But then what happened if I talk about teams like Orangutan Esports? They were one of the most aggressive team in the lobby. Apart from not getting the winner chicken dinner, they were able to get some good number of frags into their perspective. And that is the reason,
Yeah.
I guess, that is the reason they were able to climb onto the leaderboard. And I guess getting the balance between finishes and position is going to be the key to success at this point, as well as the consistency. Consistency is something I guess the teams are thriving for at this point, and let's see which team is going to be the most consistent one, because at this point I would like to say Exo and Kamin are the one which are maintaining their consistency. Apart from them, I guess teams like 8-bit and some other teams are also trying to climb some more and more ladders and get some good points into their perspective. Yes, teams like Skylar's Gaming, 7C, they are also trying to do some wonders at this point. Xpark is also trying their level best. But then if I talk about teams like GodL Esports, Scar Esports, or should I say SouL, I don't think they are doing a great job at this point, but these are the teams which have been known to make a comeback in the last few days, because their analysts, their coaches are actually grinding their ass off right now for the, let's say, new strategies, or let's say what the players are doing wrong at this point will be actually, let's say, deciphered really very soon. And we have seen players like Jonathan and Akshat coming back once again in the in the, let's say, table of top fraggers. So I believe they are going to bounce back really very soon. It's the third day. I guess it's a high time to, let's say, bounce back.
Absolutely, they have to bounce back, and I would like to say rise will be the amazing word I would like to use here, because this is India Rising Series 2022, right? And I'm waiting for the rise of the teams, because this is semifinals, and you don't have enough time, because time is going like sand from your hand, and it is actually going. It is actually going, because the matches are actually continuing. Like, the matches will not stop for you, the time will not stop for you, and you have the limited number of matches to do the comeback. You have to do something at any cost. Like, you don't have a lot number of matches right now. You have to
Indeed.
do something. You have to step up at any cost. I'm talking about all the teams from hashtag 17 to 24. Now it's all about to you guys. You have to do something out of the works that is not predictable. Some amazing job, some amazing analysis,
Indeed.
some amazing strategies that we didn't predict it, even though other teams predicted, because the step you are actually taking is all analyzed by the opponent teams.
Oh, indeed. Every team is learning each and every strategy that you are trying to implement, and I guess that is why the teams are having an upper hand on you. But the teams are trying their level best. I've actually noted each and every team that they are trying to imply new and new strategies, but still they are failing, because the other team, which is in front of you, the enemy is actually evolving at the same pace, or let's say a pace higher than
Yeah.
you. So I guess that is why the teams are actually getting affected a lot. But still, teams like GodL Esports and SouL are more than capable to, let's say, bounce back once again. Teams like Xpark, the big dogs, are also suffering a lot at this point. Synergy is not a question, because these old dogs are
actually playing for a longer period of time, let's say compared from teams like SouL Esports, but still they are suffering a lot. Let's see what is going to happen to Team Xpark at this point. Let's see how they're going to plan it out. But if I talk about the synergy between Team EXO, it's absolutely brilliant. Synergy is giving, let's say Sensei is giving the call, since snax is actually falling onto it. Panko is actually trying to provide some good needs. PS is trying to put a great number of support onto the fight right now. So I guess that is why teams like EXO and Kemin Esports are on the top and maintaining a huge buffer of, let's say, 20 to 30 points for the team coming from, let's say, hashtag 3 to 4th position. And that's a great strategy to work out from. But let's see how the fights are going to pan out, because this is a massive tournament in which we are going to see some new faces rising out. And talking about the new faces, Study Esports, one of those teams which have qualified from the bottom of the list, but now look at that, what they are trying to do. I guess they've got two winner chicken dinners, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. They took the two winner chicken dinners in whole semifinals day 3,
Yeah,
but still, now they need to, they need to step up more and more, because two chicken dinners are always good. But I would like to say, what about the finishes and what about the aggressive gameplay we were talking
indeed.
about in this series, right? Because we need finishes. We all know that you'll do the passive gameplay and you'll get the chicken dinner. This was the meta in, I would like to say, when the in the PUBG Mobile time, I would like to say, when we have different type
Okay.
of point table system, when we have 25 points of a chicken dinner, 20 points of the chicken dinner. So
Yeah.
that was something different, right? You can do the passive gameplay and you can get easily qualified. But now, when the point tables has been changed, whole meta, whole era, and there's the new generation of team has been arised, right? And after the new point tables, every team is going for the aggressive stance, aggressive pace, and every team needs finishes. You cannot do that passive gameplay. I am waiting from all the underdogs team, all the rising teams, that they should go with the aggressive pace, and I think that will work for them, because I've seen Scar Esports, I've seen TUD Esports, I've seen Error Esports, a really great name I would like to join here, because Error Esports tried that aggressive stance in a random match, and that actually turned out really well for Team Error Esports. If I talk about TUD Esports, they were doing a passive gameplay. It turned really, really well in the name of chicken dinner, but technically you were not the winners of that match, because Orangutan out there rising at any cost, because they were having the lead of 2 points.
Indeed, the lead of 2 points were massive at this point, because eventually these leads can actually turn out really very ugly in terms of the leaderboard. Yeah, they are trying their level best. Team Orangutan is also bouncing back once again, because in day number 2 or day number 1, let's talk about Team Orangutan. They were at the bottom of the list. They were one of those teams which are lurking in the shadows. But now look at the comeback they are trying to thrive from. 15 to 16 hours of gap is there between day number 1, day number 2, day number 3. Of course, these teams are trying to utilize those gaps and eventually come up with a new strategy, come up with a new aggression. They are flanking it out. They are trying to make some new ways from which they could just get that victory into their perspective, and that's absolutely sweet. And I believe that these teams are trying to bounce back really, very well, and they're getting some good close calls. But now this is semi-finale Group B and C going to fight it out. This is going to be match number 3 of day number 3. Team SouL 7C Esports, OR Esports, 8-bit Hyderabad Hydras, Global Esports, LZ Official from Group B are actually going to enter. But before that, let's go pilot the map. There is going to be the flight path which is going to start from the Lipovka end, or should I say northeastern corner, and dunking it down into the southwestern corner. It's going to be an amazing one. What do you think about this flight path, Infermo?
I would like to say that's a really great, and all the IGLs are happy with it, because the map is even divided into, two sections. That is going to be
Mhm,
50-50% part. The map has been divided really well, and all the
mhm.
IGLs are happy. And I would like to say, every team can feather equally to their drops. If team want to go on the George Pool containers, they can feather. There will be no issues. If team want to go on military base, they'll be doing it really well. Seven Seas, that is, we have seen, the past wrangle matches. If I talk about, so Seven Seas have to feather a lot. If we talk about teammate, but they have to feather a lot to their drops. But right now, the flight path is really well, and I'm waiting for some early skirmish, early fights, and intense fight. Let's see, we'll be having a look on them as well. But I think so.
Okay.
Team of Forever, there's no fight. You can see the Milta and you can see the farm section. There will be a lot of rotation clashes. Team Forever, Max Cash out there. Oh my god, he's just so close for Team Orangutan. Maybe there will be a earlier skirmish, but Max Cash fall out to the pancake compounds and he started the loot.
Indeed, they are looting at this point, but eventually, I guess, Inferno, you are contradicting with your same statement that you were actually waiting for the last zone skirmishes. Now you are actually wanting for the first zone skirmishes. I guess that's
Yeah.
amazing. That's the evolution you have got as a caster. It's going to be amazing. Now let's see how the fights are going to pan out, because if I talk about
Yeah.
teams like SouL, they are absolutely going for the same drop locations. But eventually, these kind of open-ended drops can turn in really very ugly for you, because if a team of, let's say, three-member, or let's say a full squad is there for the same compound, and you are also going for the same compound, teams like SouL actually chooses the single compound, single isolated compounds, they could easily go down. I guess a 1v4 fight in this kind of, let's say, straight away first zone, it can be really very ugly for you. But then they are actually rooting it up, and I guess teams know that how to maintain their distances in the first few zones, and that is why Team SouL is looking sharp in the lobby. Other than that, if we talk about Skylets Gaming, two guys, that's Gamla Boy and Somraj the IGL, are trying to focus onto the vehicle so that eventually our rotation could be easily accessible. And if we talk about Pokar and the other guy that's going to be new player, are completely trying to loot the church areas, and eventually, if I talk about the southwestern corner of Pochinki, it's been looted by Pokar. Yesterday, we saw something brilliant by the hands of Pokar, and what was that, Inferno? The Om shots. Let's see what is going to happen today.
Ah, like actually, they give a real give, like a big amount of
Goosebumps.
anxiety to you. Like yeah, absolutely. I would like to say that goosebumps, because the players are opening the scope, the players are opening that 8x scope, and the sniping. They are so sneaky plays, and you have to be like so much careful with the snipers as well, because if you're like trying to peek. That is going to be a sniper versus sniper. Who knows that another player is sniper, you are also sniper. But yeah, absolutely. If you talk about Team Esports, they are on their drop. That is going to be the containers on George Pool. That is really a great thing. If you talk about Hulk, what he's trying to do, I don't know actually, and I think so he'll be going for the containers as well. And if you talk about the intensity, and if you talk about the loot density in the George Pool section, that's a lot. There's a lot of loot, and your team can easily loot out there and easily can rotate into the zone. And George Pool is one of those city. Like I would like to add the loot density. There's a lot of loot density out there.
Indeed, the loot density is amazing. The people are trying to loot it up, and eventually a squad can be fully furnished with the loots, and eventually some good guns combination can be utilized by you. But before that, let's talk about global esports at this point. Well, they have actually looted up some good compounds, and now they are actually focusing onto the rotations, and eventually being in the zone is going to be the goal. Manna is on the front end. Other guys, let's talk about, let's say, Admino and Joker are also on the vehicle. Nakul finally finds a vehicle, and now he's also trying to rotate. But before that, we have Team Scar Esports lurking in the shadows. Let's see what is going to happen from their angle, because teams like Scar Esports are actually trying to contribute a lot in the lobby. They are trying to perform. But if we talk about the stats of global esports, team rank is at #7. Total placement points for them is going to be 43. So that determines that they are able to actually get the zones into their perspective. But then it comes to finishes, they are able to get some good number of finishes also. And that is why they are actually having a total of 87 points into their perspective. That's good enough. But let's see how the fights are going to pan out for them. But before that, our fragger of global esports, known as Nakul, has got 17 finishes into his perspective. Let's talk about the average finish per match. It's going to be 2, and finish contribution is going to be 39%. So I guess he's actually doing an amazing job. One thing which is lacking behind is, I guess, Inferno, the team synergy.
Yeah. Actually team synergy, but global esports will rise, and actually team are changing their strategies day by day, and that's the actual thing that you cannot predict what team gonna do, because you cannot play on your single strat, you cannot play on your same strat day by day, or else you'll be getting targeted from the other teams. That is not going to work for you, absolutely. And if you talk about team OR there are right now refueling his vehicle. That's a really great thing, because getting ready for the war, getting ready for the fights with their vehicles, that's a really great thing. And look at everyone of team OR is actually refueling their vehicles. And if we talk about the standings, that is going to be #15. That's not a really great spot, because only top 16 teams gonna qualify, right? I know that they are on #15, they are on a safe spot, but what if any team rises from the ashes, right? Like Phoenix and Team OR Esports, or Team OR Esports is on #17 or something else. So that is not going to be really good for them.
Oh, indeed, that could be the case, because now a number of matches are going to be there right now. So eventually these teams have to contribute a lot. These teams have to actually be ready for even a single match. They don't have to mess up even a single match. If they do it, they're going to go down really very sharply, because every other team is just trying to climb that top 16 ladder at this point. But let's talk about 7C at this moment. The farm locations where they drop right now, the pancake drop locations for them is actually working out, and they're just trying to loot it up. 7C Sevitar is going to be there. He found the scarl, and he's going to opt for the scarl despite of having M16A4, because now Sevitar is one of those players who actually loves to put some great sprays in the lobby rather than going for the tap shots. So that is why scarl and I guess UMP45 is going to be the poison for him. But now let's see what is going to happen, because at this point he's actually, let's say, pretty dominant, but might be a rotation coming up from his angle, and every other team which is in the lobby right now is pretty dominant. Look at that. Look at the number of people surviving in the lobby. It's 16 teams, which is the slot number, and eventually it's 64 players still surviving in the lobby. Not even a single player has been tagged out at this point. Not even a single player has been put down into a crate. So that's brilliant. I guess the survival will be amplified, and I guess in front of me and you both have been declined of some initial clashes. Now we are going to see some last zone skirmishes, I guess.
And I actually love that. I actually changed myself for the semi-finals day 3, that I'll be watching some early fights and early skirmish. But right now the teams are changing themselves, and the strategies has been changed on day 3, match number 3. That's a really great thing, and we'll be having a look on one of the favorite maps and one of the favorite zones, that is going to be the last zone intense, guys. And before then guys, I would like to say, please hit that like and subscribe button. We are so close for the 1K. If yeah, absolutely, guys. We are going to see some further matches. We are going to see some amazing matches again. So before that, please go and hit that like and subscribe button. If you guys are loving the casting as well, myself and Fnatic, go have a look on the description. You guys can follow me as well. My man, my boy with me, that is going to be Raider, the golden vocals. Please follow him as well.
Oh, indeed, guys. You can follow us for our insight onto the match right now. Yes, we are going to provide you with the insight, but because the language barrier might be there for you guys, some of you can't understand, let's say, the English barrier at this point. We are going to explain it on Hindi also. You can just go and follow us on our Insta so that we can provide you with our insights. But before that, let's talk about SouL at this point. SouL getting close to Team X Park at this point. Two big dogs, two giants are going to fight it out. Let's see what is going to pan out. Right now, if I'm not wrong, that's going to be Ultron looking for an 8, but just like that. Scout also goes on. Man, oh man, Goblin, man, what a wonder do you do at this point. Scout and Ultron both have been picked off by the hands of Goblin. That's interesting enough. Team SouL is doing wonders in the lobby, and I guess this could be the moment when SouL is going to put their comeback into the perspective. But now, if we talk about teams like X Park, they are getting a lot of conversion to the perspective. But from the back angle, SouL Hector goes down. Oh, dude, that's amazing. Skylights Gaming from the back angle is going for a third party.
Yeah, absolutely. Skylights is coming in the actions, right? But globally esports, Admino has been down. OG Trigger has been also down. There's the multiple fights. We were talking about the earliest skirmish. We said it, and it's been started, right? Let's go. Let's have a look on Team Scar Esports, what they are doing actually over there. And GE versus Team Scar Esports, one of the most amazing teams are playing, and under rising team we will be having Scar Esports, and one of the most amazing and newly formed team, that is going to be globally esports. They are waiting. We are waiting. Who gonna win? He is going for the revolvement, but one of the players, that is going to be Austin. He's going to get finished. But look at that grenade! That would be an on-point grenade, an absolute amazing grenade out there. I don't know it touched or not. You'll be having a look on the kill feed, but the fight is going over there.
Oh, indeed, the fight is on at this point. Team Orangutan is facing a lot of wrath. In the previous match, they got some good finishes, but what about this one? I guess consistency and the key of evolution is actually lacking behind at this point. Ash is going to be the last man standing. He's going for the survival. That's good enough, but the zone is shrinking in about 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 seconds. It's going to be quite early, so let's see how the fights are going to initiate, because this is going to be a second zone. People are chasing him at this point. He's just trying to survive for the fight right now. Let's see, is it possible for him to survive? One good shot, he could go down anytime soon. Ash, meanwhile, is getting chased by some of the guys from team number 6. If I'm not wrong, that could be the case. They are just constantly trying to run him over, constantly trying to actually try to track him down and eventually finish him off. Look at that. Ash successfully actually devours the fight, and eventually he is able to escape from the situation. That's good enough for them, and I guess that's what Team 8-Bit, which was trying to drive him and run him through.
Absolutely. And like the driving skills, I would like to say, but GE Joker has been down. Entity Dark Lord is coming in the fights again. Mexi and the Hydras is coming in the fight. Cold Range, as you can see, he is having 2 knockouts. Absolutely range right over there, having a really great knockdown and full finish of Team HS. It's been down. We were having a look on the fight, and absolutely in some fractions of seconds, in some fraction of 10 seconds, the whole team Hydras has been finished.
The team is over right now. They have been wiped out from the clean state of the lobby, and that's it for them. Eventually, Team Entity did a great job. They have got 4 amazing finishes with the loss of Dark Lord. That's good enough for them. But eventually, that loss of Dark Lord can be very, very, let's say, detrimental for them in the next few zones, and that could be the case for them. But before that, they are going to cherish the loots of Hyderabad Hydras. That's interesting enough. They've got some good loots, and from which angle they are going to just push forward more and more teams and eventually get some good frags into their perspective. But I want to see this team again shining it out at this moment. They got the winner chicken with only 5 frags in this match. I want them to get another chicken with, let's say, 10 to 15 frags, and that could be the case where the team Taddy Sports will actually boost their motivation. Yes, they have got some good finishes, they have got some good winner chicken dinners into their bag in the semi-finale round, but still, I guess something which is lacking behind is going to be the number of finishes. They are not able to get, let's say, close to 10 to 15 finishes. If they get that, I guess the aggression will be back for the team.
Absolutely. If you talk about Team Soul, Akshat out there, look at that cute Godzilla. What he's what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's so cute, right? And if you talk
Indeed.
about a quick zone prediction, that is going to be a north. No, that is going to be south. I'm so bad in the zone predictions, no problem. But if you talk about Team 8-bit, they are just so in very good advantage because look at that. Whole area for Team 8-bit has been empty out there. That's a really great one. And there are a lot of teams they're gonna rotate. Team EXO is coming in the zone, and I think so Team EXO versus Team OR. That is going to be the fight we're gonna see real soon. Team 7Cs is so close in that fight arena. If we talk about Team Skyless Gaming, they are just in front of them. Team Skyless Gaming versus Team Skull, that is going to be a fight I'm waiting for. But Goblin, what an amazing 1v2 on Team Xbox. Xbox acquiring 2 finishes for the team and open the account and open the kill fractions.
Oh, indeed. Now he has actually tasted the blood, and eventually he's going to finish more and more guys. Eventually, Goblin did a great 1v3 yesterday also. I guess he did 2. In the map of Miramar, he did 1, and in the map of Erangel, he also did 1. So yes, once again, Goblin is back in the fight. If I talk about Team EXO, there we go. The IGL, the mastermind, the orchestrates the fights for Team EXO is actually here in the compounds of Pochinki. Is going to hold the squad house of the Pochinki back-end area, and that's good enough for him. Eventually, Team Orangutan's Ash is also sneakily surviving into these shadows. That's good enough for him eventually. But Shadow, actually, let's say, Ash decides to just fall back from the location because he knows a lot of teams are going to get attracted from this compound, and eventually he might go down into a 1v2, 1v3 skirmish. So that is why he's just going to fall out. Exos Pradhan is here. I guess that's going to be Hacker, Sensei, and Immortal trying to fight it out. Today, we can see Fierce and Snax in the lobby, and that might be the case where this team is actually choking on.
Yeah, and Team OR, they are on we are not having more fights right now. In the third zone, it's so calm. Now the fights have been stopped. I'm waiting for the fourth zone because that zone is called as the fight zone, right? All the teams started rotating,
indeed.
and the fifth zone is actually really, I would like to say is small, and teams don't have enough space, enough breathing space. That's why they are coming in the clusterable movements out there. I'm waiting for the fourth zone cutoff,
Alright.
and we'll be having a fifth zone cutoff. Let's see. This is going to be a calm and composed gameplay from every one of them. They are actually scouting right now, right? OR is also scouting
Indeed.
where teams can be, where compounds are actually empty, where we can hibernate ourselves, where we can go and where we can rotate, and where they are making actually in-game strategies out there using their universal marks and marking the compounds where here we can go and here we can go. So that is going to be the in-game conversation. But if we talk about Team 8-bit acquiring 3 finishes, that's a really great number. I would like to say they are having 0 casualties. That is also something great. So Team 8-bit is so much calm and composed. Look at that, no fight has been done right now. All the armor is really good, but right now 8-bit Juicy having some really great damage from side of Esports. That is going to be Error Esports and Hulk OG using that DP burst, I would like to say. And Juicy was down 50% of the HP is right over there. Now the same zone shift we'll be having a look, and now you can see small zone and a lot of teams, n number of teams. Now we'll be having a lot of rotation clashes and clusterable moment really soon.
Oh, indeed. And the best part of the zone is going to be the, let's say, Pochinki compound, where many teams are lurking in the shadows, be it Team EXO, be it Team 8-bit, be it Team Orangutan. And yes, of course, these fights are going to amplify really very soon, and I'm very excited to see how the fights are going to pan out, because this is going to be 4 zone. As Inferno said, that this is going to be the fight zone. So let's see how the fight zone is going to pan out. Let's see how the gun game is going to initiate from their angle. I can already see teams are trying to figure out some good strategies from which they could lay down some good shots, but it is going to be a bit difficult for these teams. Let's talk about 7C. Well, they are a bit out, and they are just trying to figure out a way from which they could just rotate in the zone. I don't think it's going to be that easy for them, because now the clashes are going to rise. Now teams like Skylights Gaming is already trying to find the gap, but from with the shadows, we can see that Team LZ's Moksha has been taken down.
Yeah, last zone game is also coming in the fight down scenarios, and the zone is also started to shrink in, and the zone is shrinking now, and now teams have to go in the zonal scenario right there. Dolce, this can take his own spray. That is some wow, amazing spray. That is just full 6x spray. The 6x has been not converted into the 3x, but again, the accuracy, you can see the grind, you can see the spray. That was just so smooth, a really great one. But there will be no knockout, nothing casualty on the opponent team. If we talk about team forever, they are in the open scenario, they are on the edge of zone. That's a really great one. But last zone is also coming from the back ends, and look at the rotation. That's a massive rotation. That's a massive decision from the side of last zone gaming. Look at that, they stop. That's a not good decision, and I am not feeling a great vibe for team last zone gaming in this situation, because half night has been also down. Snipe and Rex are the only duo in survival. As I said, you cannot go like that. You have to scout, and you have to make some proper decision, and you have to make a proper rotation strat when you are coming in the zonal scenario.
Indeed, that could be the case at this point. If we talk about Omega, look at that TP coming up in the shot right now. I guess that could be Team Entity's Rage who has been picked off, and that's a sad part of the fight right now. If we talk about Team Skylight Gaming, getting one finish is good enough for them, but eventually gaining more and more finishes is going to be the case where this team can actually cherish the smiles. But look at that, Akshat with a good nade puts Entity for a noob down once again. Team SouL is just contributing a lot of fights at this moment. Let's see what is going to happen. Shadow 7 meanwhile is going to be the last man standing of his team right now, but SouL Akshat is not going to forgive Noob for doing the chaos in the lobby, because they've got good finishes. And eventually now Team SouL is rising once again. Look at that, guys. Scroll Rage also been picked off. It's going to be Shadow who is going to uplift the team in number of, let's say, position points, and something more could be the case. But if I talk about SouL, constantly trying to push in, constantly trying to figure out some new fights. And look at that, Goblin already actually pushes it onto the hill right now, and 7C Savitar is going to be logged onto his crosshairs, and eventually a fight could be there, eventually a clash could be there, starting from their angle. But if I talk about Akshat, Grenadier is going to be the tag for him.
Absolutely. Right now, Team SouL is playing their significant game. They are playing their traditional game, and that is going to be a split game. Right now, Hector is down. The kid with the golden arm. No problem, but absolutely, we spotted a player, Entity Shadow. He would like to spot some of them. He's just 1 HP right now surviving. I think so. He's gonna burst that buggy out, and I think so. Entity Shadow. The game is over for Entity really soon. Out there, SouL Akshat, the aggressive players. Since he's trying to come in the zone, and this is going to be the 5th zone cutoff. The space is getting low, and here we go. None of the teams are into the zone. Only 8-bit, I would like to say, enjoying the zonal scenario. They are in the zone. Out of team, they are a player from Team TX. He's out of the zone. Team SouL is doing the gatekeeping scenario, and I think so. Entity Shadow, he's going to be get down really soon, and that 1v2. Oh my god, out of the zone. 420 has been also down, and Murphy has been picked out. Team TX in just fraction of a second, they've been down. But SouL Omega, he was out of the zone, and I think so. Revolve point Omega, that can be happen. Yeah, that is going to be there.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed, the revival should be there anytime soon, because when the IGL is back in the fight, he could easily decipher more and more close calls. But if we talk about Team Entity, look at that. The last man standing from Team Entity is just chilling it out into the smoke right now, but he has been spotted. Look at that. Goblin is going to figure out that shot, and just like that, Entity Shadow 7 also goes down. It's going to be 7C trying to escape from all the chaos to be exact, which is going on in the lobby, but still he's going to tag them out. And look at that, Goblin is not going to, let's say, let them go from the lobby eventually. But if we talk about a Goblin right now, they just have to rotate. SouL has to rotate in the zone. Eventually the zone rotations can be very determining for him. But yes, Akshat is going to get in the vehicle right now, and they are trying to rotate from the right angle. Right flank could be the choice from which they could rotate, but I guess they are way too open-ended, and I guess Inferno, it could be a tiring journey for them.
Absolutely. Omega was revived for some seconds, but oh my god, that is going to be so drastic change. There we go. That's how the spray from the side of Goblin. That's a really great damage predicted out there. He was changing his spray. Skyline's Pukai coming on with a fight. That's a really great knockdown. And I think that this is time to push in now. These two players going to push on Team LZ and Team Esports. That is going to be a really great drastic change for Team SouL, and the SouL is also started stringing in. Now Team SouL have to do something out of the box. If you talk about Proton T-Rex from TUD Esports, he's been also down from the side of ELT Atangi. Solomon Saval from Team Orange Rocky Esports, and LZ out there. That is going to be a fair 2v2 versus Team SouL versus Team LZ. This is going to be something important. Now that's a really great credit on the side of Team LZ. Some more utilities out. What they are trying to do from the back end, Team SouL has been spotted out. They revealed their position, but still Team LZ is not spotting them. What?
I mean, they are actually getting pressure from multiple angles. Look at that. Team 7C actually got that finish into his perspective. Team LZ is one of those teams which actually tagged them out in the map of Miramar. And Team SouL is one of those contributors which actually have wiped out Team LZ every time. But now let's see what is going to happen. It's going to be Rexboy trying to retaliate. But Akshat, man oh man, with that UMP45, the meta is going to break his soul. And just like that, Rexboy has been taken down. Just like that, Team LZ has also been passed out from the lobby. If I talk about SouL, Goblin, 4 amazing finishes into his perspective. He's still in the vicinity. He's still trying to fight it out. But teams like Team EXO, which is leading in charts, is actually getting decimated quite early, and that's a sad sight to watch. Now, if we talk about Team Forever, they've got 4 amazing frags. Team SouL with 9 amazing frags is not going to let down anything else at this point. But look at that, Team Forever on the right angle is already onto the crosshairs. Goblin is trying to tag them out. He's actually carnaging. He's actually getting a lot of damage onto him. But let's see what Daljit does at this point. Let's see, is it possible for Daljit to survive from that fight or not? That's going to be the major concern.
Look, Max Cash, what he's trying to do, he get into the backseat of Buggy and he's trying to spot some of the players from the high ridge advantage, because if you get in, you have a better view and have a better aerial view to the ground players who all are smoked. You can, easily spot them out. But if you talk about TF, player 6, that is going to be from Team Forever out there. 3-man starting, always Bolter was a person, he was dominated out, eliminated out, and the zone has been also started shrinking. That's going to be 6-1, and 19 players and 8 teams will be having. That is going to be the only one champion, and this is going to be something intense. Max Cash is also down, Daljit and player 6 are the only 2-man survivors. From the back ends, we can see Team 8-bit is also coming and crawling in. They are in the zone, I think so. Yeah, one of the players of Team 8-bit is in the zone. Look at the players and look at the number of teams we'll be having in the 6 zone. That's a really great chaotic zone we'll be having. Look over there.
Oh, indeed. The chaos is going to rise anytime soon. Look at that. Team 7C is just trying to figure out some angles. Team Forever onto the crosshair might be the situation where Team Forever could go down anytime soon. 8 teams are left in the lobby. 18 players are still going to survive. Another shot comes up. Team Skylar's Gaming is going to get under the nerves. But if I talk about Sevitar, he is also way too late. Skylar is not the gun which Sevitar chooses very often, but still he has to work with it, because now in the last zone, you are not going to get any kind of loot until and unless you devour 1 or 2 squad. That could be the case. But now Team 8-bit on the top angle is just trying to figure out a location from which they could just dive onto the zone. But if we talk about Skylar's Gaming, with the 4-man power, new player being taken down, they have got 7 amazing finishes into their perspective. That's interesting enough. Meanwhile, Juicy figures out a great location from which he could just barely be in the zone. But from the back angle, SouL Akshat finishes 1 more from Team Skylar's Gaming.
Absolutely. If you talk about SouL Akshat out there, 2-man survival having 10 freaking finishes, that's a really great number, having an advantage of that bridge out there. Team Forever is also coming from the back ends, and they have to go for the zone in the areas, but they have the zone. All the teams are into the zone. Only Team 7Cs are not in the zonal scenario, so they have to do some smoke screens. But Team Skylar's Gaming, pivot point, they are actually doing some gatekeeping scenarios for Team 7Cs. That's a really great thing. And out there, you can see Team 7Cs, Sevatar and Gumla Boy, both of the players are out of the zone. That is not something good. And that's actually
Yeah. Indeed. That's Aladdin, if I'm not wrong, from Team 7C. Yeah, that could be the case, Aladdin, that he is trying to just retaliate in the lobby. Those funny names actually just, let's say, make the moment quite funny at this point. But let's see what is going to happen. 8-bit Tsunami just lurking in the shadows. He's in the smokes right now, trying to figure out where the people can be. But Team SouL getting 10 frags is absolutely amazing. It's just, if they will be able to get that winner chicken into their perspective, it's going to be amazing right now. Because Team SouL is very close to the victory. They are actually holding a great chunk of the zone. They could easily just dive into the zone. But some teams which are on the northern corner, they could easily just tag them out. So that is why they have to figure out a great strategy, or might be the late pushing could actually work out from them. But they are constantly trying to tag out the teams, and that is why I guess their location is going to be exposed anytime soon, and that could just easily end them up. But now Team Forever is just trying to be in the zone. Daljit is here. Team Forever's player 6 is going to be in the zone. At this point, if I talk about Mashkar, he's actually a bit far away from the zone. If I talk about Team 8-bit, Juicy is going to be the man, the legend, which is actually, let's say, trying to contribute the left flank, and he might be able to actually put 1 or 2 guy down at this point. Juicy decides to actually find out the vehicle and eventually be in the zone, but this vehicle is smoking hot. He could easily go down with the flames.
Yeah, absolutely. If you talk about Team SouL, they have to go for the smokes, and they are 8 meters away from the zone. They have to go for the zone and in, and I think so Akshat will do that thing, and Akshat will do that job out there. But 8-bit Badman has been picked out. That's our initial pick out there. If you talk about Team SouL, they are actually enjoying the third-party areas. They are actually enjoying the third-party aerial view. But right there, Akshat has been picked out. That was something initial picked out from the side of Team Forever. Oh my god, that's a chaos out there. Sky, that's OR, SouL. Team Forever are actually surviving this last zone area, and I think so Goblin is the only Solomon survivor from Team SouL, and he have to go for the rival point of Akshat, because if he will survive the Solomon survival, and I don't think so they will go for the chicken dinner, but absolutely Akshat is also down. Goblin is the only Solomon survival. We have seen wonders from the side of SouL Goblin, and he will do that thing. 8-bit Madman has been down from Daljit. That was important pick out. Skylights is actually pushing on OR. They are the team into the zonal scenario. Team Forever player 6 is spotted out. Oh my god, that's a lot of things, but Max what they are trying to do. Max Cash knocking out one of the players from that vehicle out there, but 8-bit Juicy back from the back, and he's providing that cover. He have to grab that Juicy out. Then only Team Forever will be surviving out there 1v1.
Indeed. Team Forever is just trying to do wonders at this point. Look at the HP of Juicy at this point. One good shot, he could just go kaboom, but still he's surviving in the fight. He's going to actually patch himself, and then eventually a revival is possible for Madman. Interesting enough, now Tsunami is going to get that revival, and that could actually turn in really very beautiful for Team 8-bit, because getting those 3-man power in the fight can easily uplift them for a winner and a chicken dinner. I mean, they have not got a single chicken dinner from 3 days at this point, and this could be the moment when they could actually easily score that winner chicken dinner to their perspective. But before that, they have to counter back from Team Forever. They have to eliminate Skylights Gaming, but look at that 8-bit Juicy once again does the job. He has actually got the damage. He actually eliminates one or two teammates of Team Forever, and just like that, Team Forever has also been decimated. It's going to be a fight between Team 8-bit, OR, and Skylights Gaming. Meanwhile, if I talk about Team OR, Aru is going to be the only man standing. If I talk about Skylights Gaming, it's going to be Gamla Boy, the Assaulter, and Somraz, the IGL of the team. They have got 12 amazing finishes, and they have contributed a lot in terms of the gun game. But if I talk about Team SouL, they were trying their level best, unable to survive in the fight. That is the case. That is the inevitable damage they have got. Now 8-bit on the upper corner. Meanwhile, sandwich situation for Team OR is going to be the case, and the left-right situation for Team Skylights Gaming is actually going to help them a lot, if I'm not wrong.
Absolutely, and guys, I would like to say we reached 3,300 content watching on English casting, English desk. So please, guys, make sure to hit that like and subscribe. If you talk about Team 8-bit out there, Skylights Gamla Boy has been also picked out. Somaraj, the only Solomon survival. Here we go. Tsunami Solid. Somaraj doing that 1v1. That was something initial from the side of Team SG, and they are doing really a great job. We'll be having Somaraj versus Team 8-bit. That is going to be a 1v2 scenario. Permanent switch off, I think so, from the side of Tsunami. That is going to be Juicy and Madman only doom and survival. Somaraj pivot out from the two sides. MG3 has been switched out. Somaraj is solid, and I think so that is an amazing traded. Madman only Solomon survival from the open region, and I think so Somaraj can do that 1v3. Skylights is coming with the winner of the chicken dinner. Oh, they're spotting out 8-bit versus Team Skylights. Fourth of the gods, and what Madman is doing? No! Madman, what just have you done? You were just running behind without the guns. What?
I mean, that could be the case where I guess 8-bit would have run out of the ammo, but I don't know what happened at that point. Ammo could have been one of the reasons why he was running without the guns, but still, look at that. How Somraj did a 1v3 onto Team 8-bit, and just like that got that winner chicken into their perspective. It was one hell of a showdown by Skylights Gaming. It was one hell of a thriving match from their angle. Man, oh man, what a decimation, and Somraj does it successfully. He's here to actually rock the party, and he's doing it successfully, and that was one hell of a beautiful winner chicken dinner, getting, I guess, let's say 15 finishes for himself, and a total of 30 points is going to be the case for Skylights Gaming in a single match, and this is going to rise them a lot in terms of, let's say, leaderboard.
Absolutely, what an amazing chicken dinner. But I'm going to contact Madman. What he was trying to do, he was just running without guns, and that was the thing. I would like to say like 8-bit can make that chicken dinner, but they were not able to do that. There was something like, I would like to say he was ran out from the ammunitions. He was not having ammunitions out there. Yeah, that might be the case out there. That's why he was running, or else he was running for the cover out there, but he didn't predict the location of Skylights Somaraj. That's a really great thing. But yeah, overall, Skylights were the team. They took the chicken dinner. They were the winners of this match, and third match was just so amazing, and that all the arena was heated up. I'm waiting for the fourth match as well, and I'm actually waiting for all the strat. I would like to see which is the team now blooming up and which is the team now rising up in the point tables.
Two teams I would like to talk about the teams which are blooming up at this point. One for sure is going to be Skylights Gaming. Other team which was one of the aggressive team which has ended the spree of two or three good teams was Team SouL. Look at that. Team X-Pac was decimated by the Hiran, and after that what happened? Team Entity also tasted the same fate, and after that what happened? Team Skylights Gaming was also choking onto the hands. Team Forever also got the damage. Team 8-bit was also getting a lot of chaos from their angle, but eventually Team SouL was devastated. That was the case for them. But yes, the team which actually got the victory, and a deserving one to be exact, with the balance of of finishes and a balance of position, it was Team Scarlet's Gaming. One hell of a showdown by their angle. What a match by Scarlet's Gaming, man oh man. Quite a carnage coming up. Well, the stats are going to be here anytime soon. Let's talk about the stats of Scarlet's Gaming, which has got the victory. Let's see how many finishes they have got, because we actually forgot to count how many finishes they were getting, because n number of damage was there right now. But look at that. Quite a beautiful balance of 15 and 15 points in terms of the position and in terms of the finish points. And just like that, a marker of 30 points has been hit by Scarlet's Gaming. Somraj on the other angle, 9 finishes. Dude, Inferno, look at that.
My god, what an amazing performance from the side of Somiraj, and he is one of the most amazing individual top fragger in that I would like to say lobby. 9 finishes, that's not and he is inhuman. He's the ideal from Team Scarlet as well, and he is one of the most amazing top fraggers. And I would like to say he is one of the best individual fragger in this match as well. We'll be watching him, I think so, in the top fragger list as well. If you talk about Pokari, he's having 4 finishes. If you talk about Gulawai, 2 finishes, and new player 0 finishes.
New player was quite early picked off, but just like that by the hands of Team SouL. If I'm not wrong, Akshat was the one who actually finished him off, and that is why new player was unable to show any kind of skills at that point. But eventually, if I talk about Gamlaboy, despite of being an assaulter in this match, I guess Somraj was the one who was lifting the trophy in terms of idling and in terms of assaulting. Pokar did a great job, no doubt in that. He has got 4 amazing finishes, and Inferno, I guess there is going to be a case where now we are going to see Somraj also onto the face of top fraggers.
Absolutely. Let's see. And I'm waiting for the overall standing as well, and overall standings as well from the match wise. Like, I'm waiting for the point tables as well. Let's see how it goes and which will be the team on #1. And I think so that is going to be Team EXO out there. But if we talk about the match wise standings of match 15, that is going to be Skylight's 30 points. That's not a small number. If we talk about Team 8-bit, that is going to be 21. And look at the finishes of Team SouL as well. 10 finishes. That's a really, really great number of finishes. If you talk about and 6 placement point finishes, 6 placement points, that's a really great one. If you talk about Team OR Esports, that is going to be 13, Team Forever 13, 7C's 7, and Team Entity 6, TUDE Esports 4, and these are the overall, as you can see. Team Global Esports, I would like to highlight them as well, and I would like to highlight Team EXO and Team Xpark as well, because they are the first chart teams, but they're not able to do that much great. Team Global Esports, Team EXO, look at Team EXO, only 1 point. That's not good.
Indeed. Team EXO getting only 1 point in this match is not going to, let's say, uplift their motivation a lot, because if I'm not wrong, there was, I guess, Pradhan and some other guy, Immortal, was there in the team of EXO, and we were actually lacking snax and fierce in the lobby. I guess that contribution or that synergy was lacking in the terms of EXO, and that is why I guess Team EXO is going down quite early, because Sensei, if I'm not wrong, was able to figure out some good rotations. If I'm not wrong, Inferno, we saw that in the 3rd or 4th zone, Sensei was able to hold that Pochinki compound, where most of the zone actually went on. But what happened after that, I don't know. We were unable to see that kind of fight. But yes, before that, let's talk about the finish and placement points in the match-wise graph of match number 15. This is match number 15, guys. You can see that Scarlet's Gaming spreading their wings and scooping that winner chicken dinner just like that into their perspective, with the total number of finishes going to be 15 and total number of position points by getting the winner chicken dinner is also going to be 15. But if we talk about Team 8-bit, they are not that far. 12 points for the position and 9 points for the finishes. Absolutely brilliant one. Now if we talk about Team SouL, they were at #3, getting 10 points for the position. I guess they were able to get, I guess, if I'm not wrong, some good number of placement points also. I guess #6 6 points for them in terms of placement. But yes, the number of finishes they have got is absolutely lovely. 10 finishes for them, and I guess they're the second most aggressive team of this match.
Absolutely. And if we talk about Skylights, look at the balance of placement points and of kills as well. If you talk about the finishes, that is going to be 15-15. 8-bit did a really great job, appreciated. I can feel the sovereignty of Team 8-bit as well. But if you talk about the top fragger list of match number 15 of an angle, as I said, Somiraj, one of the best top fraggers out there, and that's why he's in that golden frame, acquiring 9 finishes and finish contribution. That is 60. That's a really, really great number. Juicy out there having 5 finishes, contribution that is going to be 56, and you can see as follows. We have a pattern is going out there. You can see 2 players of Team SouL, you can see 2 players of 8-bit, and you can see only the 1 player in that golden frame. That is going to be Somiraj out there. If you talk about the 2 players of Team SouL, that is going to be Goblin and Akshat, acquiring 5 and 4 finishes apparently, and same goes for Team 8-bit as well. 5 and 4 finishes for Juicy and Madman as well.
Yeah, indeed, they did a tremendous job in the lobby. They were able to get some good finishes. But if I talk about Somraj, he just turned the tables for every other team. 9 amazing finishes, man, oh man. Some other teams are not even able to get 9 finishes into their perspective as a whole. But Somraj single-handedly did 9 finishes. I mean, yes, his teammate also supported him a lot. But despite of that, the number of finishes he has got, absolutely amazing, man, oh man. Now, if I talk about Team EXO, look at that. They are still reigning on the top of the lobby. But how many points? The buffer is
Yeah.
actually lacking behind quite a lot. 142 points for them from group number 6. Team EXO is reigning on the top. And if I talk about Gaming Esports, 128 points for themselves. Skylights Gaming is actually going to get 114 points after that 30 massive jump after getting that second winner chicken dinner in the semi-finale round. Meanwhile, one team I would like to appreciate is going to be Team 8-bit. Despite of not having a single chicken dinner, the consistency is absolutely lovable. They are just 2 points less to a century at this moment.
Absolutely, and if you'll be having a look on Steam Skylights Gaming, they were on hashtag 8, now they are on hashtag 3.
Mhm.
What an amazing performance from the side of Skylights Gaming, Kevin Esports, and look at the runner-ups. Hashtag 3 sport is being changed right now. Team Global Esports on hashtag 8, and they have to step up. These are the teams, they are actually competing so very on point. Team Revenant Esports 96, Enigma out there 94, and these are the teams on 90 points. But right now we'll be having a look on Team EXO 142 points, having a really great number of lead. That is going to be 20 points. Kemin Esports have to do a hard job, surpassing Team EXO is not going to be an easy job. But I would like to
Indeed.
say Team Skylights Gaming, what an outstanding out of the box performance. But look at the entity gaming as well. Look at the total finishes, they are also having 50 finishes. They are not a that's a really great number as well. If you talk about the second chart,
Mhm.
Celsius Gaming out there having 89 points, TUDE Esports having 85 points, and they are the underdogs and they are the rising team in India Rising Series 2022. What an fabulous and astonishing job from the side of TUDE Esports, and amazing chicken dinner. They also had two chicken dinners from the series of
Yeah.
semifinals. If you talk about 7 Seas Esports, 76 points over 72. Orangutan out there, Team X Park, and the Team SouL finally, they are in top 16. They were in top 17 out there. One good
Mhm.
match is changing everything.
I mean, of course, one good match can change the easy pace of the lobby at this point. The teams coming from hashtag, let's say, 9 to hashtag 16 can easily be turned over at this point. If Team SouL gets a chicken dinner in the next match, they could easily cross 90 points. And eventually, with some good frags to be exact, eventually 25-30 points could be the case for Team SouL getting that victory. Could be the case. And then eventually they could easily surpass teams like Celsius Esports and Third Esports. But I guess these teams which are on the top, they are not going to sit idle. Yeah, they are also going to grind
Yeah.
a lot. They are also going to get some good points. Eventually, if we talk about teams like LZ Official, which was crushed down by Team SouL, they were trying their level best. They were unable to. But if we talk about God like Esports, I don't know what is happening to the team now in the next, let's say, fourth match. They are going to be back in the map of Miramar, and I guess there could be a case of comeback coming from their team. And I guess the rosters which are changing from teams like God like Esports and Team EXO are not, let's say, benefiting them a lot because we have seen sometimes Jonathan is there in the lobby and sometimes he's not there in the lobby. Sometimes Clutch God is present, but then in other matches you are going to see Bubbly and some other guy Blueberry trying to fight it out for Team Godlike Esports. And these are the few things which are actually, let's say, contributing a lot of issues in the lobby. But then I guess Team Godlike Esports actually knows that when to give a comeback at this point because look at their points, 53 points for themselves, and the team which is remaining at hashtag 16 has got 64 points. So one good match, they could easily be in the top 16, and that is why I guess Team Godlike is a bit far away from the location, but still maintaining a good distance and maintaining a, let's say, close distance. And in one single match, when Jonathan and the whole roster is back in the lobby, they could easily turn the tables and be in the top 16.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you talk about overall top fraggers of match number 15, that is going to be Destro. Punk out there. Look at the there's no difference between Destro and Punk, right? Team
Yeah.
EXO was not having a really great match. This one, the Miramar, the Irangle didn't was in the favor of Team EXO, but let's see how it goes for another matches as well. If you talk about the Delta as well, they're having 20 finishes, Top Dog out there 19, and Ash having 18 finishes. That is something amazing, and there are a lot of players and a lot of new faces coming in top fragger list really soon.
Indeed, indeed. The decimation in the lobby is absolutely lovable. If we talk about Destro, look at that. 25 amazing finishes. The team contribution is good enough. In the last match, Destro's roster was not there in the lobby because I guess the group was changed. Group B and C was fighting it out in the last match, and Gaming Esports is presently present in group number A. That could be the case. And now let's see what is going to happen in this upcoming match. Because if I talk about the next upcoming match, it's going to be in the map of Miramar, and where the teams like, let's say, Group A and B will fight it out, and in Group A and B, we are going to see teams like, let's say, GodL Esports coming back once again. TSM will be back. Revenant is going to be there. Enigma is also going to survive once again. Cayman Esports obviously is going to be back. Celsius Esports, the underdog, the Rising Star is again going to be back. Yeah, I mean they are semi-tier T1 team at this point, but the performance is not getting not getting close to the level they are actually demanded to. But if we talk about Revenge Esports, they are going to be back. Relentless Extort, I demand a great level of gameplay from their teams. But then after that, from group number C, we are going to see group number B to be exact. Sorry, we are going to see faces like SouL, 7C, OR, 8-bit, Hyderabad Hydras, Global Esports, LZ Official, LR Esports once again coming back in the lobby and devastating it the way they want.
Yeah, absolutely. And guys, I would like to say, if you haven't liked and subscribed the channel, so what you guys are waiting for? We are so
Indeed.
close for the 2K likes. We need only 500 more likes. So please, guys, make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. And I would like to say one thing as well. You guys can participate in the giveaway as well. Giveaways are on. Phantom's Wings 100 and Phantom Wings 105 are on. So please, guys, go and check the Instagram post of Upthrust. You'll find every step how you want to be in the giveaway, and you'll find every step. And like to be honest, the steps are so easy, and I have to say all the Wing Phantom accessories and all the AirPods are so cool. You are flexing them, right? I know.
Indeed. Why wouldn't I? It's absolutely lovable. These stuff, TWS with the lowest latency you can get in a TWS is absolutely amazing. We can easily sense how the players are trying to fight it out. As a caster, I'm not a compy player. I don't actually, let's say, grind it out that much, but still, I would like to play the game whenever I want in a good sense. I guess the game sense, the visual cues are there with my phone, and eventually the sound cues with my Wings Phantom earbuds are absolutely lovable. And that is why I guess you guys should go for it. On the Flipkart, it's available. On WINGSLifestyle.in, it's available. On Amazon, I guess it's also available. Go wherever you want, and even if you don't want to spend your money, you don't want to spend your pocket at this point, you can just go for the giveaway as Inferno said. But yes, match number 4, Inferno, any predictions about that?
I don't know. Like, in every game we can see the strategies are changing from the sides of team. We saw 2 matches, they were actually so passive. Actually they were actually so aggressive. In the starting, we have seen a lot of rotation clashes. We have seen a lot of players taking fights under drops. But in the third match, all the story is different. We were watching all the players taking fight at the last zone, and where we can see one guy rising in the ashes, that is going to be Phoenix. But from the side of Skylights Gaming, that is going to be Somiraj, the IG of the team, acquiring 89 ratings. Look at the match finishes, that is freaking 9 at the and look at the finish contribution as well, that is 60, and total finishes, that is going to be 10. Match MVP rank, that is 51. I know he's lacking behind, but he will do a comeback in match top fraggle list as well. He will do that something. But yeah, absolutely, Somaraj, what an amazing match from your side, my man.
Indeed. Somraj did a tremendous job in the lobby. Getting those 9 finishes in a single match is absolutely lovable. Look at the total number of finishes he has got in all of the semi-finale. 10, out of which 9 finishes was there in the match number 15. That's lovable. And I guess that is going to spark a new level of energy. That is going to spark a new level of fights in the lobby. And I'm actually calculating each and every point at this moment, that how the teams are going to pan out the fight. And it's going to be lovely. Let's talk about teams like, let's say, 8-bit. They are unable to do wonderful chicken dinner. They are unable to get that winner chicken dinner, but still the amount of damage, still the amount of energy they are trying to put forth is absolutely lovable. And I'm going to see a lot of carnage once again coming back in the lobby, because as previously described, that we are going to see teams like, let's say, GodL Esports and SouL once again in the same lobby where the fights will be there. TSM and 7C Esports might actually head out into a battle. Revenant going to be there. Enigma is going to be there. Team 8-bit once again will be back. And I hope in this match, Team 8-bit might be able to get that winner chicken dinner, because they have been very close to getting a winner chicken dinner in, let's say, n number of matches, but still they're unable to get that winner chicken dinner. I guess somewhere they're idling, somewhere that last moment, let's say, decisions are not actually that helpful for the team. But still, I believe these teams are more than capable to do it. But one team I would like to talk about Inferno, it's Hyderabad Hydras. They are trying their level best, and I believe in this match, in this map of Miramar, Hyderabad Hydras, Maxi and the other guys can bounce back for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And HH fam in the chat section, welcome. How you guys are doing?
Oh, yeah.
Please spam HHOP in the chat section. Let's have some fire, and let's have HHOP in the chat section, because they need it. And absolutely, you are saying correct. They're trying actually their level best. They are doing it really well, but they are not getting that result they need, right? They are not going. The results are not going in the favor of Team HH, but they are actually trying their level best. And I would like to say they will do anything out there. But if you talk about the giveaways, guys, predict and win. You guys have two options: Wings Phantom 100, and that is going another option that is going to be Wings Phantom 105. So I actually prefer option two. What do you prefer?
I'll go for 105 at this point because the lovable earbuds are absolutely amazing. I don't like that iPhone style earbud of earbud style of Wings Phantom 100, so that is why I would like to choose Wings Phantom 105. But we are sitting behind the desk. We've already got our giveaways, I guess, so we are not going to aim for it. You guys can go for it. The steps are easy and very simple. You just have to follow Upthrust Esports, Wings Lifestyle, and UE India Rising 2022 onto the Instagram pages. And then the step number two is going to be more easier. Comment and predict the match winners on the giveaway post with the day number, match number, and group fixture before the match ends with your favorite Wings Phantom accessory. Small example will be there for you. For example, just write winner chicken dinner in the semi-finale day number 3, which is today. Match number 4, and the team name could be, let's say, SouL or GodL Esports, whatever you want to write out. And after that, in the bracket, just comment down Wings Phantom option 1 or 2. I'll go for option 2, and I guess most of the guys are going to aim for option 2, but still, I guess it's your comfort, it's your earbuds. But then you just have to share the post on your story and increase your chance of winning.
Yeah, absolutely, guys, go for it, and you don't have to lose your money from your pocket. That's a really great
Indeed.
advantage for that. And yeah, the steps are so easy, and follow the steps, and you can see all the posts and all the information regarding you guys are like asking in the chat section. So please have a look on Upthrust Esports Instagram. You'll find everything out there. You'll find point tables out there. You'll find the top fragger list out there. Everything has been provided on the Instagram of Upthrust every day. Every day, actually, we are actually updating all the information day by days. So it's easy for the viewers. It's easy for the audience to know which team and their favorite teams are actually how they are performing. And I would like to say, if you guys are having a look on the description as well, so please have a look to the description, and you'll find two links out there. That is going to be Raider, that's going to be mine, and that's going to be Necros as well. So please have a look over there and follow us as well.
Oh, indeed, you can just follow us. As we always say, that you can get an insight on what casters thinks about the whole match, what casters think, and what casters believe. Because there are quite a few things that we can't say on this platform. But yeah, we are once again going to switch onto the match, which is going to be there right now very, very soon. And I'm very eager to see that how the match is going to postulate. I'm very eager to see that how the fights are going to be there, because it's going to be one hell of a one. Because Inferno map of Miramar is going to be there, where n number of vehicles are going to get tumbled. And I guess in the map of Miramar, you are never actually, let's say, secure when you actually get into a vehicle, because some shots will be there and you will just go kaboom, or your vehicle is going to get stuck in some kind of ridges and you can just vault and topple down onto that fight. So yeah, these are the few things teams have to actually learn about. And as a caster, as a player of BGMI, I guess I also think a lot before actually sitting in any kind of vehicle in the map of Miramar.
Because there are a lot of snipers, right? There are a lot of DMR specialists out there, and there are a lot of midman gonna watch you out there, and you have to be so sneaky. Like, you have to do a lot of moments out there. You cannot stand steady out there. You cannot stand steady because snipers will watch you. There are a lot of eagle eyes having an eye on you, having a spot on you, and they'll be giving a really easy headshot on you. So you have to you have to do jiggling moments out there. Every time you have to jiggle, and players are actually doing it, because that's why in Miramar we will be watching a lot of DMR action rather than bolt rifle action, because teams and players are right now, like, they are not even to they don't want to stand even steady, like, because they are in the fear of bolt rifle action. That's why you need a lot of accuracy when you are using any kind of bolt rifle action or something, like, AWM, K9, M24, and the new sniper that's added in the previous update, that's going to be most of the guns, and that's a really great powerful weapon, I would like to say. But my favorite, that is going to be M24 and K9. I know AWM is one of those operators. I would like to say that's the dominator gun. One shot is actually enough to get a knockout. But yeah, if you talk about the classics, I love K9 and M24. That's my favorite snipers.
Oh, indeed, that could be the thing at this point. Eventually, getting those Carnatier shots into the head can easily blow the minds of any enemy at this point. It's good enough, and I guess OM is also good enough, but eventually finding an OM is going to be a task for you. Getting a drop and eventually just gathering OM, and only 25 MOs are there for you. And eventually, even if you miss one shot, position will be revealed, and after that, what happens? You are going to get into the crosshair of n number of people if you talk about the competitive one. But if you talk about the classic one, you can easily choose for the OM and eventually get some good close calls, and then eventually loot more and more. But yes, in competitive, I guess choosing an OM is going to be a courageous one decision. And I guess Pokar is one of those guys who is actually going to uplift the OM, because yesterday we saw that how the decimation and how the carnage could be actually put forth by some other guy which is actually able to lift the arm, and eventually he has the skill to actually aim with the arm. He actually put down one guy from Team EXO, and after that what happens, we see Celsius's Vixie also going down with an arm shot. So I guess I'm actually quite fearful if I am going ever if I'm ever going to face Scarlet Gaming's Pokar in terms of, let's say, a 1v1 duel between arm and M24 and all.
Oh my god! And I would like to add an amazing sniper from Team Enigma in that lobby, right? When they are always playing Team Enigma.
Edgy.
Absolutely. Uh, he never take, like, he never forget to take and sniper if he is finding, like,
Yeah.
if the players are actually, like, giving up a company, like, take this K9, I'm giving you a mark, like, using the universal mark, K9 is here, and, like, if they're marking, so I will be like, yeah, give it to me. I'll, like, smash the heads of enemies and opponents. And he's one of the best snipers in the community, and in that lobby, right? And there will
Indeed.
be a lot of snipers, let's see. And but I would like to say there will be a lot of assaulters more than it, because close range beast. And in the last match, last two previous matches, I was watching Paradox out there from Team RNT. If you were watching the match, he was using Vector. That's something new meta he was showcasing us.
Oh, indeed, the people are actually the esports athletes are constantly trying to explore more and more metas, constantly trying to explore
Yeah.
more and more guns. At the moment, eventually, you can see most of the player are actually choosing for UMP45. There was a time when Thompson was actually preferred a lot because of that 50 bullets in a single gun. Before that, I guess PP90 Bison was also preferred. Any gun which is actually going to help you a lot in terms of, let's see, getting those aggression, getting those close calls, getting those preferred spray is absolutely lovable. But one gun from the start, from the season one, from PUBG Mobile to BGMI journey, which is constant in terms of those fan favorite things, is going to be the M416. It's absolutely lovable because that gun, when you have a, let's say, light grip on it, whatever the kind of assembly you actually get with your gun, and after that, when you have 6x scope, which is actually turned into 3x, then the sprays are absolutely laser, and those close call, those mid-range fights are absolutely lovable when you have an M416. So I guess M416 is one of those guns which is never going to change in terms of, let's say, the fan favorite thing. But then eventually, if I talk about guns like UMP45, they are working a lot in this kind of situation. And let's say past 2 or 3 months, UMP45 have been used a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll go and open my game and I'll play it today after the casting. And absolutely, guys, if you guys are loving the casting, please have a look on the Instagram, because we all are having a goal. Raider is also having a goal of 1K followers on Instagram. I'm also
Indeed.
having a goal of 1K followers on Instagram. But before that, the match has been started of Miramar semifinals group. That is going to be A versus B, day number 3, match number 16.
Quite an amazing match coming up for you guys at this point. This is absolutely day number 3. Match number 16 is going to be there, but as per the day, it's going to be match number 4. Let's see how the fights are going to pan out, because of the fights, I guess we are going to see a lot of new strategies coming up once again. But before that, let's talk about the flight path. Well, it is starting from the southern corner, ending in the northwestern corner, and I guess teams like, let's say, Orangutan could have been cherished by the drop location, but I guess they are not in the lobby because their group is different. They are actually from group number C to be exact. But then eventually you can see that trailer park is going to be the area where teams could jump. Ruins could be the area. El Pozo is going to be chosen by Skylights Gaming if they are there in the lobby. I don't see they are in the lobby. Yeah, Skylights Gaming is not going to be present. So I guess some other team is going to drop onto that location. Maybe Cherish to drop. But one location which I'm very keen to see is going to be Pecado. Once again, SouL and I guess Team LZ official is going to take the fight. And I guess might be the chance where Team LZ official could actually come back with good number of finishes, because in front of we have seen n number of times these two teams going actually going into a tug of war, and eventually losing a lot of synergy or losing a lot of players at this point. But look at that, Team SouL already trying to just be in the compound, and look at that, Hector is already going to get the gun. It's M16 and the other gun is going to be Carnetier, if I'm not wrong. That's going to be a close call shot coming up. Let's see how the fights are going to be there. And pretty much Team LZ official is also very close, but they are in the separate compound, and it's going to be the compound for, let's say, northern corner. Let's see what is going to happen. Northeastern corner has been occupied by LZ official, and look at that, Hector is already there with his eagle eye to just pan out the fight, and eventually let's see how the fights will be there.
Yeah, I'm actually waiting. SouL Hector having that shotgun double barrel. Let's see how it goes, and I think so he'll be having some of those knockouts, because we all know that shotgun in close range, that is just beast. No gun other than shotgun, and he's having that Winchester as well. If you talk about SouL Akshat, he'll be having that UMP with the suppressor. UMP is ready for the close range, Carnage and Rampage. And if you talk about SouL Goblin, he'll be having that AKM as well. And AKM, we all know that AKM is one of those amazing weapons, one of those amazing assault rifles that is just having amazing tracing and amazing fire rate as well.
Yeah, indeed. That could be the case. So let's see what is going to happen at this point. I'm looking forward to see how SouL is going to retaliate from LZ official. But one thing that has been changed from past 2 days, it's going to be the passive game of Team SouL right now. Look at that. Team SouL is trying to explore some other compounds also before going to head out into the battle of Team LZ official. And one bad thing for LZ official is going to be that they are pretty much cornered. They are unable to actually leave that red building, and that is why they are going to get tagged very soon. But before that, Error Esports goes down. One good guy from Error Esports has been taken down, if I'm not wrong, and that's a great loss for the team. Look at that. LZ Mox is also trying to figure out, and there we go. He has Thompson, and he's one of those players who has actually provided a great number of damage onto Team SouL at this point. But now, if we talk about Rex Boy, he has got the ScarL. He's empty-handed in terms of, let's say, the helmet, and that is why his head could go kaboom anytime soon. But SouL, Omega, and Hector are on the southwestern corner at this point, trying to figure out. Some smokes are there, some good shots are also going to be there. Hector was about to go down, but yes, Hector manages to survive. He's in the 5-story building, and now from that angle, some good shots of Win94 and Carnate could easily turn really very ugly for Team LZ officials.
Absolutely, and they're gonna do some nasty gameplays out there. If you talk about Lost Zone Rex Boy, so we have seen the earliest skirmish. Welcome to Picado, I would like to say. 4v4 it is going to be LZ versus Team SouL. Let's see who's gonna win that. But if you talk about TSM are also coming with the fight down scenarios, and TSM footstep. So they're requiring 2 finishes. That's a really great number. I would like to see which team they're actually getting the finishes. But absolutely, that is going to be Error Esports, and the start of Error Esports is not that good.
Indeed. They are suffering a lot at this point. Eventually, Error Esports could go down anytime soon. But before that, let's see what SouL is going to do. Because if I talk about GodL, he's one hell of an assaulter. He has got a great component to his perspective. And look at that. It's going to be a 1v3 once again. Let's see, is it possible for him to convert this 1v3 into his perspective? It does a 1v1. He actually tags half night a lot at this point. But then Goblin has been taken down. He was trying his level best, but eventually the compound was not that favorable for him. And he goes down. Now Team SouL is on the back end right now. Goblin, one of those assaulters which can turn the table really very ugly, is actually getting contested a lot right now. But meanwhile, Goblin is trying to fall back. Let's see, is it possible for Goblin to just survive from the fight? But before that, you are going to see Half Knight on the top corner just trying to scavenge the hunt, and eventually Goblin is trying to just be into the vicinity of Omega, and might be a revival is possible for Goblin. And then if Goblin comes back in the fight, there is going to be a close call between Team LZ official and Team SouL. But before that, Team SouL is on the pressure at this point.
We have seen this fight, right? We have seen this 4v4 earliest commission tomorrow's yesterday's days as well. So SouL Goblin is getting revived. That's a really great number. That's a really great thing. And the equation gonna be get reset again between SouL and between Team LZ as well. That is going to be a 4v4. So Goblin will heal himself, and we have seen one of the most amazing, astonishing, fabulous performance from the side of Goblin, because there were a lot of teams. There were actually Team LZ, then there were look at that Margo from the side of Akshat. That's a really great thing, and I'm going to use that trick. That's I've seen for the first time.
Oh, indeed. Before that, I saw Enigma Rex toppling down from the Waker and eventually getting down just by himself. And after that, what happens? Orange Stoles that finishes. Goblin once again has been picked off. That's a sad side to watch. Eventually, Team SouL is facing a lot of threat at this moment, and Goblin is getting, let's say, a lot of damage at this point. This is the second knockout in the first 5 minutes of the match. Let's see what Goblin is going to do at this point. Eventually, if we talk about Hector trying to cook up some good nades, and Goblin is back again under the armor of Omega, and Omega the Agile is going to put up a revival. That's interesting enough, but Mosh on the other hand is constantly trying to just pressurize those guys. Let's see what is going to happen. There we go. Another 1v1 battle is going to be there. Mox meanwhile is the way too late. He's just constantly trying to provide the space in the scope. And the spray comes up. Omega just like that puts one down from the lobby, and now LZ official is on the back end. Mox, the guy who actually provides most of the damage from the lobby for LZ official, is actually going to go down. Let's see if it is possible for Team SouL to just finish him off, and if that happens, Team SouL will be on the upper hand.
Absolutely. Let's see. Team SouL will be having that upper hand, and I'm feeling that sovereignty, right? They are feeling that dominance, and they are having that confidence right now, and they are pushing out there, and Team SouL is getting ready out there. But meanwhile, Sony Fox has been down from Error Esports, and Team SouL is getting close for closer encounter against Team LZ officials. They have to be so much careful, and Team LZ gets ready. But out there, Akshat is getting picked out from the fight, from the side of half fight. That was something initial, but look at the position of Omega picking out and picking that knock into the finish. That was a really great thing. But if you talk about Omega out there, he have to aggress and he have to do something, because look at the position. But look at that! Oh my god! One of the most amazing knockout from the side of Goblin. Amazingly done, and that 1v1 was done. But Goblin, he's just so lit right now.
Oh man, look at the damage which is going to be there right now. Goblin goes on, Akshat has been finished off, and just like that, I guess Team SouL could be ended. And yes, that's what happened. Finally, after a lot of trouble, Team LZ official and Rising Star has successfully wiped out Team SouL. From past 2 days, they were unable to do that wonder, but before that, let's talk about Error Esports and Revenge Esports trying to fight it out. Revenge Esports, two good guys from their team has been eliminated, and same goes for Error Esports also because Kevin and Dream OP has been decimated. Now it's all about Hulk OG and Swayam to fight it out. And from Team Revenge, I guess two good guys still will be surviving in the lobby. But Team SouL, man, oh man, what did happen to them? I don't know. But with, I guess, one or two finishes, Team SouL has been decimated just like that. Last match was too good for Team SouL. But what about this one? I guess in the match of Miramar, they are suffering a lot of chaos. Despite of getting, let's say, some good knockouts, some good early finishes onto Team LZ official, they were unable to convert the finishes. And now they're just cherishing the loot at this point. But now one other team is going to be there. It's going to be Team GodL Esports. I guess they've heard a lot of chaos into this compound, and now they are going to cherish it very, very soon.
Okay, GodL, welcome to the Picado now. You will be having a fight against Team Last Zone Esports. And I think so Last Zone cannot win this one because they are having a lot of damage. Because all the West, all the helmets are damaged right now. And they need to recover right now. And they have to settle the things right now. And they have to go setback out there. But look at the zone out there. There are only few teams into the zone. Look at that. OR is out of the zone. OR is having fight against Team 8-bit, I think so. They'll be having a really great early skirmish over there. But Celsius will be having a fight really soon. All the teams started rotating into the zone. Team Hyderabad Hydras. I would like to say Team Hyderabad Hydras have a really great stronghold in Miramar. But I am waiting for the comeback. I really want that Hyderabad Hydras have to take the chicken dinner in this match. But I'm waiting for the goal will come back too as well because I just can't qualify. But Team GodL, they are on hashtag 19 and they are not doing really well. I need GodL to take this chicken dinner.
Indeed, that could be the case because GodL is also seeking for those winner chicken dinner. Let's see how the game is going to be there because Jonathan is back in the lobby and I guess the teams are going to cherish it out once again. But before that, let's talk about the whole roster. We have Z-God, Clutch God, Jonathan and Neo. It's the OG coming back in the lobby right now, and I guess Inferno, they have heard us. Inferno, they are going to be back in the fight. If we talk about Z-God, he's just constantly trying to figure out that is there any players surviving in this compound, and I guess they were unable to decipher it out. But now Jonathan with this beautiful golden Mirado is going to put up a rotation, and I guess LZ's official are successful in just hiding themselves in the plain sight.
Yeah, and GodL, now they are starting rotating, but Team Enigma Semifinals day 1, I remember the chicken dinner and we remember that they were on hashtag 1, but right now they're not doing really well, but they can qualify easily to the grand finals. But if you talk about Celsius Dreams out there using that mini foreign, MJ is also using that mini foreign, and everyone going to show us some mid-man action. That is going to be DMR action, of course, but I'm waiting for that. How long they're gonna take, because there's no fight for a team Celsius. They are actually cherishing and hibernating themselves in the compounds of I think that's Elpos, I think so, but let's see where they are right now. But Celsius Max out there having that M4 in his hand. 53 players are still surviving, 15 teams, and amongst the 15 teams we will be having only one team shining with that chicken dinner tag.
Now look at that. Jonathan was waiting for an exact moment where he could just put down some good 6-6 sprays, but eventually the vehicle is a bit too far away and Error Esports to be exact has fallen back from the lobby. That's good enough, but no! Relentless is going to find out the last man standing on the last man standing of the Revenge Esports. Final boss is way too late. He's unable to put any further rotation. Akshay 5k from the back angle is also trying to survive in the lobby, but now Team Relentless Extort has a bright moment of actually getting some good finishes into the perspective, because this is one of those teams which is lurking in the shadows at this point. They are at 23 position. Hashtag 23 is not something you are looking and seeking for, and I guess that is why Team Relentless is just going to put the pressure. They are just going to eliminate them out, but they don't know that they are two men standing. Otherwise, if they would have known that kind of sound cues, they could have easily just pushed them, because they are four men standing and there is a, let's say, a higher possibility of getting those finishes into a perspective. But before that, Team Revenant says that hold my champ, hold my gun, we are going to retaliate once again, and there we go. Team Revenant and Core, I guess, puts one down from Team Global Esports, but I guess in front of you all know, Global Esports is one of those teams which is not going to sit idle after that knockout.
Yeah, absolutely. They are not going to because they have that aggressive stance and because they have that aggressive mindset. They always come with the aggressive mindset and they need to dominate and they need to do everything out there. But if you talk about Team RL and Theory Criminal, he spotted one player, but Joker has been down. Team Global Esports is getting weaker and weaker. Johnny has been also picked out from Error Esports. That's a really great knockdown. If you look to Criminal out there, he's trying to burst out the and puncture out the tires because if you don't have legs, how you can rotate it
Oh,
this big map?
indeed, indeed. If you don't have any kind of vehicles, rotations will be very, very tiring for you. But before that, Jonathan is back in the fight. That's good enough. Clutch God, the Agile actually has got the perspective. And now let's see what is going to happen right now. Z God is still remaining in the fight. Other than that, Neo is also alive. And they're just trying to put some good rotations. The third zone is going to slam in very, very soon, as in I guess let's say in about 20-25 seconds, the zone is going to slam in, and after that, the teams have to just configure a good location. But before that, Team OR Esports once again is going to configure Team Relentless. While they were trying to take a fight with Team Revenge Esports, that could have been the fate for Team Revenge Esports, where they could have been taken down. But now, if they are going to retaliate, if Relentless is going to take a fight with Team OR, they have to just configure more strategies. But one good nade, and now you can see that one good guy from the team has been taken down. But that's not the case. Cross with the backup is going to be here. He actually put Jelly down. Jelly is on the verge of getting decimated. Delhi is not going to survive. Another spray from the end of Aditya is going to be their team awards. Aditya is one of those guys who is the most aggressive of the team, but let's see what is going to happen because Gunmaster is already getting that revival. That's interesting enough. If we talk about Jelly, he's just getting to beat out, but one good nade. Once again, Gunmaster has been taken now on a sad side to watch out. Now Team OR has upper hand on the team Relentless. They could easily turn the tables. They could easily wipe them out. Aru becomes a grenadier of the team. And look at that. Criminal also goes on with the Molly. It's going to be a scene of Padmavat here. The squad is there. Now, next shot is going to be there. Team OR has successfully survived, and eventually, two good guys from Team Relentless is still going to survive. I don't know what is going to happen, but there we go. From the shadows, from the left angle, we have one more team trying to just see the ball.
Absolutely. Now Aru coming with a really great knockdown on Criminal. That was actually something initial pick out from the side of OR, and they are actually pushing out. But OR Aru is getting knocked out from the EE Sayam. That's what a like need. That's a really great knockout. But if you talk about OR Aditya as of now, space with no knockdown has been phased out right now. Atanki's been now. Aru have to go for the revolve point right there. Aru is so critical in so critical condition. Aditya and Jilly are the only doom and survival. One temporary shutdown. Esports Error played a really great game over here, but they are also having two casualties and two players are still surviving. But Aru, the kill has been also finalized. That was amazing spray from side of Hulk, and the finish has been converted.
Oh, indeed. But look at that right now. Frost is just trying to survive the number of nades. The mini red zone, which has been created by the hands of Algoji, is actually putting him in a lot of trouble right now. But I guess Frost is going to survive, but another nade is going to be there from the hands of Swayam. Let's see how this nade is going to get connected. Okay, that nade got the connection. He has actually choked out 20 to 30 HP of his life, but now zone should be considered, and I guess that is why Team Error Esports is just trying to beat the zone. That's good enough, but RNT Top Dog once again puts one from Team OR Esports. They are just trying to thrive, but OR Esports is getting dressed from multiple angles right now. Aru has been taken down. The other guys from Team OR Esports are also getting a lot of chaos. But if we talk about Team Godlike, look at that. Jonathan and the buddies are just trying to cut the rotations. But before that, Revenge Akshay 5K manages to put one down from Team Hyderabad Hydras. Sad side to watch out. Eventually, Hyderabad Hydra fans are actually not looking to see this kind of fate in the lobby. But then, if I talk about Godlike, look at that. They are just constantly trying to figure out a rotation from this angle because they know that rotations are absolutely necessary. But this AKM spray by the hands of Celsius Apollo is absolutely pinpoint. He's just trying to tag more and more, but finally, Clutch God decides to just be underneath him and eventually avoid the whole fight. But before that, Revenge Akshay 5K was able to actually put one down from the lobby, but the finish is not here into his perspective. Final boss from the other angle has, let's say, got one finishes, I guess, and that finish was from Error Esports. But let's see now how the fights are going to figure out because Chumasara is the region where all the teams are going to put a fight. But Team TSM, Inferno, they are back in the fight.
Yeah, they are actually back in the fight and they are rising right now and they have the upper hand in the fights right now. Let's see how it goes. But if you talk about Team Godlike, they are 4 men standing. I need them to take this chicken dinner. I am in the support of two teams right now because they have to step out. They have to step up right now. That is going to be Hyderabad Hydras and that is going to be Team Godlike because Team Godlike is on hashtag 19 right now and they have to do something out of the box and they have to they need to change their strategies. So if you talk about Johnny right there having that luxurious Mirado, golden Mirado, and I think think so Celsius will be the team. They are so close, and that is going to be a fair 4v4 fight. But on the back end, you can see Team 8-bit also coming. But the distance, the breathing space is really good and really far. Plus got out there saving that vehicle. Oh my god, look at that Celsius Apollo. 2 players has been picked out. Oh my god, what is actually happening? Clutch got and Z-God has been picked out. That's a really great trade. Now coming from Neo to Celsius Apollo. Oh my god, that is going to be a 1v2 witness, and that is going to be the thing. Only Solomon survival from Team Celsius. That is going to be the only last man standing. Johnny out there converting those finishes. Celsius Max, the last man standing.
And he's not going to push forward right now because he knows that who is actually back in the fight, and that's going to be Jonathan. Look at that, one good spray. Max could go down into zone, and yes, that's what happened. Jonathan opening his M416 with the 6-6 scope, manages to put one down from Team Celsius Esports, and just like that, Celsius is out of equation. Godlike, meanwhile, securing 4 amazing finishes, is not going to let this go just like that. Meanwhile, if I talk about Team Hyderabad Hydras, it's going to be Skrills and Striker for the win, trying to survive, trying to throw the finishes to be into their perspective. So let's see what is going to happen, because now Team Enigma is also way too close to them. But I guess Team Hyderabad Hydras decides to be in the zone, because zone is something which is not going to wait for you. The time which is something not going to wait for you, and the teams which are lurking in the shadows, lurking in the zone counterbacks, are not going to wait for you. They are just going to bait you out, and eventually those finishes could be there into their perspective. But now, right now, Skills has actually find out a good gap from which he could just retaliate. But from the back end, Team GodL is also trying to push, and look at that clutch guard from the back angle is also getting decimated. Ooh, a good shot by the hands of Madman, just like that. God has been picked up. Jonathan managed to push in. He's also going to go down about now. Look at that, the damage is massive right now. West Helmet is way too late. 8-bit Tsunami on the front angle is also trying to survive. Z-God, Clutch God hasn't picked off. Z-God is there. Jonathan, meanwhile, is trying to put up a show in the lobby. If we talk about Z-God, he's trying to cook some good smoke so that eventually a revival is possible for Neo. But I guess now Inferno, it's a very troublesome situation for Team GodL.
Absolutely, and I think so. Oh my god, look at that. MC Spraygor is popping off. Skills and Striker has been down and has been full finished off. Team Enigma has been also knocked out. ENG has been down out of the zone, and now the things are getting heated up. We'll be having our top 10 teams, and approximately we'll be having 30 players out there, and the match has been finished till 20 minutes, and we'll be having only 10 more minutes, and we'll be having the winners out there of Miramar match number 4. Let's see, Jonathan is going with some grenades out there. Spotted out Tsunami, going with the multiple grenades. They are pushing in, they are pushing unitedly, and they are going. Madman, look at the position of Madman. Madman has been spotted from the side of Neo, but Jonathan is just unstoppable out there. But Johnny has been down, but look at that. Look at that fabulous cover, astonishing cover from the side of Z-God. What an amazing jump shot. If you talk about Team RNT out there, Austin Bodex is over there. He's going to spot Sayam, and look at that spray. Oh my god, that was so smooth, and that was so delight to witness.
Man, oh man, what a decision coming from Godl's angle right now. Yes, Neo is also being decimated at this point. Let's see what is going to happen. Meanwhile, if we talk about Team Esports, they are absolutely trying to devastate from other angle. For that, Team Revenant is also shining in the lobby. They've got 2 amazing finishes. They are in the top 9. 21 players are going to survive, but Team Cayman Esports is not going to survive for a longer period of time. Delta PG has been taken down. The let's say the absolute mystic guy, which is actually becoming a top fragger, is actually taken down. It was eventually teams like TSM are absolutely strong in the number of finishes they have got. Justin also goes down by the zone. That's it for the team. I guess Cayman Esports could easily go down anytime soon. But before that, let's talk about Team Error Esports. Flame will be targeted, and yes, the plays are there. Flame is going to go down by the hands of Aladdin, and just like that, the finish is going to be there. Flame is not going to survive for a fraction of a second anytime soon. Meanwhile, Cayman Esports goes down from the lobby, and just like that, at #9, Cayman Esports has been devastated. I mean, Inferno, the teams which are on the top of the list are going down so swiftly that there is a gap. There is a massive gap which was there, is actually being covered by the teams like 8-bit and teams and some other teams like, let's say, Skyless Gaming. And there might be a possible situation that before the end of day number 3, we are going to see a new phase going to rising up at #1 or 2.
Absolutely. If you talk about Team RNG Top Dog, he's going out there, spotted one of the players of Team 7Cs going with his space, but 7Cs behind that ridge. And I don't think so that RNG Top Dog have to do that aggressive stance, because they have the zonal area, they have a really good container cover, and they have that bonus as well. And look at that beautiful ridge they'll be having that. Oh my god, that's a really good ridge. And I think so they have a really great position in the zone. It's all about the zone cut now. The zone will be good there, and the teams have to, like, follow the zone. They have to respect the zone out there. But oh my god, look at that. That is going to be a centralized zone next, and teams have to be so much careful. Austin Bodex has been knocked out. That is something amazing. Spray Paradox has been also spotted out. Sarang is going with some prone. sprays with the M4, and he's having a really great connective sprays out there.
Oh, indeed. He's trying his level best to just connect some good shots. He has got 9 amazing finishes, and the way they're just stealing those finishes are absolutely lovely. There's some other team, that's Team Revenant, which was trying to tag Error Esports. But what happens from the back end, Aladdin, the Alu boy of Team 7C, just like that, tagged him out, and eventually, I guess Sarang was the one who actually finished the last man standing. But now look at that. Global Esports Manya is going to lie over there right now, but I guess he has been spotted by the hands of Spray God. He's just trying to aim it out to just put him down. But before that, we also have Team OR Esports trying to survive for a longer period of time. They've got 6 amazing finishes from the back shadows. We can also see Godlike Esports trying to survive with the one man standing, and that's going to be Z-God. If I'm not wrong, he's trying his level best to just survive in the lobby. But yes, we have some good teams which are trying to just put up a show. And LZ Official beautifully is also surviving in the lobby. That's good enough. LZ Official was in the fight in the prior moment. Let's talk about the moment where they actually put down Team SouL into the coffin. But after that, Team LZ Official was not going to engage in any kind of fights. But Manya was spotted, and just like that, nobody spoke. And yes, that's what happened. Sevitar, the last shot got connected, and just like that, he was also taken down. And look at that, Sevitar is the same fate.
Absolutely. Septar has been down. That's really great knockdowns from the side of OR. Out there, he's going with some predictive sprays. He's going with some multiple sprays out there. If we talk about Team already talked about out there, he have to do that 1v2, but that is going to be so hard for him. But look at that. GodL is still surviving. Solomon's survival. He is going to be Z-God, and he is going for the position point, I think. So there's nothing to do more. But if we talk about 7Cs, he's coming back. Look at that amazing grenade from the side of 7C. Sarang picking out top.
Man, oh man, one beautiful name, and just like that, Spree got ends the spree of Revenants. One good guy, and now let's go for goes for a one. He is unable to put anyone down at this point. He was in and just like that, and GodL at the 4th position, or let's say 5th position, has been wiped out with 8 amazing finishes. I guess this is a rise once again. That's what we were talking about Inferno, because in the last leaderboard, we saw Team SouL was remaining at #16 with, I guess, let's say 64 points, and Team Godlike, on the other hand, was having 53 points and was at #18. But now they have got 10 plus points, and I guess that is going to be the rise of Godlike once again in the top 16, and Team SouL might go down once again. But let's focus on to the match, which is going to be here right now. It's going to be the 6th zone getting end very soon, and the 7th zone marker will hit up very, very soon. But before that, the big boy is not going to breathe anymore in the lobby. The last man standing from Team LZ is still surviving, and that's beautiful for them, and that's going to be sniped. Look at that. Who are they? They're trying to get those long far made. But now 7th focuses and their focus onto Team Revenant. They put one more down from Team Revenant. It's going to be Encore, which is going to go down. Meanwhile, look at the number of finishes Team 7C is getting at this moment. They are absolutely a beast. They are absolutely turning on their beast mode at this point.
Hey, Raider, don't you think now 7Cs is getting just out of control and they are just unstoppable, man? Like, they're just not stopping now, and they're just popping off out there. LC Slave has been spotted out, Scarf has been spotted, and he's been also down. Now we'll be having our top 3 teams. That is going to be OR, and that is going to be 7Cs. So look at the finishes of 7Cs. That is going to be 13. That's not a small number, and I think so 7Cs are just so confident with the gameplay, and they are just so confident with the playstand and the presentation right now. And I think so they can do that chicken dinner out there because they need it, they want it, they need it, and they will get it. And I think so I am so much confident about that. And win predictions, you can see the win predictions. The prediction teams are also actually with the 7Cs as well. You can see the strats out there, 42% with 7Cs. That's a big number.
I know, man. They've got amazing carnage going on in the lobby. But before that, let's talk about Team Revenant. They are just trying to survive for a longer period of time, but they are not going to. Look at that. Austin Water has been picked up, and just like that, the battle is over for them. OR Esports versus Team 7C. The best part of this fight is going to be Team OR Esports on the upper ridge right now, and they could easily learn from which they're trying to rotate. But look at that. Angle coming from the back end, just like that, tag them out. OR Aditya, way too late. There is a sooner period of time where they could just get that victory. Let's are there. OR Aditya trying to pick it out. Oh, with a beautiful jump shot, just like that. The fight is over right now. Team OR Esports has got the winner. Okay, I guess Team OR Esports was decimated if I'm not wrong. But the team which has got the winner chicken dinner is going to be Team 7C Esports. That was beautiful. I mean, the fight was too conflicted that I was unable to, let's say, register that which team actually got the winner chicken dinner.
Absolutely, that was so fast, and the animations, I would like to say that's why we were not able to understand. But yeah, 7C Esports, what an amazing performance from them, and they were just unstoppable. Look at the players, Spray, Ghatak, and Aladdin. My man, the performance was so amazing, and this match was indeed like, we need this kind of matches. Like, Seven Seas won this one, and Seven Seas get this one. That was amazing match, and I think so they'll be having plus 13 finishes. That's a really great number, and absolutely we will be adding the placement points as well. So amazing performance from the side of Seven Seas, and I am waiting for the fourth match, for the fifth match. Let's see how it goes for the other teams as well, because the groups are changing, because the teams are changing, and the strategies are changing as well.
Indeed, every team is trying to implement some new kind of strategies, and that is why they are getting some good new results. We saw that our actually, let's say, the teams which were in the lobby were trying to configure some good fights. If we talk about teams like, let's say, from the start, if I talk about teams like LZ Esports, they were actually unable to get any kind of points in the previous few days. They were actually getting decimated quite early. But what happened in today's day number 3, what they did was beautiful. They were trying to play it really very passive. On the other angle, if I talk about Team SouL, they were a bit scattered, and that is why I guess Goblin was picked off on the front end. And after that, what happens? Omega goes for a revival. He does it successfully, but then also Goblin goes down by the hands of Team LZ's Moksh. And after that, what happens? Goblin again gets a revival. Goblin tries to conflict it out once again, but then now Akshat was completely taken down and finished off. After that, Goblin was also trying to configure the fight. He was also taken down. Omega and I guess Hector were the last two standing, but just in that chaos, they were also picked off. And just like that, Team LZ official tried to develop a new strategy, and they were successful in it. Because before that, let's say in the initial 2 days, we saw that Team LZ official was trying to go for the compounds which was there rather than going for the arena. But then what happened today? They were actually occupying the arena, and that is why I guess Team LZ official was on point. I know they don't have got the winner. We should have been talking about, let's say, 7C Esports, but still the match which was there was absolutely beautiful. But before that, Inferno, we have got the match stats.
Yeah, absolutely. If you talk about the winners, and if you talk about the winner stats, look, Spray God having 7 finishes, Sarang out there having 4 finishes, Sevatar out there having 2 finishes, and Aladdin having 2 finishes out there. And in total, if you talk about, that's a really great balance between points and finishes points. That is going to be 15-15. Amazing clap, right? The balance was really well, and they will be having 30-point lead, and that is not small number of total points. That's a really big number of points, and they will be having a really great table turnout in the point tables as well. That is going to be so amazing and fruitful for Team 7Cs. And I would like to see the overall standings, right, where now Team 7Cs is standing, because now I think so 7Cs, the game is changing for you.
Oh, indeed. 7C is back in the form. Teams like Skylights Gaming, 7C, they are back in the form. They are just trying to obliterate teams like Third X Esports, which were on the bottom of the list, are trying to climb very soon. And I guess that's the beauty of this India Rising series, because yes, the India is rising. Yes, the teams are rising. Yes, the teams which are bottom of the list are actually rising. Be it Team GodL Esports, be it Team 7C, be it Team Third Esports, be it Team LZ Official. Everybody is just trying to thrive for more and more points, and they are successful in it. So yeah, that's the beauty of the fight, which is going to be here. But position points for Team 7C Esports with a winner chicken is going to be 15, and they are maintaining the 15-point balance with some good 15 finishes into their perspective. The total points they have got is going to be 30. Meanwhile, if I talk about Spray God, 7 amazing finishes. Man, oh man. Quite a carnage one to be exact. If I talk about Sarang, 4 amazing finishes. Savitar with 2 blows. Aladdin also goes out with 2 finishes. But I guess Aladdin was the one who was trying to steal those finishes, and it was really beneficial for him to be exact, and his teammates too. I guess in the match, in the competitive scenario, it's the beauty of the match where you just have to get those finishes. A beat anyway. They are actually trying to fag it out. They're just trying to do third parties. That is the case. Let's talk about the whole leaderboard situation coming up for you guys. 7C Esports, 30 amazing points for them, just like we discussed. WAR Esports, despite of getting 7 amazing finishes at hashtag 2, they got 12 position points, 19 points for them as a total. Godlike Esports, on the other angle, was at hashtag, let's say, 5 position, but still 6 position points and 8 finishes. So yeah, 14 points for themselves. Revenant goes out with 13 blows. LZ Official 12 points. Massive jump for the team. Error Esports 6 points. Global Esports 5 points. TSM 5 points. 8-bit 3 points. Gaming Esports 3 points. Hyderabad Hydras 2 points. Enigma Gaming 2 points. SouL 2 points. Relentless Xtor 1 point. Revenge 1 point. One team which actually got empty-handed and got the egg into their hand, that's the 0, is going to be Celsius Esports. But one small question for you, Inferno. What is happening to teams like Team Gaming Esports and Team Exo today?
A bad day, I would like to say. Yeah, so Kevin Esports, and we have the graph stats as well. And 7C is out there. That was amazing, astonishing, and fabulous performance. And the dominance and the sovereignty I was feeling from the side of Team 7Cs, that was just so amazing. If you talk about Team Orange Rock, they have a really good number of placement points because they were hashtag 2. And if you talk about the the kill points, they are having 7. That's not though so bad. But if you talk about God, like the team we actually fate, look at that. They are on third points, but still, look at that. Like, they're not having that much of finish points, because Zigord was the only solo man survival out there. He was trying to survive, because what solo man player can do, and what all we can solo man to do, doing 1v4 in these kind of lobby is not just piece of cake. It's not just like a cup of tea for you all guys. And we have Neo as well in the top fragger list. And if we talk about the golden frame, that is going to be 7C Spray God, having 7 finishes, and finish count are going to be 47. If you talk about Aditya, they're having 4 finishes, that is going to be 57 finish count contribution. From Team Orange Rocky Esports, 7C Sarang. So we have a one common team, 2 players. That is going to be 7C Sarang and Spray God as well, and Hulk OG from Team Error Esports. So as I said, I was talking about Team Error Esports. They were changing their game style, they were changing their stance, and they were changing their pace as well. Now you can see Team Error Esports is coming in the top fragger list as well.
I mean, the finishes, I mean, the carnage, I mean, the level of synergy these teams are trying to provide is absolutely on a god level at this point. Spray God, look at the number of finishes he has got. 7 amazing flags, getting that golden flag into the perspective. And I guess today we are going to see some new faces in terms of overall top fraggers list. Yeah, I mean, Destro, the job he did with 25 finishes. If I talk about, let's say, Panku, 25 finishes for him, that's a massive jump. But still, these guys from Team 7C, if we talk about OR, they are also climbing today. Godlike is also slowly but steadily coming back in the fight. And if we talk about Error Esports, look at that too. This is the first time, if I'm not wrong, Hulk coaching is again coming back in the shows after quarter finale, and that's really very great for him. Eventually, the team contribution is massive, massive, massive for Hulk Koji. It's 75%. Meanwhile, if we talk about Aditya, 50% of the job in terms of finishes was done by Aditya. Neo did a 50% job for the finishes. And now let's talk about the overall standing. Look at that sweet level of overall standing coming up for you guys. EXO, 142 points, still reigning on the top right now. And I believe 5th match is going to be for Team EXO once again. And they will be back in the Sunshine Movement. And Cayman Esports along with them will be there for sure. But along with that, if I talk about Scarlet's Gaming, they are still chilling it out at hashtag 3. Revenant Esports, despite of playing 11 matches, they have got 109 points. They have crossed the 100-point margin. 7C Esports also was able to cross the 100-point margin. Team 8-bit, meanwhile, is just barely able to cross the margin. Entity, on the other hand, has got 98. Enigma, on the other hand, is getting 96 points for themselves. That's good enough. They are trying their level best to get some good enough points, and they are absolutely crushing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you talk about one more, we'll be having on the look on second chart as well. So guys, before than that, if you guys are loving the live stream, if you guys are loving the Costas Effect efforts as well, so guys, please have a look over there and please subscribe the channel. We are so close for the 350k. Slowly and slowly, Upthrust will hit everything, and we will hit 1 million someday somehow. But we will try everything, yes. So before than that, please guys have a look over there, and you guys are supporting really good. So please guys, please spam hearts in the chat section as well. That will be so amazing. So please guys, spam the hearts in the chat section, and we are also conducting we are also on our goal to do 1k followers on Instagram as well. So myself and Fano, you guys can follow me as well. Check out the description, and the man with the golden vocals, that is going to be Raider out there with me. So please guys follow him as well, and my small Chotu brother, that is going to be Nikros as well, and follow him as well. So as well, I would like to say the Phantoms giveaways are also on, so please have a look on the Upthrust Esports giveaway post as well, and please follow all the steps, and you guys are in the giveaway.
Yeah, indeed. The steps which we actually earlier talked about is going to be a smaller one. You can just go ahead and follow us onto Upthrust India page, Upthrust India Rising 2022 page, and Wings Lifestyle as well, where you can just comment down onto the post that which team you are going to support and which team is going to win. The prediction should be there. And eventually, if you are able to just get that prediction right, you are going to get the giveaway. It's going to be a lovely one because you are going to get 2 options. Wings Phantom 100 will be there. Wings Phantom 105 is also going to be there right now. Anytime. Let's see. Before that, let's talk about the overall standing. Team X Spark looking not so good. They were in the top 16, but now you can see that they are actually going back. If we talk about Team SouL, they are also on the back end page. Team Organize Esports also on the back end page. Revenge also going on the back end page. It would be lovely if you have been seeing these teams coming back and forth. Revenge Esports, despite of having a, let's say, decent fair match, they are unable to actually climb once again. Scar Esports, meanwhile, I don't know what they are trying to do, but still they are chilling it out on the bottom of the list. Meanwhile, Relentless also maintaining the same strategies, but yes, Hyderabad Hydras fan are not going to be happy about this performance.
Yeah, absolutely. So please guys, wanna come Hyderabad Hydras family, how are you guys doing? So please support HH and please cheer up with the DMs. Go in the players' DMs and please cheer up them that you guys can do it, you will do it, and you can do it. Just need one chicken dinner. Just need one chicken dinner. They will be up out there in the second page or else top 16 teams. So please guys cheer them up and cheer every team out there because we need Team SouL as well in top 16 team Xpark, team Error Esports, Revenge team forever because these teams are actually suffering from tough time and they need motivation right now.
Oh, indeed. The motivation and the confidence and the synergy is something these teams are lacking. The teams which are in the bottom of the list, and I guess it's high time to actually show that kind of synergy once again because that's why they are known in the lobby. But before that, let's talk about the overall top fragger list. There we go. Destro is sneakily maintaining the distance from Panku to actually become the table topper in top fraggers list. Destro with 27 amazing finishes, despite of it. Delta, meanwhile, is chilling it out with 20 finishes, 29% team contribution in terms of finishes. Is going to be the cause of him. But now look at that. Inferno, we were talking about some new faces coming up. It's going to be Top Dog and Ash once again for this day. 20 finishes for Top Dog.
Yeah.
That's good enough. 22% of finish contribution is there. It's an absolutely lovely one. If we talk about Ash, 18 amazing finishes from his courtyard. Finish contribution is going to be, let's say, 43%. Good enough. They are trying their level best to get some more and more finishes. But now let's see how the fifth match is going to pan out because once again, the birthplace of every competitive player, every caster, and every PHMI player enthusiast is going to be there. It's going to be Erangel, which is going to be here right now anytime soon. So let's see what is going to happen for the map of Erangel, which is going to be here. I mean, at this point, this is going to be day number 3, where you are going to see the match number 5. Group A and C are going to conflict it out, in which you are going to see teams like GodL Esports coming back in the lobby. Team TSM will be back. Revenant Esports is going to be back. Enigma Gaming is also going to be back. Kevin Esports is also going to be back. Celsius Esports is also going to be back. And eventually, if we talk about Revenge Esports, they are also going to be back. But one more guy which is going to be back is going to be Necros. After match number 2, Necros took a break, but now he's back in the fight right now. And Necros, my buddy, how are you, man?
Well, it's all going fine and well, but talking about the matches, Raider, I believe the competition is getting more and more intense. It is true that I was not between between two matches in match number 3 and match number 4, but definitely the competition is just going way too higher that we might just not expect it to be. But simultaneously, we get to see like Destro. He is the one who is placing the hashtag on spot and he's not willing to give up that position at any cost. But the other players, if you talk about Punk, if you talk about the other players, those who are in the contest are just trying to hopping up. They want to climb up the ladder. But talking about the phantom of the match, which was of match number 4, I believe it is going to be Spray God with a total of 91 rating and 7 solo finishes. Match contribution is having 47%. Total number of finishes, if I'm not wrong, he's got 18 on board, and MVP rank, he's holding the 7th position. He's not in top 5. But still, he has got a great hold, and it is possible. Like if you get more and more of this kind of matches in today's day, or even the day after tomorrow, or maybe tomorrow, you can climb up the ladder in the hashtag 1 position, and you can surpass Destro and Punk as well. It is possible.
Oh, indeed, it is possible at this point because we have n number of matches still left in the lobby, and eventually teams like, let's say, 7C Esports are climbing really very good because that 15 to 16 hours of gap which is there between, let's say, day number 1, day number 2, and day number 3, and upcoming days is actually giving a lot more time period for these teams to actually climb back, get some good strategies, get some good brainstorming moment eventually, and get some good finishes into their perspective. And I guess Team 7C is back in the form right now. In the previous one, we saw teams like Scarlet's Gaming also bouncing back. But once again, guys, let me remind you that we have a giveaway going on of 2 Wings Phantom earbuds. It's going to be Wings Phantom 100 and Wings Phantom 105. For that, you just have to predict and win. The steps are really very easy. You just have to follow 3 steps and you are going to win it for sure. Let me remind you once again, it's going to be step number 1. That's going to be follow Upthrust Esports, WINGSLIFESTYLE India, and UE India Rising 2022 onto the Instagram handles. But after that, what you have to do, you just have to simply comment down which team is going to get the winner chicken dinner in the semi-finale and which day is this. Let's say, I will give you a small example. It's going to be winner chicken dinner, semi-finale, day number 3, match number 5. And the team which I'm going to choose, it's going to be Team GodL Esports. And my option for the giveaway is going to be option number 2. It's going to be Wings Phantom 105. And if my prediction is correct, I would like to get that giveaway into my perspective. But step number 3 is going to be more easier. It's going to be share the post on your story and increase your chance of winning.
Well, you have already got one raider. You should not be greedy.
Yeah.
You have already won, so you should better be happy with that because you have to let others
Oh,
win
I
in this
am.
contest. This is for the audience. Well, well, never mind with that. You guys can already participate. Raider is just babbling about that. You can have your own. He's not getting the contest. You have a safer part. But yes, of course. You have to follow the steps. You have to get these things done. And if you can manage to do it in time, and if you're the first one to predict it, the management side will choose the winner and will let you know who is going to win this. And it's not like there are only two there. You can just go on with 6 matches every day. It will continue till the end day of the grand final, so there can be a number of winners. We might just get like 6 winners in each day, Raider. It might sum up to a
Yeah.
lot of amount more, like close to 100. It might be possible, but we have to see it around.
Yeah, of course. We have to see that how the giveaway is going to pan out, and for that, you just have to predict your favorite team. Or let's say you don't have to predict; you just have to place your favorite team's name, and eventually, if the luck is there, if your team is actually going to perform the way you want and the way they want, eventually in the leaderboard, they might just actually be able to help you in terms of getting that giveaway into your perspective. Yeah, but that's it, guys. You can just go ahead and follow and let's say choose your option. I would like to go for a Wings Phantom 105. If I was there as an audience, I'm saying in that terms. What about you, Necros?
Well, I already have the option one, you see, and I'm happy with that.
Okay.
That's really a quite good model. So yes, I'm fine with that. I don't need any other.
Well, that's good enough. So let's see. Let's see. We are just expecting match number 5 to be here anytime soon. And when the match number 5 is going to start, we are going to see some new strategies, some new files going to pan out. And I guess that would be really very lovely where the teams in the Erangel map is again going to retaliate. Well, the teams like GodL Esports are back in the fight. So let's see how the game is going to be there. Let's see how the retaliation will be there. Let me remind you once again which groups are going to fight it out for the battle. It's going to be, let's say, group A and C once again will be back in the fight. I guess, Necros, one more small question for you. Teams like, let's say, EXO and teams like Gaming Esports are unable to perform the way they were performing in previous 2 days. I guess the teams are catching up to their kind of strategy.
Well, definitely. Like as we mentioned, the day one was for the day of analysis. You get to see, you get to study, you get to learn, and the day two was for your homework. You have to come up and you have to what you have learned from the day one. You have to improvise, you have to improve in that, and you come back to the day two and you perform it well. And it's actually the day number three. So you have got 2 days. You have studied the teams, how the teams are playing, how the rotation is coming, where the teams are holding. Many teams have got some specific ideals. If you talk about Team Celsius, if you talk about Team RLN, I'm really obliged to see their performance. Study Sports is also one of those teams those who have shown real performance. They have taken 2 chicken dinners in the semifinals. The only underdog team who have already taken chicken dinners in this entire semifinal so far. So I'm really glad to see their performance. But the main thing what I'm actually concerned is that Team Celsius and Team RLN, they're actually improvising their game with each and every match. They're using this group round robin format because they're studying which teams are playing, which teams are not playing. They're using their drop locations when those teams are not playing. If you talk about Team Celsius, they're taking the drops of Team EXO when they are not in their group. They're not playing that one. If you see RLN, who were having a drop clash with Kemin Esports, they used to take some drop locations around the areas of Team Forever when they were not playing. They're using that pancake spread. They're going in those areas of EXO, or maybe the split areas of team like the shelter areas. They're taking their using some simultaneous new drop locations for their excellence to excel and maintain themselves in top 16. Well, the efforts are actually going long, and I believe if these kind of efforts just continue throughout the semis till the end day, I won't be surprised if these teams actually qualify in the grand finals.
I mean, 30 Esports is one of those teams which is pretty close to actually getting qualified because they have got good number of points. They are the only team which has got two winner chicken dinners to be exact, just like you said, Necros. But yeah, teams like let's say Relentless, they are lacking a lot of points. Teams like Scar Esports lacking a lot of points. Celsius Esports is also close to getting qualified, but still they are one of those teams which was known for their aggression. But at this point, I guess the strategies are not working for themselves. Teams like Global Esports are also trying to do wonders in the lobby, and they are actually pretty much in the area where the teams are going to qualify. They are trying their level best to get some good close calls. But yes, day number 3 is not that into their favor. They are unable to perform the way they are demanded to, because yesterday we saw how Nakul can actually turn the tables, how Nakul did a wonderful job of getting that winner chicken in, let's say, match number 5, if I'm not wrong. Match number 6 to be exact, where I guess Team
It was
EXO actually
Mania.
went out. Yeah, okay,
It was
that
Mania.
was Mania. Manya and Nakul, both of them are trying to perform, and Nakul, if I'm not wrong, is the one which is actually getting the top fraggers in terms of global esports. And Manya did a tremendous job actually supporting for the team, and eventually yesterday Manya did a tremendous job of getting that winner chicken dinner also. So I believe these teams are trying and evolving and adapting all the way from the matches, and I guess the IGL are making that split second decision on the go decisions, which are helping them a lot at this point. But eventually, let's see what Godlike is going to do once again, because the last match was, let's say, a sort of an average one where they got 14 points into their perspective. Aggression was good enough. They were able to, let's say, wipe out Team Celsius, and after that they went on to wreak havoc onto Team 8-bit, and they were successful in it also. But what happened after that? They were quite a bit contested, because in the map of Miramar, third party is absolutely a part of map. Like, let's say in the map of Erangel, you are going to see Pochinki. Just like that, in the map of Erangel, you are going to see a third party. Wherever you are, if you are actually close to zone and you are seeking for a safe way to be in the zone, it's not going to be the case, because there is no safe patches, no safe passage, or no safe patches where you can just lie down and eventually be in the zone. Everybody is going to get contested by the third parties. It's all about how you can put up those smokes. It's all about how you can put up a barrier between you and the enemy and eventually deflect with the fight.
Of course, with that, and at the same point, if we talk about like the way the teams are also making some comebacks, we have already seen, Raider, that if you talk about Enigma Gaming, well, they're still struggling a bit, but still, if you talk about 7Cs, they're also performing. I'm really surprised with one thing, that 8-bit, who was there in almost the top 5 after the day 1 day 2 standings, they are struggling in the second list. I just saw a match before that 8-bit was not in the top 5 where they were used to in the first 2 days, but that is actually determining and defining that if one match you get eliminated on an early stage at the starting, you lose plenty amount of points, and eventually you may get you may face a downfall in the overall standings, which is actually happening with many of the teams. You might get the chicken dinners, you might get 1 or 2 chickens, that's all fine, because number of matches you have played is remarkable. But from that point, if you are not making that consistent performance, you don't have to get chicken dinners, you don't have to come top 3 in each and every match, but at least top 8, top 5 will actually work for you. And if you can come on if you can come under the areas of top 5, like Team Revenant is playing, if you get to say Team Scalets is also trying their level best. But if this thing continues, then I believe that any team maintaining that consistency will be able to qualify for the grand finals, and they can just go and burst out in the grand finals when it gets started.
Indeed, because Grands Final will bring you a clean slate where the teams are going to start from zero, and eventually the teams which are lacking in the shadows at this point, if they are able to qualify just by, let's say, 1 or 2 points, eventually, I guess these teams are going to put a lot of efforts, because the lobby will be comparatively same. These are the few 16 teams which are going to play it in that lobby, and eventually the teams will be able to bring some new kind of strategies and eventually get the grind into their perspective. But before that, I guess match number 5 is going to start very, very soon, and I'm really very excited to see that how the teams are going to pan out. But one thing I'm eager to, let's say, watch out for, it's going to be the first ever flight path which is going to fly from our vision. It might be a southern one, it might be another one, it might be a complete eastern shift for the teams, it might be a quite northern shift for the teams. And eventually, if that kind of situation comes up, when you have a zone of western corner and the play zone, which actually is there, the first ever play zone is actually going on the northern corner, I guess a lot of difficulty will be there for the teams which are seeking for some good drop locations, because now you're dropping onto the western corner, but still you have to go on the northern corner, and that is why I guess the teams will get affected a lot. And then some initial skirmishes, initial fights will be there, and I believe it's going to be interesting to watch out for first 10 minutes.
Well, like exactly what you were talking about. The first 10 minutes will be very crucial, and the main thing about is don't get any early casualty. If you go for the drop
Yeah.
clashes, if you want to try out that no, this team is just going way too far, if we can defeat them, we can easily qualify and we can climb up the ladder on a very fast basis. If this is your mindset, the underdog teams, please be on an alert, because if you are getting
Yeah.
a drop clash, simultaneously you will also deal the consequences, you will also get the collateral damage, and you might face some of the casualties on the early basis, because in the initial fight, in the drop clashes, you won't get the sustainable loot what you want to be, what you want actually, and you won't be able to clear the fights on in like a fractions of seconds, because the opponent teams, the total number of teams those who are playing in this lobby is quite experienced. Like even the underdogs, even the top teams, whatever team are playing, they have got immense gunfight power, they have got immense maturity and experience. If you get one trade, they will simultaneously pick up with some trades as well from your side, and eventually both the teams will suffer with initial losses, and that will end up in a very bad position. If you want to climb up the ladder, it's very difficult for you, because in the end zones you will have some player deficiency.
I mean, there is a reason why these teams are called the big dogs at this point. Eventually, they've got the experience, they've got the gun power, just like you said, Nikros. But before that, the match is going to be here right now, and let's see which team is going to put that gun power and that strategy into the persistency. Let's see what is going to happen, because the flight path is comparatively, let's say, a centered one. It is going to start from the northern corner, dunking down beyond the compounds of Prismok, starting from 70, where you can see one good team is going to jump it out. I guess that could be Team Entity, or should I say some other team will be there at this point, where the clashes could be there. Team Tadex is also there. Entity is dropping in the 70 compounds. Meanwhile, some other teams are going for their own preferred drop locations. Skylights Gaming in their last match did a tremendous job of getting 15 finishes and a victory. Let's see how they're going to pan it out in this one. And if we talk about teams like Exo, Skylights Gaming, they are going to get a lot of difficulty to reach their drop locations. And eventually now the skirmishes will rise right now, because Milta is the preferred drop location of Team Exo. But how will be they able to actually, let's say, access that drop location is going to be a challenge for them. And a n number of teams are actually getting challenged at this point. Look at that. We have, I guess, Team Godlike also going for the Yasna Polana region. Well, they are not going to get contested, that's for sure. But if we talk about some other teams like, let's say, Team Forever, Team Exo, Team Skylights Gaming, they are going to get a lot of challenge. Meanwhile, Exo Sensei decides to just be in the vicinity of the drop location, and he's going for the, let's say, vehicle, and eventually he will rotate from the vehicles.
Well, of course, you have to get those vehicles at the fast point. If you talk about Team Exo that you were talking about, that they have to reach the areas of Milta. So if they have to travel
Yeah.
to that position, they have to take out the vehicles, and that is the main position, which is really, really crucial. Because if they go for the vehicles, they might be getting spotted. They might be taken down by any of the other teams like Skylights, and or maybe the other teams those are actually in those areas. But definitely the main thing is that Celsius, they are just changing their drops in each and every match, which might actually affect them initially, or maybe they are creating some problems for themselves. It might be possible, because in each and every match when you change your drop locations, it creates it actually sets some things on the IGL's mind, that you have to create some new rotations, you have to create some other plans, like out of your box. Because if you talk about the other stages, Raider, that Celsius or any other team, if they have their own particular drop, they have their particular rotation and the checkpoint set simultaneously, so that they won't have to phase or any, don't have to just go and like imagine that we can give the rotation from this place, or we can go from this place, it will be much more safer. They don't have to think about it, because they are quite used to with that. But when you change the drop location simultaneous basis, you have to plan up some different routes, and that's the thing I guess Celsius is facing at this point. If they would have stick to their own drop location, it might have been possible that Celsius performance would have boosted a way far better than the current one.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there are n number of variables which are going to play it out. But before that, let's talk about the team which we are focusing on. It's going to be Skylights Gaming, looking at the actually looting it up in the vicinity of Pochinki is going to be their own goal at this point for the first zone. But before that, team rank is going to be #3. If we talk about the total placement points, it's going to be 64. Total finishes they have got, that's going to be 50. And the total points they have acquired is going to be 114 at this moment. It's absolutely brilliant the way they are trying to perform. And the guy, the legend, the myth of Team Skylights Gaming, Gamla Boy, the Assaulter, is going to be here with 18 finishes total. And if we talk about the per match average, it's going to be 2.0. That means he's slaying out two guys whenever he's in the match. And eventually the finish contribution for the team is going to be 36%. That's brilliant enough. Let's see what is going to happen in this one. How the fights are going to pan out for the match number 5, or should I say of day number 3, match number 5. So let's see what is going to happen, guys, right now, because we have 16 teams and 63 players fighting it out head to head. And yes, if I talk about Team TSM, Shadow OG, No Footstep, Ninja Jord, and Blaze OP is going to be the roster of the team. And eventually they are looting the Georgia Pool vicinity, and they are actually successful in it. And I guess Georgia Pool is full of those jolly good loots where you can just get some good loots and eventually take a fight.
Well, it was one of a time, Raider. If you just imagine one time Georgia Pull in the classic, it is a something nostalgic place we never can forget at least till we get older. But still, Georgia Pull has already got some more and more things. There was a time when Georgia Pull had way too much loot as compared to any other place, and there was a time when Georgia Pool had nothing as compared to the other drops location. Like, we even used to loot to our entire container area, and we used to get only a pistol and That's all. We only get pistol, and the opponent got like a AKM M4. They are coming down. That was something that was a bit scary. But when you actually have the entire control of the container areas, so I bet you can have the loot. And according to the current updates, Georgopol is having good loot indeed. But at the same time, if you talk about the Rozok areas, the Celsius will be holding down, and Dreams, Apollo, Max, and MG, the four players are still on the go. Can they manage to get a good one? Because Celsius, after the first day of quarterfinals, I haven't seen this team taking any of the chicken dinners in semifinals.
Indeed. Celsius is unable to get any kind of victory, and they are unable to get even close to the victory. They are unable to get in the top 5 quite often. But let's see what is going to happen in this one particularly, because now I guess the evolution is going to be there right now. Yes, of course, the IGLs are trying to figure out some split-second decisions where they are just trying to figure out some good new drop locations, and that is the demise of the team. But let's see how many matches they are going to choke out and how many matches they are going to win at this point. And in this moment, I would like to say Team Celsius Esports is looking fairly average, because they've got the good loots and they have got the vehicles, and they are trying to decipher some more locations from which they could just pan out the fights. Let's see what is going to happen eventually. NGX MJ is also going to be present here with this beautiful M4 section and AK combination with the, I guess, good number of loots he has got. But eventually, if we talk about the total number of finishes he has got, it's going to be 13. And if we talk about finish per match, it's going to be 1.2. And finish contribution for the team is going to be 38%. So he is doing a fairly good job for the team. But let's see how much he can actually contribute. Now, Scary Esports is going for a fight. Meanwhile, Enigma is pretty close to godlike. I don't know what is going to happen, but now I have, let's say, not seen that often Team Enigma taking a fight initially with teams like Team Godlike Esports crashing onto some drop locations. But I guess this is it, what they are going to face it out. Let's see, is it possible for Team Godlike to just convert those frags? And look at that, Jonathan is literally unaware about the fielding that has been set down, but now he has put down his now he has actually opened up with his UMP. Let's see how the jiggles, how the, let's say, split second reflexes are going to work for him. But meanwhile, Scary Esports has got one beautiful finish into his perspective.
I'm really feeling sorry for Jonathan, but no, it's not. Jonathan is back. He gets hanging out there. Robbie is just coming upstairs. This has to be the moment of Jonathan right now. Can he make it to that far? Well, look at the ball. God, look at the take about to this man. He's just changing up the position. He's confirming Eggy down there. Enigma, who had a feeling set up. He's coming from the backstab. He has to come with the 1v1. Jonathan is in a really low HP, but he gets Obi down there. The godlike Jonathan. He's not stopping. No fielding can stop this guy. Enigma, they came for the revenge, but right now they are in the devastated position. Z-God gets Rex down there. Enigma is falling apart. Clutch got it taken down. It might be getting confirmed, but right now nobody is aware of the position. Clutch God might get that revival indeed, but that's not possible at this point. Enigma Gaming, one player, Evo, is just down to this position. Evo's position may have been compromised, but the one thing is for sure, Enigma will have to pay the price. It has to be Jonathan. He's already done the 1 versus 3. Can it be a 1v4 from godlike Jonathan? He's not aware of the position. Evo is just hiding in the red building. It has to be Jonathan. Can he make it? Well, it has to be in this moment. Evo, is he trying to back off? I guess it is. And right now, if I'm not wrong, godlike, they are searching wildly for Evo just to wipe out Enigma from this match.
I mean, when you already have seen that how Jonathan did a 1v3 onto your team, when you were sitting a fielding and Jonathan didn't know that you were here, then I guess Evo Italy has to just fall back. I guess why to take that Red Bull coming onto your face at this point, and that is why I guess he's just trying to fall back. But before that, we have another fight coming up. It's going to be Team Scary Esports, which is confronting, I guess, the team known as Team Orangutan. Let's see how the battle is going to formulate. But before that, Scar Inspire has been taken down with a beautiful nade, and yes, Jonathan's domination is going to be here anytime soon. Let's see what Evo Italy is going to do at this point. He's just completely trying to fall out from the location, but yeah, Scary Esports is under trouble right now. Austin is way too late. His HP is, let's say, close to 0. He's trying to pass the first wicket. He's not successful in it, and yes, he goes on just like that. Ombait is going to be the last man standing, but he has also been taken down. Scary Esports was remaining on the leaderboard's bottom, and now they are still remaining on the bottom because they have been wiped out by the hands of Team Orangutan, and that's a massive jump for the team. But yes, they have lost a good guy known as Ash, but still Drave and Trigger and some other guys have actually done the job, and believe with some beautiful nades has actually put down a full stop onto the lobby.
Well, it's a 1v4 coming from that side, but on the other hand, you talk about Evo. Somehow, this lad has managed to get the back off. He have already got like, I'm done with this part. Let me just get those position points for at least for my team. But Jonathan, he might be not happy because one loss is even something that Godlike did not want right now, but Evo is still hiding in that apartment, and Godlike suspects it really, really well. They will be rotating this vehicle. One footstep can kill Evo at this stage. Neo and Zigod, they're still searching. They are really, really hoping that, yes, that's for sure. Nobody who is a surviving solo will ever try to give you the footstep. But if anyhow, if like by any chance, if one footstep just arrives, this will be a disaster for Evo. If you talk about Revenge Esports, they're holding this position. But at the same point, if you talk about the 6 more seconds to go for the zone to shrink in, and in the meanwhile, the teams are already set to make a mark. Can it be the other teams like Revenge Esports? Sonic Fox, he's just holding on exactly, lying down on the roof of this house, but exactly in front of him, they get to see Team X Sparks, Moby, and Scout in those directions.
Oh, indeed, he can easily scout them out eventually and just take them around at this point. But eventually, Team Revenge, too good guy, has a Daljeet meanwhile is also getting a lot of time from the other angle. Look at that. Mavi puts one down from Team Forever, and it's going to be Waze Voltage's demise just like that. Scout confirms him out, and now let's see what is going to happen, because if we talk about Team Forever, they are actually getting a lot of decimation. They were tagged out from Team Revenge Esports also, but at this point, they are just falling out. Now, if we talk about Team Revenant, they are just trying to hold this potato hill from which they could just fight back in the back end of Pochinki. But Encore is here. It's going to be out in Austin Vortex along with Top Dog, who's still remaining in the lobby right now. But look at the cluster which is actually getting formed in close proximities of, let's say, Pochinki areas and School and Rozok. It's going to be lovely the way these teams are going to fight it out. But I'm just eagerly waiting for the third zone, because after the third zone comes up, it's going to be a shift. But meanwhile, Nikros, look at that. In the corner of eastern corner, let's say, of the area known as Yasna Polana. There we go. Evo Idli confirms one out, but Jonathan does a 1v4. That's beautiful. Jonathan did a 1v4. Evo Idli has also been taken down by Jonathan's end. But now, one more loss for Team Godlike is going to be detrimental for them, because now I guess Z God and Clutch God, both of them have been taken down. Neo and Jonathan are going to be the remaining souls of the team.
I don't know by why, Raider, but I really feel sometimes bad for the players who get directly knocked and finished, because you have
Indeed.
some experience. You have some experience like that when you play a match and you are just starting, you're just getting this fight, you've done a great loot, and then a fight comes up, you get knocked and directly confirmed. That's the more pain. If somebody tells about how much pain have you suffered, you just tell them I got knocked and finished by a chance.
Yeah.
I didn't even got a chance to get the revival, and that's the way the PUBG players or BGMI players will understand that yes, it's the true pain one can feel right now. But Enigma Gaming indeed securing only one finish point, I believe. I don't think like God, like there's still 3 man. I guess Z God has been knocked out, but still I get he has got the revival indeed. Well, we have to just look about that. But TSM still in a better position. We might just see them coming into those some areas. They are rotating from the side of the bridges, but the main circle is exactly confined towards the Celsius, and the Rozok area will have too much of clusters that no one can even expect right now.
Indeed, the cluster is here right now. You can already see some good shots coming up in the lobby, but let's see what Team TSM is going to do. I mean, they are going to hold this kind of beautiful ridge from which they could just lay down shots in multiple angles. That could be the case anytime soon. But other than that, we also have Scarlet's Gaming trying to rotate it out onto the Rozok Hill, and that could be the end of the team, because now you can already see down to X Esports and some other teams are also climbing onto that area, and there is going to be a conflict coming up for them. And eventually, if we talk about Team EXO, they are holding the open ridges of, let's say, Georgiapol backend hill, but Team TSM is going to confront one more good team, and that's going to be Team X-Spark. Let's see what is going to happen. And the nade is there right now. Quite a few damage could be there. 420 OP has been taken out, and there we go. He doesn't knew that Blaze OP was sitting right here, and just like that, Team X-Spark is going to lose a lot of ground, and it's going to be Mavi and Scout surviving and maybe continuing the fight for Team X-Spark. But still, you can see that 2 good guys from Team X-Spark has been decimated. It's going to be 420 OP getting dragged from that vehicle, and he's not going to survive for sure. But look at that, Team X-Spark, or should I say Team TSM, is constantly trying to, let's say, just drive them crazy and eventually put them down. But there could be a clash coming up. Team EXO could easily put them some good shots. Meanwhile, if we talk about Mavi and Scout, they have got the race. They are going to play it safe for the longer period of time.
Well, of course, in that case, and first of all, we also get to say Team EXO are having a great hold. TSM are coming from the backyards. Blaze will be confirming 420 OP on the other hand, but Sensi is getting multiple shots, and he will be taken down by Ninja Jord. Immortal gets instant smokes in their favor and will definitely try to revive him. But TSM, are they willing to take the risk? Are they willing to get those rushes done? It has to be a great call. But right now, Team EXO are playing 3 man, so this is already a disadvantage. But Ninja Jord, having that brilliant height advantage, will be getting more and more finishes in in their favor. He's got a clear vision over Immortal. He might just take him down. Some 6x sprays might be needed because Sensei is there. Immortal is taken down and Ninja's position have been compromised. It might be possible that he might confirm Immortal in the end. Yes, it is, but Ninja's position has completely been discovered. An entity Dark Lord will have some shots. The Ninja have to heal up, and this is such a position raider. You cannot go down, you cannot go up if your position is compromised or you are discovered.
Oh, indeed, the position has been compromised at this point, but then at the same time, Ninja Jord is just trying to get down from the ridge. But before that, if we talk about Mavi stole a finish from the back end just like that. He put one down from Team EXO. Immortal was taken down from his angle, if I'm not wrong. But then what happened after that? I guess Mavi was taken down by the hands of Team TSM, and Mavi was finished by teams known as Team Celsius MJ. So that's beautiful. In the match, you are going to see a lot of third party. It's going to be the 4 zone, which is going to slam onto in about 40 to 45 seconds. So that is why the teams are trying their level best to get some good closures into the fight. Meanwhile, if we talk about Team EXO, they are also rotating. I mean, why the hell they were not rotating in the initial way? Because they were getting a lot of clash. But at this moment, Team EXO decides to just rotate, and that could be the case where they could just survive for a longer period of time. Meanwhile, as you all can see, X-Pac has been decimated with only 2 amazing finishes. And now if we talk about Team Revenant, they are focusing on to Team Cayman Esports. And if Cayman Esports goes down, EXO goes down quite early, you are going to see a new face rising up once again. If Skylar's Gaming does a wonderful job, there might be a case that Team Skylar's Gaming could easily rack up to some good points and eventually get #2 position into their favor. Look at that. Team Cayman Esports 0 points, Team EXO also 0 points. Meanwhile, they have lost 2 good guys of their team, and I guess they were 3-man players standing in the squad. They were there with a 3-man power, but now you can see that Immortal has been taken down. It's going to be Punk and Sensei trying to fight it out.
Well, you have to come up. Like there were only 3 players, and right now you are actually surviving with 2. So you have to make the decisions. You have to take the calls accordingly because you don't have the man advantage exactly in front of you. You get to say Revenant is also fighting with Cayman Esports. Delta PG will be coming from the behind areas. They have got a bit like a brilliant thing, but no K-pad of space might just make some connections. He might just get one play done, but no, it's not. He's getting some retaliation shots as well. But Z-God on the other hand gets Daljit down there. Akshay will be getting max crush. Daljit will be confirmed by Z-God. So Team Forever are getting sandwiched from multiple directions. Selch's dreams, DMR shots might just not make a bit of damage, but still he's trying to make some alertment to the team of Entity Gaming that we are here. If you are willing to come this side, you better be ready because we are just not going to stop at this point. We're going to go for each and every shot what we are capable of. RL and Todd Frost might just get some more connections. Cayman Esports Justin has been taken down by Frost and Mr. Wing. And we get to say Revenge Esports player 1 has been already eliminated. Sonic Fox, Akshay, and all 3 of the players are remaining. God like Jonathan, he's in a very near places, and Neo will be also surviving. Z-God is also there. 3 of them are still waiting with Revenge Esports. They're completely scattered right now. Criminal might just get Encode down there, and Gunmaster will be ran over by Revenant Top Dog. So these are the disasters happening for Team RLN as well as Nightmare and Frost, the 2 players remaining from Team RLN Todd. They have to secure, they have to go out in the open because the circle is completely out of the range.
Indeed, the circle is a bit out of zone. And if I talk about Team Forever, look at that. Player 6 was just trying to play it very, very cool, and he was just trying to actually put up a rotation. But then what happens? Team Revenge just spots him out and eventually took him down. Now Team Revenge has successfully does the job, and they have got 2 amazing finishes into their perspective. But after that, if we talk about Team Relentless, they are trying their level best to just, let's say, be in the lobby and be in the survival situations. We have Frost and Nightmare still trying to survive. And if we talk about Team Godlike, it's going to be Jonathan, Neo, and Zigo trying to retaliate. And there we go. Team Revenge is going to be onto the crosshair right now. Jonathan and Neo comes up once again. Neo puts one down. Neo is going to finish him off. Team Revenges, one good guy has been taken down. The other guy is completely trying to just fall out from the situation. It's going to be Sonic Fox is trying to be out of the zone and eventually just get a good location from which he could retaliate. But then I guess Jonathan is just trying to track him down. But I guess it's going to be a high time where this tracking down situation could be very, very dangerous for the team like Godlike Esports, because many teams are holding some good locations and from which they could just lay down some good shots. But now look at that. Just when Team Godlike thought that they've got a good ridge from which they could just fight back, the zone says nobody. We are going to shift once again, and the zone is again going to put teams like Team Godlike Esports and Team Orangutan and Team that could be team number 8. I guess that's Cayman Esports into a lot of trouble.
Well, definitely it is a troublesome position, but right now Exo Punk will be confirming Dark Lord. He assumed that position, he got that hole, and he just got those confirmations done on a really
Man.
fast basis. And it won't actually hamper him, I do believe, but at the same point, if we just talk about the circumstances, the need might just spin up, and if we just talk about Exo Sensei, he's just there, and Entity, Dark Entity's players are actually getting devastated. Two of the players of Exo are really coming up hardest. Skylet's Gaming new player will be getting some more of those finishes. Orangutan Believe will be getting another knockout for them as well, but CS comeback gets Jonathan down there. Z-God is down. Neo, the last player surviving. Kevin Esports might just wipe out Team Godlike out of the space, but Neo, can he just manage to do anything special? Because I don't think he will be giving those chances to like Z-God and Jonathan. They're still in the safer part. The knees might just give some good damage. Jonathan will be confirmed. Z-God is there, and he knows that he won't be able to save them. But what a nade it turned out to be. Comeback gets taken down. Another nade might just go up. Neo, you have to make some decisions. There's only one solo player surviving, but no Exo Punk gets any shadow on there, but no, it's not. Neo is in a very little HP. He's barely breathing, and he might have to come up, but it's not. Delta PG gets the thing done. Team Godlike gets eliminated in the 9th spot of this game, and Scarlet's Gaming are still in the contest. Pokar Samraj, new player Gumlaboy has been taken down, and Team Tud Esports are entering the circle through Team Scarlet's Gaming.
Oh, indeed. They're just trying to actually make a way from which they could just retaliate at this point. But eventually, if we talk about Team TSM and Team Skylet's Gaming as well, they are just giving a hard time to Team Tadi Esports. Look at that. Kyo Lamau, the assaulter of the team, or let's say the MVP of the team, is again getting decimated. And eventually, now you are going to see Braytrex. I guess that's Broke T-Rex, if I'm not wrong, which is actually going to survive. Yeah, that's the last man standing. Let's see what is going to happen. One good nade could end the story of his guy. And yes, this nade is going to turn in really very ugly. And damage was there. Lamau has been finished off, but just like that, I guess another nade comes up and Broken Trex actually puts one down from his own team. Now Skylet's Gaming is also trying to retaliate. Let's see what is going to happen. They have got only one finish into their perspective. Meanwhile, on the other angle, if I talk about Team Exo, they are lurking in the shadows, getting some good finishes. It's going to be the goal for them, but they are going to get confronted by a team like Kevin Esports really very soon. And if I talk about some other locations, look at that. One more squad, one more takedown, and one more fight is there.
Well, TSM will be happy for this kind of performances. They have 4 man alive. They have entered in top 8. They've got 4 finishes. Skylet's Gaming is in front, but Orangutan Believe will be getting Delta PG down at that pace. Somraj is waiting. Selch Apollo gets triggered down there, and Orangutan will be in serious trouble. Somraj might just get some good damage indeed, but he was not able to take the knockout at this position. But in the meanwhile, Broken gets spotted. He will be getting confirmed by Gumlaboy, and Skylet's Gaming with a total of 2 finishes will be advancing in the circular areas. At the same point, we also get to say that the clusters is happening 7 teams, 22 players in the 5th circle, that too in the compound areas. It's really hard to practice, but right now you also get to say Team Exo coming from the right inside. TSM Blaze will be getting Spokar down there. Encore will be confirmed on the other hand by TSM. No Porter. Top Dog Snake gets Ninja Jaw down there. Blaze is also waiting in a very low HP. Revenant will be getting eliminated by Team TSM. Total of 5 finishes have been registered, but Top Dog gets Ninja Jaw confirmed, and still, if I'm not wrong, Revenant are still back in the game. Top Dog is alive. Top Dog is coming, and Shadow might just get Top Dog down there. The pre-fires are happening. Shadow will have to go upstairs, and right now this is not a great situation to turn up the things right away. But right now Top Dog gets some top shots, and might be this could have been the elimination for TSM Shadow, but no, it's not. Top Dog gets eliminated. TSM, a total of 7 finishes, will be advancing in the circle because the zone is coming, and one touch of the zone will get you down at 1 second.
Oh, indeed. The beautiful fights, the beautiful shots are already here right now. Look at that, how the teams are trying to fight it out. But in the kill feed, I saw Exo Hacker putting himself down with a nade right now, and that was a great level of panic coming for him. Sensei from the back angle is also getting connected a lot at this moment. It could be the end of Sensei, but still he's trying to survive. Still he's going to thrive at this point. Look at that. We have Trigger and Believe in the zone. Let's see how the revival is going to be possible from the back end. You can see that comeback is also going to be there with the smoke so that he can eventually just be back in the fight. Let's see what is going to happen. Let's see how the fights are going to pan out for Team Exo. They are in a lot of trouble from the back end. Team Kevin Esports comeback could actually easily tag them out from the front end. Orangutan is already there right now. And look at that. Sensei goes down. Believe is going to be the last man standing of his team. Believe is going to just decipher those shots, and maybe Team Exo could be taken down anytime soon. But look at that, they are just sitting in that Dacia, just trying to aim, just trying to actually put some more damages in the lobby, and that is why I guess the carnage is going to rise again and again. Team Exo on the other hand to be exact, are in a lot of trouble. If we talk about Team Celsius, they've got a good reach to that barn house, and from which they're just trying to retaliate. And I guess for the first time period, I would say that yes, Team Celsius is on the upper hand in the lobby. It's all about the consistency. It's all about how many times they can just be in that kind of upper hand, and how many time they can just put down the players which are actually pushing onto them.
Well, they have to come up with some more finishes, I believe, because total of five teams, top five teams are in the lobby, and the EXO is down with two, Orangutan and TSM is down with three, but still, Celsius and the team Skylights Gaming, these two teams have got four of them remaining. TSM, you get to say they're exactly on the verge. Team Orangutan can be the one who, like, to which Celsius can actually target out, because they will enter from the left hand side through the waterways. If Celsius can spot out one of the two peoples, then definitely they can get those finish points in their favor. Trigger, AKOP are trying multiple needs to get Team EXO eliminated. Kevin Esports gets eliminated with 3 total finish points. Another lead has been cooked up by Scarlet's Gaming Pukar. It might just go and make some connection, but yes, it is. Pukar Naze comes up and Blaze gets taken down. Gamlava will be there alongside Pukar, and they are advancing. They are quite aware what are the consequences, but the Yugo Shadow gets taken down, will be confirmed instantly by Gamlava. Scarlet's Gaming can make things happen at this point. They will be confirming Blaze too, but Shadow will be the last player surviving, and another nade by Pukar. If it goes accurate, I believe TSM will be done for at this point, but nade did not went. Actually, it has to be on the other side of the wall. If it goes like that, it will be really easy, but on the other hand, Celsius Dreams has been taken by Gamlava, and the grenade attack of Pukar just goes on the verge. Can actually Scarlet Gaming make some difference, or is it going to be Celsius Raider?
I mean, at this point, if I'm not wrong, Celsius is on the upper hand at this moment. They have got the round. They're not fighting it out with any team. They're just trying to configure that where the players can be and how much they could just do the damage. And look at that, Celsius. I guess Apollo was the one who actually managed to put the TSM Shadow over the round. Just like that, Team TSM is out of equation. Now you're going to see Skylights Gaming trying to perform. They've got 4 amazing finishes. That's good enough for them. But Team Orangutan, on the other angle, was able to actually put Team EXO down at #5, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, there we go. Team EXO is also eliminated. It's now going to be a 3 versus 4 versus 4. A battle is absolutely impressive. Team Celsius, on the other hand, is now going to be sandwiched, because from the back end, SG is trying to tag them out. Pukar manages to put one down, and from the front end, you are going to see Team Orangutan also trying to decimate the team. So now I guess Team Celsius is able to be in the top 3, but now they might go down really very soon. And look at that, one more good guy from Team Celsius has already been put down. The other guys from Team Orangutan are just trying to configure ways to just put down some good nades and eventually put down some good frags into their perspective.
Well, at this position, Orangutan has got a high disadvantage, but Pukar is just not stopping with the frags, because of the need he's just throwing up is coming up with some knockouts indeed, and the grenade attack was, I don't think anything can be more accurate than that one, but Apollo is getting multiple times finished, and this time he will be confirmed for good by Gamla Boy, and Trigger might just get some more finishes against Team Skylights Gaming. They're not aware, but Celsius are now down to 3 man. Celsius 3, Orangutan 3, and Skylights 4. The formation, the man alive count stays like that, but the main thing about this one is how can Team Celsius make some comeback, because it was their drop in this match. They did not have to move any other onto any other side. They had the entire Rozok area. The end zone was in the Rozok, so it should have been the match of Celsius at any cost.
Indeed. There could be a chance that where Team Celsius would easily win the match right now, but I guess the teams like Orangutan and Team Scarlets Gaming are not going to let this match go that easily from their hand. If I talk about Scarlets Gaming, the number of aggression, the number of frags they have got is not that much. But if I talk about Team Orangutan, they have got some huge amount of finishes. They've got 10 at this point, and eventually, if they go down at this exact moment, they are going to get 20 points, 10 for finishes, 10 for position, and that would actually sum up with a great balance of points. Now look at that, one beautiful nade. Trigger actually puts one down, actually 2 down from one nade, and eventually I guess AKOP was the one who actually put down with the nade, but now Believe is also going to go down with the nade. But Team Celsius is actually suffering a lot right now. This good Molly could easily end the stories, and yes, that's what happened. Team Celsius, meanwhile, has been popped out, and I guess the last nade was from the hand of Team Scarlet Gaming. Now look at that, Orangutan is actually getting a lot of and yes, Pukar has been tagged out just like that. Pukar is going to go down. I guess the revival is not possible in this moment of the match. But I guess Somras, the IGL, is pretty close for the revival, and he's going to get that revival. That's good enough. Now Team Orangutan's main concern is going to just be in the zone and eventually just make a place for themselves. But they have got 12 amazing finishes, despite of I guess let's say, even if Team Skylar's Gaming gets that Orangutan is going to be on top just because the number of features they have got. Look at that. The kind of decimation is on point. Believe is going to go down. Last man standing is going to be Trigger. He's trying his level bets to connect some
Oh,
good shots, but just like
skylights.
that, Trigger goes down, and there we go. Skylights Gaming again, once again got the victory into their perspective. It's two winner chicken dinners in a single day. Team Skylights Gaming is absolutely crushing it, and that gap of 15 to 16 hours is absolutely lifting them because new strategies, new kind of gameplay, and new Skylights Gaming is already there for you guys. Look at that again. Somraj is calling it out everybody in the lobby to just actually beat him out.
Well, I believe by seeing the trophies, Somraj is determined. No, we have to just win it, and the
Yeah, yeah.
domination starts from the semifinals. And I believe that the dialogue would have been like this trophy belongs to us, and it's better you don't keep an eye on this one
Indeed.
because we are here to win. Just come on, just bring it on, bring it on. We are here to win, and that actually comes down to this part. But Celsius, like Skylights Gaming, a world class performance actually coming up in this day. I believe Celsius could have got the chicken in at last, but I'm happy also that Skylights Gaming have managed. But Orangutan, what a game it turned out to be! What a fight they have put up to each and every team they have faced in this entire lobby. Be it Enigma, be it Kemini Sports, be it any other team, be it Celsius even also. The positionings were accurate. The circle was there in the favor of Celsius. If they could have got a better hold, I believe Celsius might have a very low chances of winning this match. But still, if Orangutan would have got eliminated, Celsius could have got at least 3 points more. It were like the chances were like that much high, but still, well, it's just the second last game of the day three, and the day four is also waiting from tomorrow. But the day is actually turning like the day is increasing, and the competition is also increasing with each and every match. So we are very eager to see. Like it's just the day
Indeed.
three going on, Raider, and the number of competition, the number of games, the number of clutches we are seeing in this entire day is just tremendous. Like be it Jonathan, be it any other, be it Pukar's needs, like the key moments of this match, we talk about Pukar's needs, Jonathan's clutches. But right now, total 9 finishes of total 15 position points. The Scarlets Gaming with a total of 24 points they have acquired. Pukar having 4 finishes, Gamla Boy having 2, New Player having 2, and Somraj having 1 finish point respectively in their favor. And these 4 players have showcased what SG is made up of.
Man, oh man, what a contribution by Team Skylights Gaming in the lobby. It was beautiful the way they were fighting it out. I mean, when they were in the battle with Team TSM, they had just 2 or 3 finishes, if I'm not wrong. But Pukar went out with some good needs. He actually wipes out Team TSM, and I guess the last man standing from Team TSM was wiped out by the hands of Team Celsius Apollo, according to the stats. But then after that, what happens? Team Skylights Gaming was trying to actually configure all of the fights. They were remaining with the 4-man standing, and that was the best part of the team right now because getting 4-man standing in the lobby was one of those situations where they actually were able to get some good finishes, get some good grasp for the lobby. And eventually, if I talk about Pukar, look at that. He was holding that small watchtower from which he actually placed an accurate nade and just like that tagged the guy. But now look at that. The beauty of this whole starts is going to be that Skylights Gaming has got 24 points, 15 for the position, and that is why they are on the top. But if I talk about Team Orangutan, don't you think the points are looking a bit same for them? Because 24 points again for Team Orangutan, out of which 12 are for the aggressions, 12 are for the position. And you can see that if we talk about Team TSM, they have got 7 amazing points into their perspective and 15 for the position. That's let's say the total points are going to be 15. And if I talk about Celsius Esports, they are looking decent. Let's say they have got 4 amazing finishes. They were holding that exact barn house and the upper ridge of that Rozak area for quite a bit of longer period of time. I was expecting, let's say, 5 to 6 more finishes in their perspective, but still, Celsius has done a decent job. They've got average amount of points, and that is going to keep them in the qualifications era. But if we talk about Team EXO, they've got 9 amazing points. That's beautiful enough for them, and eventually maintaining their average is going to be the case for them. But now let's talk about the whole finish and placement match-wise graph of match number 15, of match number 17 to be exact. The only team which is maintaining the, let's say, consistency, or should I say the balance between those things, are going to be Team Orangutan. Look at the sweet spot they have hit. 12 for finishes, 12 for placement, but the team which has gone for the victory is going to be Team Skylights Gaming with 15 for the placement and 9 for the finishes. This was absolutely a beast mode on for Team Skylights Gaming.
Well, we have to see that Skylights Gaming, they're just going on a good performance, and it was actually needed because the way they were, like, they performed really well in the previous day also. They managed to come up in the top 5, top 8, but today's day they were falling apart. But right now, the back-to-back 2 chicken dinners, will eventually give them such a boost. I believe that we might just see them in the top 5 beating Revenant and any other team, because Revenant Esports, they have got one chicken dinner, if I'm not wrong. Yes, it is, might be in the first match of today's day, but after that, Scarlet's Gaming getting 2 chicken dinners. And well, this kind of performances, even Orangutan is playing such a real big game that they might have some chances on also coming to the top 8. And any moment, we never know. The things are already working at the back ends by those teams. The back of the mind, they're just thinking of how to counter the other rotations. But I'm just not happy to see Team Forever's performance. But talking about the top fraggers of this match number 17, Believe with 8 finishes, Jonathan with 4, Blaze with 4, Pokar with 4, and Delta PG will be having 3 finishes respectively.
Oh, indeed. Some new faces are here for you guys. Eventually, you can see that Believe with the 8 amazing finishes has done a tremendous job. The finish contribution 67%. Although his team actually did a tremendous job in actually supporting him, but still Believe actually managed to configure some good finishes because he was trying to provide some good nades. Then also he actually wiped out Team EXO, if I'm not wrong. After that, Cayman Esports comeback. The last man standing of Cayman Esports was also wiped out by the hands of Believe. So yeah, he did a tremendous job of getting some good finishes. I mean, if you look at his damage, I mean, we can't look at it as damage that he created in the lobby, but if actually you go into his game and eventually get the stats of the lobby, he could easily have scored, let's say, 1500 damage in the lobby. It was really very amazing the way he did perform. But if I talk about Jonathan, initial battle was absolutely brilliant. I mean, at that moment, our mouths were wide open and we were like awestruck the way Jonathan did, and 1v4 onto Team Enigma. It was really very brilliant the way they did it. But I guess somewhere around that 1v4, Jonathan's team's godlike was lacking the kind of synergy which was demanded, I guess. Clutch God was put down. After that, Z God was put down. And then Jonathan actually comes up with a brutal blow and eventually wipes out the team which was there. I guess, if I'm not wrong, that's Team Enigma, which was picked off at that angle. But then, if we talk about Team TSM, 4 finishes, 57% of the team contribution, just like Jonathan. It was brilliant that Team TSM is coming back slowly but steadily. But yes, one team I would like to talk about is going to be Team Scarlet's Gaming. They are at hashtag 3 or 4, if I'm not wrong, in the overall leaderboard. There we go. Scarlet's Gaming rising
Not
up
hashtag 3, not
once
hashtag
again.
4.
Man, oh man, hashtag 2 for them. That is brilliant. That is brilliant. What a job done by Scarlet's Gaming. They have got 3 victories. The only team which has got 3 victories in the whole semi-finale is going to be Scarlet's Gaming. That's beautiful to watch out. And still they have played only 11 matches. That is the beauty of the intensity they have got. Interesting enough, Team Cayman Esports, despite of playing 12 matches, they have got 138 points, similar to Scarlet's Gaming. But one team which is still leading the charts in the, let's say, near to the end of day number 3, it's going to be Team EXO with 151 points. They are the first one to cross 100, and they are the first one to, let's say, cross 150 at this point. But if we talk about Revenant Esports, sneakily they are also climbing into the leaderboard. They have got 113 for themselves, 7C on the other hand, 106 for them, Celsius Esports 103 for them, because in this match they've got decent amount of points. If I'm not wrong, that was 14 or 15 points for them, and it is good enough that they are climbing the ladder. If we talk about 8-bit, maintaining the consistency is not going to be enough. 101 points for them. NGT, once again coming from the shadow, is going to be here in the top 8. 100 points for them also.
Well, at the same point, the 100-point mark has already been achieved, and you can see them in the second chart as well. 97, 95, 94, one good match, and you are back in the hash, like in the 100 mark. A god like Mace come back in the hashtag 15, while Team SouL are still in the third chart. They will have some consequences, and they will face some problem, definitely, but they have to bounce back. You have to just go up, you have to just perform, you have to just come up with some more and more strategies. The things, I believe the Miramar matches are being the X factor for Team SouL to rise up at the stages. I really believe that they can just overcome at this point, and they can just make some comeback in the day 4, because I guess, like, it's not the day 4, but we have got another match left in today's day number 3. SouL will be coming back, but this match has to be a very crucial point. Team X Park, the downfall continues. They're on the verge of getting outside of the top 16 safe spot, but looking about the LZ officials and Team SouL, 68, 66 points simultaneously. One good match can bring any of these two teams on the track and in the second chart at the end of this day. But this match is going to be the do or die one.
Oh, indeed. This match is the last one for the day right now. So, of course, every team has to actually rack up some seriousness. Yes, teams like Team SouL and NZ Official are again going to be back in the lobby. And I guess it's going to be the map of Miramar, where you are again going to see the same clash between Team SouL and NZ Official. So, I don't know what is going to happen. I don't know which team is going to win. But I guess Team SouL has to just do the wonders. Team LZ Official just have to defend themselves at this point. But now, if we talk about teams like Forever and teams like Hyderabad Hydras, they are one of those teams which are fan favorite but still are unable to do the wonders. But look at that. We have a new face once again occupying the place of top fragger in overall semi-finale which have been passed. It's going to be Panko with 28 finishes, 36 team contribution in terms of finishes. But yes, Gamla Boy is again back in the list with 20 amazing finishes, 34% for the finish contribution. Meanwhile, if we talk about Destro and Delta, look at those two buddies with 23 and 27 finishes respectively. 38% for Destro in terms of finishes contribution and 32 for Delta in terms of the finish contribution they have got. And if we talk about Team Revenant, their top dog is actually on top for the team with 22 amazing finishes. With the finish contribution will be 44%. That's impressive the way these teams and these players are actually trying to contribute in terms of their finishes, but still they're unable to actually get the winner chicken dinner. Team Revenant is actually coming a bit close to them, but still they are unable to get the victory. Still they are unable to get the winner chicken into their perspective. Let's see how the last match is going to pan out. I believe these teams can do wonders, and teams like, let's say, Scar Esports, Stud Esports, Celsius Esports, Relentless, they are also trying their level best to get some good close calls into the perspective. Let's see what is going to happen. Let's see how the fights are going to affect them a lot.
Well, the same point, if you just talk about like the overthrowing things are just coming back. Skylights Gaming, Gamla Boy, and the Revenant Top Dog are just coming on the track beautifully. And Punk leading that #1 sport at the end of the D3. It is possible if, well, we have to see that whether Kevin Esports is having the next match or not. We have to just see it out. If it is there, then believe
No, they are not.
Destro will definitely try to just come back and will make some difference for sure, because that's this is the last match after all of the D3. It's going to be the B versus C, so there are pretty chances maybe Kevin Sports is there, maybe not. I don't think so. There is that
No,
they
they are
are
not
playing
going to
this
be.
last match, so yes, they are not playing, so it's all done for Kevin Sports. But I believe EXO is having this match of B versus C, the
Yeah.
final match of D3, and when you get to see that this is going to be B versus C, the excitement level is just going more and more, because Punk is again back in the business, and I guess he won't be going easy on the others because he wants to take the lead in the overall top fragger list on a really different buffer mode.
But one thing, Negros, I'm suffering from, it's going to be the roster of Team EXO today, because we have seen Pradhan in few matches, we have seen Immortal playing it out. Where is Snax and Fierce at this point? Because that is the kind of synergy they did have in the first 2 days, and that is why they were leading the charts. I guess Sensei is there and Panku is also there. That is why he's able to do the wonders in the lobby. But what about Snax and Fierce at this point? I guess they are the two members which we are lacking in Team EXO, and that is why the performance is not looking that fruitful for Team EXO at this point. But let's see what is going to happen, because the beauty of the last match of every day is that Team EXO is the only team which is going to play the second contender. Let's talk about Team Cayman Esports, which is pretty close. And now if we talk about Scarlet's Gaming also, there's Cayman Esports for sure is not going to be in the lobby. I don't know about the Scarlet's Gaming group, but yeah, Cayman Esports is not going to be in the lobby. So that is why I guess there is a massive chance for EXO to just get this victory once again and maintain a buffer of, let's say, 20 to 30 points. If that happens, Team EXO will be on the top once again in the day number 3's ending. Let's see what is going to happen. Let's see how the fan will fight out. Let's see how the fights will pan out, because it's going to be the map of Miramar where the vehicles are going to tumble down once again, where the fights are going to be really very impressive. Mid-range fights will be there. Close range, of course, are going to be there in the upcoming zones. Let's say 5th or 6th zones will be there. Close range fights are going to be there. There is no sneaking down. There is no, let's say, closing down in the bushes and all, because Miramar is way too open map. It's a map full of sand, full of dunes, full of ridges, full of upper ridges covers, full of lower ridges, downfalls. So yeah, it's going to be interesting one. And the vehicles are one of those deadly things which you don't want to opt for, but at the same time you have to opt for the vehicle, because it will get you artificial covers. It will get you quickly to the locations which you actually are seeking to go. So yeah, I mean, they have advantages, but at the same time there are disadvantages which you can't even decipher for. Because Necros, you said that the saddest part of playing a PUBG and saddest part of being in PUBG or BGMI scenario is going to be that getting knocked out and just instantly getting finished off. But what about when you are in a vehicle and just like that you go kaboom? What about that?
Well, that's a nightmare. That's worse than getting knocked and finished. That's a really big nightmare for me. And if you just it happened to me one time, even worse than this one, Raider. That I was playing and red zone popped up, and I was traveling
So
and playing. The red zone bomb dropped, and instantly my screen froze up, and I was like, "You are dead. You died by red zone." And I was like, "Why only me? Why only me? Why my entire squad passed to the red zone and I was the last one to pass up, and the red zone dropped in and I was done for." My phone actually got like it dropped off from my hand, so it was a panic situation, and I really wish not a single player actually suffers from this red zone scenarios, because it is going to drastically give many differences. But let's see, this is the custom rooms, you won't get to see red zones that much. So You get to see this kabooms more and more rather than those
Yeah, the
pick off
sprays.
from the vehicles by the space, definitely, of course, with that. But at the same moment, we also get to see some more comebacks are needed by other teams. As Skyless Gaming, we were like, some few matches ago we were competing whether Kevin Esports can overtake
Yeah.
EXO or not, and out of nowhere, out of syllabus, Skyless Gaming hops up in the point table and be like, wait for us, wait for us. And now they're in the hashtag 2 without anything uttering. Back to back to chicken dinners. And here, what you expected. From being the second chart to the second position, that's a huge comeback for Skylets.
Oh, indeed. That's a beautiful journey done by Skylets Gaming at this point. But eventually, now the beauty of this match is again going to be that Skylets Gaming is in the same group of Team EXO. So, yes, we are going to see both of the contenders in the lobby. We are not going to see Kemin Esports. So, this is a high time when Skylets Gaming could easily get one more chicken dinner and easily climb onto the hashtag 1, or Team EXO could get that victory and eventually maintain that buffer right now. But one thing I'm sure about, it's going to be Skylets Gaming or Team EXO maintaining a, let's say, smaller or huge buffer from Kemin Esports. So yes, Kemin Esports did a bad job in the past match, and that is why they are going to suffer with the kind of inconsistency which they were trying to provide. And the beauty of this match is going to be that all the table toppers and the bottom feeders, all of them are going to go and head out into a battle where the comebacks will be there, where the slide fights are going to be there. I'm pretty excited to see how the flight path is going to be there. If the flight path is pretty much scattered, or let's say it goes from the center, and play zone is also there in the center, I guess every team is going to get an equal chance of getting some good loots. But if I compare it with the match number 5 of day number 3, the previous one, if the flight path is coming from the western angle and the zone is on the southern angle, you are going to see a lot of things which is going to go south for the teams. I guess the teams won't be able to reach their preferred top location, and then they will be contested a lot, just like that what happened between Team Enigma and I guess the team known as GodL Esports in the Yasna Polana compound. Same things could happen once again in the map of Miramar, where Los Unis could be contested, or Skylets Gaming is dropping, so I guess El Pozo could be contested. And if I'm not wrong, Hasan Del Patron could be contested to be soon, anytime soon. Let's see what is going to happen. Let's see how the fights will pan out. Any predictions, or let's say any sneak peek from your angle, Necros?
Well, it might be possible that I haven't seen like the southern part, like the Los Leones is a compounded circle for a very long time. If it
Yeah.
happens like that, we might see a greater competition as compared to the other Miramar maps, but definitely we will actually face some more and more early gunfights at this point, because this is in the map of Miramar. There are plenty of drop clashes. The teams are not letting the things go away, because I don't know what's the matter between those teams, but still, I would really want to see that the teams back off from, at least one team have to get that back off done, because even if you share the same drop, I believe, Raider, you have the chance, you have the decision whether you want to engage. If you want to fall back, it completely comes down to your team, your decision. And I believe in the tournaments, in the scrims, you can go for the drop clashes. When in a tournament you have to qualify to the grand finals, and in such a huge tournament, you have to depend upon, you have to come up with the consequences. The decision making have to be very precise way, because if you are like coming this far, if you're not qualifying for the grand finals, it's just really really disheartening. But when you have got chances, like you are playing well, you have the capability to undergo the, like, control this match according to your way, you have your decisions, you have your rotations planned completely, you can
Indeed.
have a great start without losing a single player. I guess it's a better decision, for yourself, even for your team, that you just back off from that fight, you get the loot done, you get the vehicles done, and you get moving with the rotations, you go to any other places and you get your complete loot done, and then focus on the rotation clashes and the fights when
Indeed.
you are required. But at the initial stage, if you're getting picked off one or two players, you're losing at the very first, in the first part of the match, it will eventually affect you in the end zones when you are striving for the players, when the other teams will be standing with the proper foreman, and you will be there with one or two players remaining from your team.
Indeed, that could be the case at this point. Eventually, if you are losing one or two good guy of your team, it is going to create a lot of havoc in the lobby. Eventually, when you don't have that kind of good loot, you don't have that kind of good utilities, such as the vest helmet is not there for you, and eventually you are just going empty-handed. You just have got one good gun. Let's say M416 is there, Thompson is there, UMP is there. Whatever gun you have, you are just going to head on into a fight without any kind of vest helmet or the team backup, because everybody in your team, the remaining three, if you are actually solo pushing onto some other enemy, everybody from your team, the three remaining, will be actually focusing onto the loot. Even though if you give a call out that yes, let's go push onto him, everybody from your team might not have a gun and they might not be able to support you, and that could be the end of your story. So that is why I guess the teams should focus on to some initial loots, and eventually they should prefer for the fights when the second or third zone gets hits up, and when you just have to take a fight. It's like, let's say, mandatory to take a fight at that point. Eventually, if you don't shot, if you don't provide a shot, if you don't put up a fight at that moment, some other team is going to crush you. So that is why at that moment, if you are taking a fight, you have 100% chance of providing you 100% and providing your insight in that fight, providing that kind of synergy in that fight. And if you are going to take a fight in initial one, just like Necro said, it could be a very sad moment for you, because your one or two member could be taken on, or even bad, whole squad could be taken on anytime soon, because the whole squad will be, let's say, cherishing you for the covers. Might be, let's say, player 1 has been taken down, player 2 goes for the cover, he is also taken down, they both have been knocked out, not been finished. So I guess the third player also gets excited, yeah, there is a chance of revival, he also goes down, he also gets down, and after that the fourth one also goes down, and just like that, the whole story, the whole family, the whole squad is taken down. So that is the thing I guess the teams have to be aware about. Initial clashes surely but shortly are going to be there. One thing I'm sure about, it's going to be Team SouL and Team LZ official once again in the vicinity of Picardo.
Picardo.
But let's see what the results will be there.
Well, that is the thing I was talking about, because if you just stay positive, like LZ official, they have got the gunfight, they have got the potential, they have got those plannings properly, so that they can come up and they can qualify, they can have a great position in the top 16. But I don't know why they are just going in the same drop clashes. I know they have got the gunpowder, they are wiping Team SouL, but eventually, as a counter trade, they are also dealing casualties on the very first basis. They're losing one or two players, which is not sufficient, which is not done at this point. If they want to take the drop of Picardo, I can understand. You don't want to change your drop because it's completely your decision. I'm not anyone to give any opinion, but the main thing is that when you have that option, then you can take the southern part of the Picardo area, and then you can loot it out. You can go with that and you can have the save start. But right now, the match number 18, or you might just say the match number 6 of day number 3, starts with the flight path starting from the Puerto Paraiso and ending over the areas of Monte Nuevo.
Oh, indeed. Puerto Preso is a good compound where the teams can drop on, but eventually, if we talk about compounds like El Pozo, it is going to be the home draw for Skylights Gaming. Let's see, is it possible for them to just acquire the compound, because the clashes are going to be there for sure. Team Exo, meanwhile, is actually going to jump in the vicinity of Los Llanes, where Team 8-Bit is also going to make a home for themselves. Meanwhile, you can already see Team Scar is jumping right onto that location and eventually getting some good loots. It's going to be the cause of Scar Esports. But now let's see what is going to happen. I guess we just have a clash coming onto the location of Los Llanes. Other than that, every compound is pretty much secluded. But yes, another slamming which is going to be there is going to be the compound of Picardo, where you can again see LZ and Team SouL jumping it out, where Team LZ is a bit too late. And if we talk about Team SouL, they have already touched the ground. They're already scouting it for the loots. And if we talk about Snipe, look at that. He's just trying to figure out that where the guns are, where the Carnage is going to postulate. Look at that, he has got win 94. One good shot could easily end up the story for one good guy, but now Team LZ is completely bailing out the situation, and even if their one good player can be taken down, that would be the end of story. Rexboy, Moksh, Half Knight and Snipey are going to be the players which is going to head into the battle, and now they have got the Vector, now they are going to get the shotgun also. So let's see what is going to happen. Let's see, is it possible for Team SouL to turn the tables, because in the previous one, Team SouL was just crushed down by Team LZ.
Well, I would love to say, Raider, if you just see the Picardo area, you have got the arena, you have got the red building, you have got the sides of that side, and meanwhile, LZ.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you have got LZ even also coming from the southern part.
Indeed, indeed. A lot of decimation is going to be there anytime soon. Let's see how the fights are going to pan out. I guess the teams are trying their level best to actually get the close calls, but let's see who is going to get connected.
Some technical issues coming on, but it will be fine in some moment. But the main thing we were talking about, that there is plenty of places in the areas of Picardo. If you want to take the southern part, you've got the big building, you've got plenty of clusters, you've got the L building coming up, you get vehicles in front of the L building, you can get those drops and you can go out for your rotations after having a decent loot. I don't think Team SouL will try to interfere. I don't think LZ are also willing to take the interference, but they are taking the exact drop beside Team SouL, in which I believe they will definitely face the consequences. third chart, but eventually it will be tough for them because the top teams are creating the buffer on a really big basis.
Look at that. Now both of the teams are trying to play it a bit passive. All the team SouL is just trying to configure where they could just land some good shots, where the grenades could easily get connected. Now look at that. Hector is just trying to implant some smoke so that eventually the visuals will be impaired for the team LZ official, and there might be a push in coming from their angle right now, but team SouL is absolutely trying to play it really very safe. They are not going to mess around once again, because in the previous one you saw that Goblin got knocked out 2 times before actually getting completely finished off. He was 3 times knocked out by the hands of team LZ official. So yes, the pressure is immensely there onto Team SouL at this point, but Team SouL has got the immense level of analysis, immense level of practice, and every individual from Team SouL is more than enough to, let's say, put up a fight, put up a show. But let's see what is going to happen. Akshat pops a nade. Let's see how his nade going to get connected. Nobody in the Team LZ official got the connection, and now Team LZ official is on the back end. And in the previous one, we saw that one other team coming from the Hasindwar Patron, that was Team GodL, which actually slammed when the fight was going on. So let's see, is it possible for them to again tag it out if there is going to be a third party situation again going to come up, because now shots are not there. So there might be the teams which are rotating from the vicinity of Picado, but they might not push in because the shots are not there, because the sound and the visual clues are not there. But it's going to be it's going to take, let's say, 1 or 2 minutes when the shots are going to be there, 1 or 2 minutes when the fights will ignite, because the first zone is already shrinking, and I guess 1 or 2 teams have to just push in. Either it could be Team LZ official or it could be Team SouL, but at this moment we can clearly see that Team SouL is just trying to figure out that where the buddies are, where the enemy is. And at this point, look at that, Team SouL still doesn't have any kind of audio cues, but still they are just trying to put some good noise so that they will actually get a clear view.
Oh, that was close. If it was
Yeah.
inside the compound, I bet it should have been 2 knockouts with that particular nade, but it did not went inside. LZ are not actually backing off, but they don't want to take the fight. But this time SouL is so much widely in a need of this fight that they don't want to back off. They need to come up in the top 16, and for that they can do whatever they wanted to come up, because of all the 4 players are quite ready. And the meanwhile LZ, well, the players are still not in the position they wanted to be. The pre-nades are coming from Akshat, but it is not making any connections so far. Right now, Akshat is trying to spot some of the peeps out there, but I don't think he's being able to do so. But at the same point, Team SouL, they have the circle. They don't have to go for any rotation. They might have to go up for rotation from the next zone or maybe from the next circle. But for right now, if you talk about, they have got a good part. They don't need to move in, but they just need to clear this fight at any cost just to advance in the circle.
I mean, they could just easily rotate from the 5-story building and eventually just push backward at this point, but eventually they're just trying to push Team LZ official out of the equation. They're just trying to just actually, let's say, get the breathing space lower and lower for Team LZ official, and that could be the case. LZ official could easily mess up, or let's say provide a wrong step for the team, and eventually they could be exposed into the crosshairs of Team SouL. Look at that, Hector constantly taking to a TPP with the UMP45 M249 is already in the backpacks right now. They're also trying to put some good nades, but I believe Necros, Team LZ official won't be having such a good loot as compared to Team SouL, because SouL had the 5-story building, SouL had the L-shaped building into their perspective, SouL had the casino, SouL had the 5-story and red-story building, SouL had the arena also into their crosshairs. So yes, they could easily, they would have got some good loots. But if we talk about LZ, look at that, look what they have got at this point. LZ Half Knight doesn't even have a backpack at this point.
Well, definitely they haven't got the proper loot, and that's what the initial fight is all up to. The Molotov will be used, of course. The cover is there, and the way Omega actually wanted to improvise, but Akshat gets Rex Boy down there. Another nade will hop in, and Half Knight will be taken down. Mox is completely waiting patiently. He is not willing to take any kind of risk, but Mox is completely spotted by Omega. And right now, Snippy and Mox will be there in the building. The position is completely compromised. The needs, the utilities will be used up. And from the back ends, if you just talk about this, some more needs is coming. Mox will be dealing some good amount of damage. Akshat is coming one by one. Each player, they are taking down Team SouL. They want to take this revenge down at any cost. They will take the revenge. Goblin will go in the first hand, and Snippy will be just falling back at this point. He's just lying down, and Goblin might face some surprises. No, it's not. You better just come on this stage. But no, it's not. The Goblin gets that knockout easily. And right now, Monks, being that solo survivor, will be waiting patiently in the staircase. The Pukar on the other hand gets 7C Sarang down there. Savitar will be facing a kaboom. And right now, LZ Half Knight will be confirmed by Hector. And the same moment, the shotgun is being used by Mox. But right now, Goblin gets taken down. The M249 and will be used at last. But Team SouL at this point get those 4 finishes in their favor and will be going with their rotation without a single casualty. And that's a great start, at least we can call about from this match.
Man, oh man, what a gun game by Team SouL. They were waiting patiently and eventually Team LZ was holding it out. And I guess Necro somewhere, the loot which was actually required in the lobby was not there for Team LZ official. And that's what we were talking about for previous 15 to 20 minutes on caster deck. And eventually that's what resulted into the demise of Team LZ official. With 0 finishes, they have been taken down at has 616. They are not going to get even a single point for their efforts in the lobby. It's like they just have don't have to be in the lobby. But now if we talk about NTT, it's going to be Dark Lord. Shadow meanwhile has been decimated. He's on the knees right now. The revival could be possible, and there we go. Dark Lord's good for the revival. Meanwhile, if we talk about Crawl Rage, he's just trying to figure out from where he could just retaliate. And in front of them, it's going to be Team Skyles Gaming going for the 1v1. And look at that, Gamla Boy and the other guys just trying to retaliate. Gamla Boy was trying to take that need and pop it out, but new player has also been picked up. Pukar also goes down. Somraj and Gamla Boy are going to be the only survivor of the match. So let's see what is going to happen. M416 space comes up. Gamla Boy also chokes it out, and Somraj, the IGL, is going to be the mastermind of the fight. Now he just have to play it really very safe, or he just have to just be in the zone, because fighting equation is not going to be into his favor.
Well, there are plenty. Like, there are two teams. If you talk about Orangutan, is there, entities there, Skyless Gaming were there. Total of 3 teams were there in the contest, and right now Somraj has got the better decision. Rather than just holding, you can just go out and you can cherish, and you can go for the position points, because ultimately the points will determine your position. But after a great comeback in today's day, I don't think like Skyless Gaming will be going for some hard points. But right now, if you talk about Spray God gets Mania down there, Globally Sports, we haven't seen a great performance in the day 3 so far, and really expect this last match to be a bit better than compared to the other ones. But at this point, if you just talk about some sprays will be coming, Spray God will be dealing a good amount of damage by Admino. This is the best spot if they can make that rush possible, because all the way Globally Sports players are just surrounding Spray God. Mania is trying to back off from this position. Joker will be entering from the right side, and Spray God in the meanwhile, they get to see Globally Sports. Admino taken down. Spray God is being targeted. He's just in the barely breathing in the very low HP. Will be confirming Mania, of course, with that one, but they have got some pretty covers out there. But Joker will be advancing. Knuckle will be in the backyards. The Molotov will work it out for 7C Spray God, I believe so. And there you go. Knuckle gets taken down against Spray God. It might be a 1v4 clutch, but he have to just be fast. Joker have to be fast, but he's confirming each and every player at this point. And right now, the damage is being done. Joker, can he make it to that 1v4? Or like this 1v1, can it be done? Dark Lord on the other hand gets that domination. Spray God, I guess he's not having any healing and will be bleeding out by the play zone. Might be there is a possible Joker deals quite a lot of amount of damage. This 1v4 actually has done 7C. Spray God wipes out the entire squad of Globally Sports by single-handedly, but Somraj hops in on a bad situation and wipes out Spray God. And after the clutch, Somraj, being that party spoiler for 7Cs, both of the teams in a blinking of an eye gets eliminated from this match.
But I mean, the tremendous effort of 7C's member was absolutely lovable. But before that, let's talk about Team 8-Bit at this point. They're just trying to actually put a full stop on Team Error Esports at this point. They were trying to put up a rotation, but Tsunami actually comes up with a brutal blows. Now, Madman is also trying to figure out a rotation from which he could just have an upper hand. But I guess on that location, if we talk about Error Esports, they're already onto the rotating angle. And that could be the case where Team Error Esports easily will be able to rotate. But there is a wide open patch of a road. And look at that. Sicko Gamer goes down with a brutal blow. Just like that, Madman puts one down, and now it's going to be UMP45, somewhat small space with which he is going to end the life of Sicko Gamer. And just like that, Error Esports is actually going to face a loss of one good guy of their team. Now if we talk about Team 8-Bit, now they have the 4-man standing in the lobby, and still they are going to cherish 3 amazing finishers, and it's going to be the zone which is in the southern corner beyond the Los Angeles area. Let's see which team is going to survive for a longer period of time, and which team is going to uplift the trophy of this last match.
Well, we have to see it up, and at the same point, if we talk about Team SouL are exactly out of the circle, and at this point, and at the same point, we also get to see some of the finishes might just come up, and at the main point, VLT, Atanki are coming with some more sprays out there. Hyderabad Hydras will be there in front. The top 3 players right now: 7C's Esports, Spray God, Scarlet's Gaming, Somraj, Team SouL's Goblin will be holding this 3 top players the spot for this match. But on the other hand, if you just talk about Team X Spark, you get to say they're having the hold. They're having 4x with an M416 Mavi is having a good hold. But right now, Skylet's Gaming, but they are on a lead with 139 points. Team Exo have crossed the 150 mark. GodL is back in the business. This match is very, very important for Team X Spark just to retain themselves in the top 16, because if Team SouL performs really well, it will be really trouble for Team Xpac just to hold the top 16 spot at the end of day 3, and they don't want to go back in third chart at this point. And I believe it will be very beneficial for Team SouL if they anyhow manage to convert this game in their favor.
ये तो ऐसे पुश कर दिया.
Indeed. It's going to be a bit difficult for the team right now. But if we talk about Team Hyderabad Hydras, they were also trying to literally cherish the whole fight into their perspective. But at this moment, Team Forever also comes in the vision right now. Team Forever on the back end, I guess at hashtag 20 or 21, the position is going to be a bit difficult for the team. Let's see how is it possible for them to get those finishes into the perspective, because right now, always both they TF player 6, Mash Kush and Daljit SK is going to be the poison of the fight. So let's see what is going to happen. And in front of them, there is another team, that's team number 7. If we talk about Team Xpac, they're also looking sharp in the lobby. Meanwhile, Team EXO is also losing one good guy of their team. Skylets Gaming also losing one good guy of their team. Actually, 3 good guy of their team has been taken down, and it's going to be Somaras the IGL, which is still remaining in the fight. Impressive enough, but let's see how much he can just survive, because the 4 zone is also going to slam in. And there we go, Crawl Rage from Team NTT, I believe, has been taken down. But now look at that, Team Xpac finds one good guy. It's going to be Ultron going out for the spray, but 420 OP manages to put that last close call onto Hector, and just like that, Hector has been decimated. There we go, SouL is facing a loss of one good guy, and it's going to be Goblin also way too late. And if we talk about Omega and Akshat, look at the damage they are receiving from Team 8-bits in.
Well, they're surrounded by 2 of the teams. One is from behind, one is from the front. Goblin gets taken down by the play zone. I don't know. The match was starting really well for Team SouL, but at this point, why are they falling apart? I'm really not aware. But at the same point, we just talk about Third Esports will be there. And the same point, we also get to see Team Xpac might just come up on that direction. They are they're inside the circle, but Third Esports, they have got some good visions above Team Xpac. It is possible from that position, but right now, 8-bit, they're focused on Team SouL. 2 of the players remaining, Omega and Akshat. These 2 players can anyhow they manage to come up with some great matches. Like 4 finishes have been raised, but Entity Noob might be gets taken down by some nades. Skylets Gaming surviving with 4 total finishes and 1 player remaining. Air Esports also surviving with 1 player. Team SouL with 2, EXO with 3, Hyderabad Hydras, Orangutan with 3 respectively, but one of the nades are coming and making some good connections. Akshat is barely breathing in a very low HP, but they need to get some pick outs, otherwise it will be really trouble for Team SouL to survive at this position.
Indeed, they are trying level best to actually get the close calls into their perspective. Look at that. Omega is trying to figure out that how he can just attack that guy, which was actually sitting on the higher ridge right now. But Mavi does the job right now. He has put down a Madman, but from the back angle, Tsunami also puts down Mavi. So that there is a trade type of fight coming up. Both of the teams are trying to tag each other. That's beautiful enough. But let's see which team is going to survive for a longer period of time. Look at that. Team EXO is containing Immortal, and the other guys from Team Esports are trying to survive. It's going to be Hulk OG, which is trying to just thrive in the lobby. He is in the zone. That's beautiful enough. But from the back angle, he's going to get contested really very soon. Maxi OP, on the other hand, has been taken down by OR Jelly. That's beautiful. The way the fights are actually panning out, it's going to be really very impressive. Look at that. HH, striker for the win, also goes out with a beautiful nade. It's really very amazing how these teams are trying to utilize the utilities also. It's not all about the guns you have, it's all about the smokes, the mollies, the nades you have in the lobby, the kind of vehicle burst you can provide. It's absolutely brilliant, and the teams are trying to plan it out really very brilliantly. Now you can see that Aru and the whole OR Jelly's roasters coming from the back end. And if we talk about Ace Back, he's going to be the last man standing. The only contender for his team is going to be Ace Back, and I don't think it is possible for him to survive for a longer period of time, because now he's going to get sandwiched from triple angle. It's going to be Team Orangutan, it's going to be Team OR, it's going to be Team Tud also on the back end, which are actually going to crush the hopes of Team Hyderabad Hydras.
Well, of course, and in the same meanwhile, we also get to see that Orangutan also are exactly in front of Third Esports. If they get spotted, they will be definitely like decimated. Orange of Jelly will be getting maxi down there. Ace Black will be confirmed on the other hand. The circle is getting shifted one by one. The chances are getting higher and higher, and the clusters in the southern part of the circle is just getting more heated up, while Orange Rock faces some of the backlashes. Team SouL will have some struggle to enter the circle, but eventually, if I'm talking about the situations, and Third Esports are also getting some good connections. But the main thing about this one is that can Orange Rock enter the circle peacefully, because Orangutan Ash also gets turrets broken down at that place, and Orangutan versus Third versus Orange Rock, the 3 of the teams are actually in the same position of the southern side of the circle, but still the clashes between the 3 teams are creating problem for each and everyone.
problem will be there and they have to deal with it. And eventually, if I talk about Team Third Esports, look at that, they are trying to find the gap of where they could just land some good shots. Eventually, if I talk about the teams which are surviving in the lobby, it's going to be 11 in number and 36 player are contending for the winner chicken dinner of the last match of day number 3, or should I say match number 18 of the whole semi-finale at this point. So let's see what is going to happen. Meanwhile, Third Esports decides to just be in the zone, because that's going to be the case. If you are not in the zone for a longer period of time, some other team is going to find the gap and they will just easily terminate you out. But now, if I talk about teammates, you look at that. Immortal is trying to content. The G has been taken out. Another 1v1 comes up, but he chokes it out just like that. Now, I guess Immortal is going to go down, and with this, I guess Team Forever is just going to push forward once again. Sensei again puts some good smoke so that eventually a cover could be there for them. Immortal and his teammates are actually going to suffer a lot at this point, and I believe they are trying their level best to get some good close calls into their perspective, but still they are unable to, because Team Exo's Punk and Sensei are going to be the only two men standing in the lobby. And look at that hacker, or should I say Punk, who is just trying to figure out from which angle he should be in the zone. From the right angle, there is Team Error Esports Hulk OG, which can easily land a good shot. And from the left angle, you can see that Team 8-bit is also there. From the front angle, it's going to be Team Forever. So yes, they have been configured from every other angle, and it's going to be one hell of a chaotic situation for them to just survive.
Well, of course, and at the same point, we also get to see those teams are getting eliminated. Sky is giving it already out as well. At Esports, we also get to see Team SouL is still surviving. They have managed themselves to enter the circle. We have to look into that matter as well. At the same point, we also get to see the fifth zone is almost shrinking down. Always has been taken down. Max Touch being that last solo survivor. The random space will be going from the direction of Sensei. Punk is there as well. And the same man, Punk's one nade can definitely pick off everything, but this nade won't be necessary because Entity Gaming is already out of this game. Punk needs to advance, and in the meanwhile, Team 8-bit will be waiting in that direction. Team EXO, though they are two players, but still they're playing a good split indeed, and Team Forever are just hoping for some good finishes of Team EXO. Team Scar Esports will be going with some tap shots against Team Orangutan just to get some of those finish points in their favor, so that they can just manage to get some more and more points, while TEF player 6 and Diljit will be surviving the shack areas. Always has been spotted. The vehicle might just face some bit damage, but still, Team Forever, they're outside the circle, and the circle only stays with Scar Esports. And I believe if you have got the circle, you have to go and get those advantage for yourself.
Indeed. Now at this point, they have to defend the circle, and eventually from the back angle, you can already see Team X-Pac is going to push onto him, and that's going to be the beauty of the fight. Let's see how the fights are going to retaliate. Team Scar on the other angle, just trying to figure out that how they can just get some good finishes into the perspective. It's going to be lovely, no doubt in that. They have put down one good guy, but now getting those finishes into their favor is going to be the main concern for them. And if we talk about teams like Team Forever, they are a bit out of zone. Daljit on the other angle has already been taken down. Omega also goes down, just like that. Team SouL has been taken down. They have been decimated. And if I'm not wrong, Panko is also receiving some good shots. Mashkas, meanwhile, from the back angle is also trying to provide some. Oh, that was a lovely spray. That was a lovely lead down in the fight. And if we talk about Sensei now, he has to be in the zone. Let's see what Sensei is going to be doing at this point. Eventually, the zone is also going to contend a lot. But now look at that. Exo Sensei getting crushed down by the hands of OS Bolte. Just like that, Team Exo is also out of the equation. And Team Exo has been terminated. Now Team X-Pac from the front angle is just trying to decimate Team Scar. And they could just easily hold that compound. And if that happens, Team X-Pac is able to hold that compound, they could easily go for the winner chicken dinner. But now they are getting contended by the team known as 8-bit.
Well, at the same point, even also Orange Rock Jelly is barely surviving in the edge of the circle. At the same point, that 420 OP might just get that revival, but I believe Mavi is just focusing on just to get those finish points confirmed at the very fast paces, because the Tsunami is also knocked out. Max Crush will be in the backyards at 8 bits. All the finishers might be a little bit trouble, but Ultron will be giving those revivals. So all the finishes will be confirmed by Mavi, and getting those finishes are really, really crucial for them. Team X-Pac 4 players are still alive. The revivals have to be done on really, really fast basis, because otherwise it will be really, really trouble for them, for X-Pac even to enter the circle. Team X-Pac's Mavi have already come across the edge of the circle. Orange Rock will be waiting for Max Kush in the edge of the circular path, but outside the play zone, Max Kush just gets trapped out. Mavi will be taken down by the play zone. Player 6 also gets taken down by the play zone. Ultron is giving the revival to 420, and right now, if one shot heads down, Team X-Pac will be done for. They have got those play zones coming up. They need to get inside the circle. They have got the height. Team X-Pac, can you manage to do anything special? But no, it's not. And Ultron gets those finishing touches. And in the meanwhile, Scout OP might just get that revival. They are almost exactly in front of the circle. Some smokes will be getting created, but the touch is much more important. The 1 meter they have to travel, and for 1 meter, if Scout gets taken down, Raider, it will be disaster for Team X-Pac.
Team X Park is trying their level best to just conquer the fight at this point, but it's not getting that easy. If I talk about Team Scar Esports, look at that, how beautifully they are just actually surviving in the lobby. But now OR Esports is on the receiving end of some good Molotov cocktails from the hands of, let's say, Team X Park's 420 OP. He's just trying to connect some good shots. Let's see what is going to happen. Well, the Molly is there. Nade is also going to be there, but still the connections are not being made. Jelly goes for a 1v1, and yes, Jelly does it successfully. The IGL is masterminding the fight. Now let's see what is going to happen. Scout from the other angle is trying to provide some good nades. These nades can turn in ugly, and there we go. Jelly is actually getting that damage, but meanwhile the fight is going on. But one player which is actually, or should I say one team which is actually cherishing the whole fight, it's going to be team known as Team Scar Esports. They are beautifully just holding it up at this point, but now X-Park Scout OP is not looking so sharp, and Mavi has already been taken down. It's Scar Esports on the upper hand. They could easily get this winner chicken and run. It's the high time when Scout does a 1v4. So let's see, guys, what is going to happen. Is it possible for Scout to do a 1v4? But before that, he has to end the life of Team OR's Jelly, if I'm not wrong. And after that, a 1v4 situation could be made. But if Jelly survives, he might just push down Team Scar Esports to actually survive.
Well, if like the situation is very tough, it's not like it's impossible, but definitely this if the circle would have turned up in the favor of Scout, there was at least a, or I'll say a 10-20% chance whether Scout could have done that. But Jelly is quite aware of Scout's position, but now he gets spotted up. He will be confirmed by Scar Esports on BT, and right now the top two teams are exactly Scar Esports can be the second underdog team, which might get the winner chicken. Austin and Rush God, they are just rotating around those corners. They want to check out which player is just surviving. Jelly is just there. He might just ran over, and yes, it is. Team Scar Esports finishes off in style, and the way they ended up this final game is quite remarkable. You talk about this one. Scar Esports, you take a chicken and you take it like that with a swag, and being the one, the crusher, and wiping out Jelly, and by running over them. And what a game it turned out to be for Scar Esports. And well, it's not too late to get a good start, but I believe that, well, this is a great beginning of a new journey. We might just say to the journey towards the top 16 from the bottom one. It might be possible.
Indeed, indeed. This is the start of a beginning, and eventually Team Scar Esports got that victory, and with the swag, I guess they got the victory. It was really very amazing the way they actually performed. It is really very amazing. That vehicle crush for Jelly was actually, let's say, very decimating for him. Eventually, Team OR's Jelly, I guess he was figuring out to actually take a 1v4. He was trying to actually figure out from where the players could actually push in, but what happens? A Coop RG comes flying onto the face, and just like that crushes his hope, and the battle is pretty much over for him. It was very interesting the way the teams are fighting. Team X-Park also did a tremendous job. 420 OP was trying to retaliate, but I don't know what happened at that angle. It was a clear 1v1 where Team OR's Jelly's HP was a bit low. And if we talk about 420 OP, it was good enough, but he was unable to retaliate. But before that, let's talk about the stats, and after that, we'll configure how and what happened into the match right now. But let's talk about Scar Esports and their stats, because it was really very brilliant the way they performed. They've got 7 amazing finishes into their perspective, 15 for the winner chicken dinner, of course, but the total points they've got 22. And I guess after this, Necros, they are going to rise to hashtag 23.
Well, there are some possibilities. They will definitely jump out, that's for sure, because one chicken dinner will eventually boost them up. But the difference is getting just more and more by time and by each and every match. So the main thing is that they won't be able to take a big, like a too big high jump. But well, we have to just see it out that it is possible that Scar Esports can have some more matches like this one, and if it continues like that, there is a possibility that they will jump up to the third spot stop. There is possibility, but they have to continue this flow. One chicken dinner is possible, but not in every match. So you have to maintain that consistency. You have to plan out. You have to get those homeworks done. You have to come with those strategies. And for that, you have got the map stream separately going on. You can go on there. You can check it out. But coming down to the match by standings, Radar, the 22 points have been secured by Scar Esports. Hashtag 2 Orange Rock with 19 points. X-Park with 15. And Indeed Team Forever having a good match, having 14 total finish points, like total points for themselves.
Scar Esports, 22 amazing points. Brilliant one, no doubt in that. The way they performed it was really very amazing. But if I talk about teams like Team Forever, they were also coming really very close for a victory eventually. And I was looking to figure out that how the points will actually affect them a lot. But then if I talk about Scarlet's Gaming, they got 4 amazing points, and I guess they are maintaining their kind of spirit. And if I talk about Team XO, it was a great chance for them to actually maintain a good buffer. in front of Team Cayman and Team Scarlet Sports, but still they were unable to. They've got only 2 points into their perspective, and it's going to bump their position, bump their points to be exact. The position is going to be same of #1. The points will actually go to 153. That's enough for them, and eventually Scarlet's Gaming 142, if I'm not wrong, is going to be the point for them. They are going to maintain a 4 point buffer from Cayman Esports for day number 6. Day number 3 and match number 6 at this point. It's brilliant one. But now if we talk about teams like Xpark, did a great job. Their placement was good enough. Mavi did the great eye thing that he does, and eventually he was able to touch down the area from which he could just retaliate. But then 8-bit came onto the location, and I guess from that angle, they were unable to figure out that where to fight it out. They were actually in a two-way battle between Team Scar and Team 8-bit, and I guess that is why they were decimated. But before that, finishes and placements are on your face. So you can see that Scar Esports, once again, I'm very delighted, Necros, to see and Rising Star getting that victory, and one of those Rising Star which was at the bottom of the list getting that victory.
Well, of course, like this actually justifies that why these underdog teams are in the bottom, because they lack a bit of experience. And when they get used to those experiences, when they get used to those lobbies, they will definitely outplay the top teams as well. And as you can see this match graph, you get to say more finishes than the placement points. But talking about the top fraggers of this match, Austin with the golden card will be leading with total of 5 finishes in this match. Jelly with 5 finishes in the second position. The third will be Spray God with that 1v4 to Global Esports. The third will be Riot with 4 finishes from Team 8-bit, and the 3 finishes Entity Dark Lord will be holding that spot of top 5 fraggers. But on the other hand, the main thing what we are seeking, Raider, it's going to be the overall standings and the overall top fraggers after the day 3 gets over, because that's what all the teams are actually concerned about. That's what all the teams are looking forward, because this is going to be the most interesting day, because the days are just going and passing by, and by that the competition is also increasing by each and every match.
I mean, the teams are evolving at this point, Necros. The teams are going to actually evolving on a split second, and obviously the competition is going to rise once again. And there we go. Team EXO with 153 points is still on the day number 3, again going to be on the table toppers list, again going to be on the top of the list. But I guess on day number 1, 87 points. On day number 2 and 3 accumulated, they have got 153 points. That's let's say a shattering thing to watch out. But eventually the teams which are climbing from the back end are actually very, very lovely. We were actually going to, let's say, predict that this point system could easily go for 250 or 300, but at this pace I don't think Team EXO could easily touch that point system before the semifinale ends. But yes, teams like Scarlet's Gaming are actually doing a great job. Look at that performance they are trying to put forth. They've got 142 points. Now they just have to put one more showdown tomorrow, and they could easily cross the hashtag 2 point, and eventually hashtag 1 will be the position where Team Scarlet's Gaming could actually lie down. But after that, if I talk about teams like Celsius Esports, still chilling it out with 103 points at hashtag 9. Orangutan meanwhile is jumping once again a bit up with 103 points. If I talk about Enigma, 97 for them. Tuddy Esports, 95 for them. The only underdog which has got, only Rising Stars to be exact, which has got two winner chicken dinners in the semi-finale. Global Esports, meanwhile, on the other hand, has got 95 points, one good chicken dinner for them. Team TSM after one good chicken dinner on day number 1. I guess that was the match number 1, if I'm not wrong, Nicholas. The first ever match of the semi-finale was into the hands of Team TSM, but after that, Team TSM is just going down and down at this point.
Well, of course, TSM are facing a bit downfall, but at the end of the day, you can get to see that godlike Xpark, Global Esports, Dirty Sports, Enigma, Orangutan, Celsius, and TSM. Obviously, you can get to see them on the second chart. While on the third chart, there are some disappointments as well. Well, Team SouL, we also get to see on the hashtag 17 spot. Hashtag 18 will be for LZ officials. Team 19, hashtag 19 will be Team Forever. Though Team Forever have made a good comeback. And look at hashtag 20 Raider. Scary Sports from 24. Direct for position jump out at the hashtag 20 with one chicken dinner. And well, this is just a start. I believe you have played 12 matches. You have another set of 12 matches, if I'm not wrong. Then if you have it, it's better you just continue on going with that, because if you just continue with that, you will definitely qualify to the grand finals, and you might just make up to the top 16. And if Scary Sports does this at any cost, Raider, I don't think like all the underdog teams and the management staff will be really glad to see a team which was in the hashtag 24 in the first 2 days of semifinals qualifies in the top 16 category to the grand finals. But talking about the overall top fragger after match, total match 18, Punk holding with 28 finishes the golden card, the top fragger right now in the semifinals.
I mean, he's doing a tremendous job at this point. 28 amazing finishes, holding the golden plaque into his perspective is absolutely amazing. The team contribution for his team is 36%, but one thing I'm literally shattered to watch is the synergy of Team EXO at this point. Snax was not there, Feast was not there, and that is where Pradhan and Immortal was taking their efforts and they were trying their level best. I mean, they are one hell of a sorter, they are one hell of a player for Indian gaming community, but when it comes to the synergy, I guess Team EXO demands Snax and Fierce once again because they have put down one hell of a show on D1 and D2. I wanted to see the same kind of synergy working for them once again, but still, I guess these few small things have actually let down Team EXO at this point. They could easily have crossed 170, 180 points after a good winner chicken run. But now, if I talk about Destro and Kemin Esports, Delta, they are also trying their level best. Today's day, they are maintaining, let's say, average points of 9 or 10 points in one or two matches. But after that, if we talk about Top Dog, 22 amazing finishes, Spray God with 22 amazing finishes is absolutely brilliant. But now, another phase of head-to-head battle is going to be there between Team EXO and Skylets Gaming. Both of them had played 12 matches. Both of them has acquired some good number of points. If I talk about EXO, 153 for them, and Skylets Gaming on the other hand has got 142. The number of finishes they have got for Team EXO is going to be 78, and the number of finishes they have got in terms of Skylets Gaming is going to be 63. But when it comes to the placement point, I guess Team Skylets Gaming is on the upper hand because they've got 3 winner chicken dinners and 2 for Team EXO is going to be the winner chicken dinner terms. And if I talk about the placement points, they are lacking behind with 4. They've got 75 into their perspective. And if I talk about the win percentage, absolutely Team Skylets Gaming is actually having a great margin of 7% because it is one of those teams which has acquired 2 winner chicken dinners in a single day. But now head-to-head battle is also here.
Well, Punk and Destro, the top two fraggers you get to see on the list. The sides might have changed, but definitely the difference is also a bit of change, but the competition is still the same. 12 matches played by each of these players. Total finishes registered has been 28 and 27 respectively by Punk and Destro. 36% finish contribution, 38% finish contribution, as we can get to see. The finish per match rate is also same for both the players, and the rank is already one thing that has differed from the other factors. But the one thing is for sure that I really want to say, Raider, that previous day we were talking about what can be done, like what is Skylet Gaming up to, and I just remember that I told you that the eagle, before taking up his prey, just sits down patiently and waits for his prey to come exactly in the open areas, and when he spots him, he just comes down, he snatches him up, and when goes up in the high up in the sky and gets the thing done and dusted. And that's what I guess Scarlet's Gaming have done today. The tremendous performance, the eagle's wings have already came up, like it has already opened up, and we really want to see more of this flights taking up of Skylar's Gaming. Let the eagles come out and let the praise gets taken down by the eagles. So let's see whether the EXO will retain their position in the D4, or it will be Skylar's Gaming or Kevin Esports who will be taking up the lead in the semifinals points table, because the top, they are definitely going to qualify for the grand finals. That's for sure. There's no question about that. But what about the top
Okay.
3 spot? Because they are actually coming up like we want to qualify for the grand finals, but that too with a good note. And talking about the phantom of the match, it's going to be Austin with 85 rating, Raider.
He did a good, tremendous job in the lobby, no doubt in that. 85 is going to be the rating for Austin from Scar Esports. He's going to be the phantom of the match. It was the last one. I never expected that teams like Scar Esports would actually bounce back, but they did a tremendous job in the last match. And eventually, the efforts they are trying to put through, the kind of synergy they are trying to put through, the kind of safe gameplay in the first few zones they are trying to put through, actually got them a great amount of result. Match finishes is going to be 5. Match contribution for the team is going to be 71%. He did a, let's say, massive contribution for the team. Total finishes he has got is going to be 10. MVP rank is going to be 49 for him. Eventually, I guess out of 64 players, hashtag 49 is going to be a bit shabby place to watch out, but eventually the team is coming back. And I guess it is going to be lovely to see that how the teams are going to bounce back, how Scar Esports is again going to get the carnage into their perspective, and how many points they're going to uplift into their perspective. It was good enough. Day number 3 is again was full of quite a bit of energy. And I guess, Necros, with this, our day number 6 is going to end. Day number 3, to be exact, is going to end.
Well, of course, the day 3 will end simultaneously. But the guys, if you have not participated in the giveaway, it's done for the day, of course. But in the day 4, there are again going to be 6 more chances for you guys to participate. You can go and do whatever the things, the steps have been told in those pages of Upthrust Esports, Wings Lifestyle, and UV.India Rising. You can go there, and if you like the casting, last but not least, you can follow us on our socials, our Instagram handles. You will get Raider and Inferno's Instagram link in the description, and my link you can get on other streams, and you might just follow, search Necros. You can get mine on those Instagram. But that's all for the day. That's all for what we have. We will be meeting you guys tomorrow in the same time, same place. But till then, bye bye. Take care. See ya.
So baby, close your eyes. The way you're looking at me, you got me mesmerized. Something I can't escape. Feel like I'm lost in space. You got that good loving. Girl, if you leave me, I might throw my heart away.
बेटा इन्फोसिस ले लो, बहुत ऊपर जाएगा। अरे बेटा IRCTC ओवरप्राइस्ड है, बेच डालो। अरे बेटा IEX का फ्यूचर बड़ा ब्राइट है।
अंकल, ये जो आप ज्ञान दे रहे हैं, ये मुफ्त का ज्ञान है या आप इसके पैसे चार्ज करते हैं?
हाँ नहीं, ये तो मुफ्त का।
गुड, क्योंकि चिल्लर नहीं है मेरे पास।
अरे ज्ञानी अंकल, अगर अपना दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टेप पे लगाओ।
वो क्या सर?
बीट द स्ट्रीट चैलेंज से दिन के 5 टॉप और बॉटम परफॉर्मिंग स्टॉक्स प्रेडिक्ट करना है सुबह 9 बजे से पहले, और विनर्स को हर दिन मिल सकता है 3000 तक के Amazon वाउचर्स।
फिर तो
पैसा ही पैसा होगा।
तो अब आप भी समझ गए होंगे, दिमाग लगाना है तो टिकर टिप पे लगाओ।